Yeah. You on YouTube talking like a sage, but your plans look sick on every page. Brown leaf tips, same old mess. Then you sell that stress as the best. Bro signs dripping off the screen, half true tips in a fake routine. You kill crops and you preach the cure. That's a loud mouth, not a grow secure. Hey, hold up, wait, that ain't proof, that's bait. One bad tip, two bad tips, now the whole room shade. Bro science, you keep pushing bro science. Dr. T said stop that noise, call it out with the facts and poise. Bro science, you keep pushing bro science. Misled one, misled all, now your whole little kingdom fall. Burned up roots in a chalky grin, still you post that same thing again. Talking big about feeds and light, but your canopy stand is a losing fight. Community don't need your guess, need clean truth, not a mess. You got clout, but you got no track. Dr. T stepped in and he read you back. Say it clear, we can see through here. Bad advice don't bloom, don't grow, it just spreads from ear to ear. Bro science, you keep pushing bro science. Dr. T said stop that noise, call it out with the facts and poise. Bro science, you keep pushing bro science. Misled one, misled all, now your whole little kingdom fall. If you don't know, say you don't know, don't send kids down a dead end road. 1 week feed, one wrong red, and you'll blend the plant when it needs relief. Nah, keep that ego off the feed, get out the way, let truth lead. Bro science, you keep pushing bro science. Dr. T said stop that noise, call it out with the facts and poise. Bro science, you keep pushing bro science. Misled one, misled all, now your whole little kingdom fall.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Dr. T, and here is Mr.Toad, Billy Bagseed himself. It's wait, oh shit, my YouTube's playing my shit somewhere. No, it's not. Okay. Hope everybody's out there is having a great one. Y'all got a blunt roll. Y'all got you something to smoke on that y'all already came pre-lit, because this is gonna be an awesome fucking live, awesome interview. This is a legend. Like to me, he's a legend. You probably don't see himself like that because he's very humble. But he's been holding down the community for years and years and years, and we're gonna really get down into it. Mr. Toad, without me saying anything, why don't you go ahead and give people tell a little bit about yourself?
What's up, y'all, man? My name's Mr. Toad, aka Billy Bagseed. I own Boneyard Seeds NorCal. It's the home of the designated dank area, the place where smoking and toking with the homies is everything, man. So that's basically it. I'm a handicapped human myself. I'm in a wheelchair. I have one leg. I'm an osteomate. I have Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, and diabetes. And none of that shit's ruling my world. So it's something that I like to make everybody understand. I bring it up so you know what I'm fighting against, because we're all fighting something. But I don't let it dictate everything in my life. And it's something I try to show everybody else. There's other shit to dwell on, like family and friends, than what's holding you back in the smallest form. Right? So I always try to be positive, man.
Always try to be positive. Hey, there you have it. That sounds like something that we all try to go through. And some of y'all might relate to exactly what he's went through in his life. And a lot of the people that I do interview on these, because it's going to be more interviews, a lot of them you can relate to. And that's why Mr. Toad is so, I would say so, he's more relatable than most of these other breeders and other growers out here. So when you look and he talks to you, you can actually feel like he's talking to you directly, even though he's talking to a group of people. Let me take a second. Let me say what's up to the people in the chat. Shout out to all 41 of y'all that came out so far. It's only been five minutes. What's up, Galaxy? What's up, Trippy Stewarts? Rock, Bernie, 906. What's up, babe? Reese, I said 906 and Mrs. 906 out there. I see that there's George, Dragon, 669, Monte Carlo. What's good, homie? Long time. Semper. I already said Trippy, Sleeve. I already said George. He says Oregon, isolated tinctures. What's up? I'm gonna get you a wrench. Type back in the chat so I can do that for you. What's up, Jimtown? Heart of the South. I just want to make sure I ain't missing nobody. Daryl Close. And if I missed the read, if I missed you, type in the chat down low. But I think I got everybody. Cavs, Crop, Operation 16, Bernie, SOS, and Crumblewick. Cheers, everybody. I hope everybody's getting nice and medicated right now and within through this little bit of time. What's up, Krogan? I see you in here. All right, all right, all right. I'm just gonna start off this this interview with it's a simple question. I always ask everybody the same thing. How did you get started in the cannabis cultivation industry?
Cannabis. I started fucking with cannabis when I was 8 years old. My whole family's been growing cannabis since cannabis was a part of our family. Period. As a child, it was either play with the kids or fucking act like an adult. When they act like an adult, I had to do what they were doing and keep my mouth quiet. So I learned how to clone plants right back here behind me in the backyard here on some Afghanis. And from then on, cannabis has just always been a part of my life. And how I got into recreational and medical cannabis on the legal side was my grandfather died from throat and stomach cancer. My uncle had seizures and stomach cancer. My my cousin Danny, he died from stomach cancer, and they all died roughly within a 5-year period of each other. And I was following in their footsteps of being a drunk jackass that didn't give a shit about nothing but myself. And when my grandfather died, it fucked me up. Like, I had to fucking take a hard look at myself. I was either going to be that man, which was an angry, like, recluse dude that fucking only cared about the bottom of a bottle, or I could become something different. And I used cannabis to get out of that shit. So I started breeding cannabis for my uncle Butch, and who was a Marine, and my grandfather, who was also a Army soldier. But I crossed two different cultivars together to get a pure haze, purple haze cross that I named Semper Fi for my uncle, and the Afghani that I crossed together for my cousin Danny. We called it Wah. And both of them smoked. So I created strains for both of them to try to get my mind off of them being gone, and to begin something that at the time I didn't know was going to be there. 1 second.
Yeah, no problem.
And that was the naming of plants for people that I loved. At the time, I didn't know why I was doing it. I just did it. But eventually it became part of my breeding. I started naming stuff after folks that I lost, or I already had mad respect for, that were here, and I wanted them to know that. So I'd put their names on plants and on seed lines. So when I offered them to people, when you grew them, you may never know it, but you'd be repeating their name and they'd live forever. So it was a way for me to put love into everything I did, instead of the disrespect I was giving to the world and myself through drinking. So that's what began my breeding and naming of different plants for different people. So it's just the way I want to pass respect to them, the people that brought me to this plant, all my elders, and to the people that I love, period, like friends. And even if I haven't met you, like my Mudbone line named after Rich Pryor, that dude kept me alive with laughter as a kid. Smoking weed and listening to his records in my basement is why y'all still know I'm here. Because at 8 years old, I was trying to take it the fucking easy way out, and weed saved me. So stealing weed from my mom and listening to Richard Pryor was like a ritual. I'd sit down there getting high, smoking weed, and eventually I became known as the kid that had weed, like ever since 4th grade, and everyone knew I was a stoner kid. So, but I also was not only the stoner kid, but like up to 8th grade, I graduated as the highest, the smartest kid in the whole school. Like, I had to give speeches and shit in school as a stoner. They used to fuck with me because I'm high, but I'm high and doing everything I was supposed to. I got into high school, and that's when drinking came. I just faded away because there was just too much pressure in high school. I came from a little tiny town with a small school, and I couldn't handle being around a lot of people. So drinking is what I was trying to mask everything with, because I couldn't afford enough cannabis to keep myself level-headed. And drinking is cheap as fuck. It's the fucking cheapest drug out there besides pity. So
Yes, yes, yes.
so I would be drinking nonstop. Like I drank all the time. At one point, I was carrying a keg around, drinking out of the keg. Fuck a cup. Why do I need a cup? I could drink out the whole keg. So I'd have a keg under my arm and a fifth in my back pocket and shit. And that's how I was rolling. And that the realization of me seeing myself when my grandfather died just fucked me up, and it brought me all the way back to fucking becoming clean. I got a fucking DUI, and I woke up in jail, fucking wondering what the fuck was going on, and that was the kick in the ass that fixed me. I never had another drink again, and went straight into cannabis. And cannabis has never fucking done anything bad to me. It's only helped bring positivity in my life. It might have brought people that aren't here anymore, which is a sad thing, but my life would have never been as great as it was if I wouldn't have met them sick people through cannabis, working in the legal field. I used to run a club, and between like 2008 and 12, I worked in there, and then eventually became a manager running it. I had a edible company through those whole time periods. Also, me and my mother ran an edible company that was selling cookies, brownies, candy bars, Rice Krispie treats, blueberry muffins, lemon muffins. I mean, if you could put cannabis in it, we did it. Me and my mom had won the local cannabis cup here that had everybody that could enter. There was 28 clubs that entered, and we came in first, third, and fifth with all our edibles and that thing. My mom made more cookies for anybody than I've ever seen. Put more love in those things than you guys could imagine. All while she had cancer. She was helping people.
Okay,
since from cancer too.
I was about to say, since we talked about mom, I wanted to know, can you describe the types of edibles your mom used to make back in the day, and what was the process of infusing them before modern equipment was available?
Well, I did all the infusion. That's what kept us on top of everything, because I never quit reading. I never quit doing math. Like that was my shit. I was constantly doing research on how to infuse edibles, how to get the right weight for each edible so that it wasn't just a guessing game, because that's what everyone else is doing. They're soaking weed and butter and hoping that the fucking shit gets you high, and it does, but it's also covered in all kinds of pathogens and dirt and fucking bug shit, and now you're giving this to sick folks, right? And I came from owning a hotel and a restaurant, me and my family up in Humboldt. That's how we eventually ended up in cannabis. My mom got a piece of weed in probably 1974, 76 maybe. Some lady gives her a bud and says, "This is Humboldt green bud." My mom smokes Mex at the time. She'd never heard of green bud. Mm-hmm. And she rolls up a joint of this shit, smokes it, it changes her life. And fucking, she tracks down Humboldt. Like she fucking, there's no computers at this time. There ain't shit. There's just word of mouth. So my mom asked around, what is Humboldt? What's Humboldt green bud? Eventually she learns it's a place in Northern California. She moved her fucking family here by 1978. So in 1978, we moved her, and her whole plan is to get away from the gangs and city life and move her family into the country and consume cannabis, because cannabis is what got my mom off of depression pills. She had 2 miscarriages in life. Well, not 2 miscarriages. She lost 2 babies along with the miscarriages. And she had 2 babies were born and barely lived 24 hours, my brother and my sister. And that was hard on my mom. So her whole life, she used cannabis. As soon as she found it. And the mix wasn't working, right? So she was also on depression pills. When we move up here and we find green bud, the green bud gets her off depression pills. As soon as I find Blue Dream, I end up, I held that plant for 17 years. It was my mom's medicine. So she ends up using that as her medicine. And along the way, because weed becomes legal, one day she's like, I want to see this. I don't believe it. She had been arrested twice. And we got busted twice for cannabis, for growing from my grandfather who had cancer. Mm-hmm. So I take her to a club in town. There's 3. The first club we go to, it's closed. There's no one there. Stoners don't fucking wake up till stoners wake up, right? They're stupid. They got the ability to sell weed legally, and they're sleeping, right? And my mom's like, what the fuck? Take me to a club that's open. So I take her to the next club. It's closed, right? And she's like, well, she's ready to go home. I'm like, well, it says there's another one down the block. Let's just check. We go down there. We go in. There's a dude at a fucking counter with a cash register that's wide open. He's got like fucking 5 G's in his hand, right? Just holding bills. He's got an open pound of weed on the desk. He's got a fucking playpen upside down with his baby in it in front of the desk. And there's this wolf dog like roaming around the fucking place, just fucking like sniffing people and shit. And then the dude gets a phone call while everyone's in line. There's probably 15 people in line. The weed's there, all the money's there. He gets a call and he goes in the back. He's back there for like 15 minutes and just leaves everything there. My mom's like, what the fuck? She's like, if we were down in LA, that money be gone, the weed be gone, someone probably take his baby. So take me out of this fucking ghetto fucking place. So we leave. And she's like, this is fucking ridiculous. Like, I don't fucking, she's like, I can't believe this is what they're doing with legal cannabis. So we go home. And before we go home, there's another club right on the on-ramp to go home. So she's like, stop there. And we stop there. We go in. And it's a clean place. There's 3 guys in there working. 2 of them look like they're about 20 years old. The other guy's in his 30s. And there's a line of like 20 people. And they're all asking fucking questions about herb. Like, I want this kind of herb. I want some Bubba. I want some fucking LA. I want some blue drink. And these guys only know that they sell grams in the hood. That's it, right? And they have came to a county now that my county has allowed fucking legal weed. So they're smart enough to know if we get a license, we can sell weed. But they just don't know the market here. They don't know no people here. So what they're doing is going around putting flyers on people's cars to try to get them to buy weed. And I'm like, bro, you're going to get your ass beat doing that. This is a country-ass motherfucking town. You don't be touching motherfuckers' cars. And like, I'm not trying to be a dick, y'all, but the 2 dudes you got doing that ain't the kind of cats that anybody around here wants touching their vehicle. They're going to get shot. Like, you crazy, bro. Them dudes need to pull their pants up and pay some respect to people if that's what you're going to do. I said, but what you really need to do is like, why don't you guys get some herb from the area? Because that's what's selling. Nobody knows what the fuck you guys brought up here. It's just a bag of weed, right? He's like, man, we've been making like $400 a month. I can't even pay the electricity. And fucking, so what had happened is these people are all asking for weed. And I'm in the back going, fucking, I know every one of these answers. And boom, I just start talking. And everyone turns around like I work there and starts looking at me. And the owner comes around the corner. He's all, come here. I'm like, I'm getting kicked out of the first club I'm in. This is crazy. He's all, hey, so you want a job? I'm like, what? He's all, I can't pay you cash, but I'll give you a fucking 2 eighths of weed a day. He's all, you come in here, work an hour or 2 and help my guys learn some shit. And I'm like, okay. So I come in there, and within 2 days, I'm fucking working 10 hours a day. He's paying me under the table and shit at the moment because we hadn't went through all the paperwork and shit to get me going there. He's trying to get me in the club as fast as possible. But the first day he puts me in there, we make $2,700 because I call my homie up. He sells the grape wreck that I've been buying since 1988. And I'm like, bro, bring some shit down here. There's a club that I got to fucking hook up with. You can start moving your shit through the club. And he's been driving to the Bay, right? So he's driving fucking 4 hours both ways to drop 10 pounds off, which is worth the money, but not worth the risk. So I'm like, you can start bringing shit over here. Say, we need a test. Bring me a quarter pound. I'm going to show him what I can do. So the dude brings me the weed on front. And I do this with 3 other guys that I know. So I got 4 different quarter pounds. So I got a selection of weed from the area, right? And then I make one phone call to fucking 4 different people that I know are in specific spots and shit that I know are going to fucking go to an area, show them they got the weed. And instead of going to some dealer's house now, they can just drive up at any time and be cool. The kids could be in the car. You don't got to fucking fuck around. You don't got to risk cops fucking with you. You're coming from a legal spot. So we're selling it for the same price, right? You can come in and kick it. We got TV on and shit. You can
got a little lounge.
You got 2 free joints. Yeah, we had a lounge of fucking, and now we start getting clones because I'm a clone guy. One day the fucking dude buys clones from another motherfucker, and they're all fucking just stems in soil. And they all pull right out, and he starts screaming and shit. I go in the back. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? He's like, I spent $500 on all these fucking clones. They're all fucking dead. He's just pissed. I'm like, you need clones? Give me 15 minutes. I drive home and come back. Got 100 clones. I'm like, I can do that every day. 100.
All right. So before we go any further, just go back a little bit. You say you were the clone guy, right? So
yeah,
being the clone guy, how long were you cloning prior to that?
I started in like 2002, I think 2003, and right in that time period when I got the Blue Dream, Bubba Kush, What else did I get? The Romulan, White Rhino, the original Jack's Cleaner. Um, I picked up a few plants from a homie that was going down to San Diego, and his girlfriend was from Santa Cruz. So he was going down there like every fucking month or every 2 weeks just to kick it. And eventually he ends up asking that girl to marry him, and they go to fucking Amsterdam to get married, and he picked up a bunch of seed stock for me, which is where I ended up getting my Space Cushion Angel line from. But I had been cloning since I was 8 years old. But in my family, we used to clone when I was 8. We would take clones here. It's called air layer technique. You'd fucking wrap soil.
Oh yeah, air rooting. You talking about the air layering where you just wrap?
Yeah, we would wrap soil around there, and that way, when you take a cutting off there, that plant isn't going to have any shot going out into the field, right? So as a kid, I didn't know this was happening. As a kid, I just knew I was learning to clone, right? We were taking those, cutting them off, and going camping. We'd go camping during a specific time of the year every fucking year, and we got backpacks full of plants. We walk up in the fields and plant them. As a kid, we just thought that's what everyone did. Like I'm little. This is in 1981 that my mom started doing that shit, and by 1988, that's when I learned. I was born in 1973. I started smoking when I'm 8, but by 1988, like that's when we got busted too. But I learned to clone in 81. So what is that? I'm 73, 8 years old. 73 to 81. Because that's when we moved here. And when we moved here, we're out in the middle of nowhere. So we came from the city. So my mom started growing 12 plants, right? She's not trying to get rich. She's just trying to grow weed. She started actually in 78 when we moved in the area. And a forest guy came, and he's like, you might want to get rid of those plants before a real officer comes by. The dude was being cool. And fucking, we tell our homie Gene, this dude was an old Harley cat. He used to be a fucking Hell's Angels dude. Fucking, my mom tells him, I need these plants out of here. And he's like, whoa. He's like, I'll take them. And he takes them. My mom never thinks twice about them. End of the year, Gene comes back with fucking like 5 pounds of weed and gives it to my mom. And she's like, what the fuck is this? So those are your plants. She's like, what the fuck? And that's when we found out like there's good people up in these fucking hills and shit. That was the first dude in this area we met. Like 6 months later, they killed his ass somehow, dude. They found him in the middle of the road next to his car.
So this is like in the Green Triangle area up in Humboldt County area?
We're just outside of Humboldt. We end up in Humboldt. This was up in Shasta County, the corner of Shasta County, the very top western side. From there, you go to Trinity. On the other side of Trinity's Humboldt. So my hotel was in Humboldt, and we ended up buying that in the mid 80s. So I can't remember. I think we bought it in 84, 86. I can't remember the date. I was a kid. I just remember going there ever since I was 5 years old. We've been going to that area. Yeah. We used to go camping right up the road from that hotel. And then one year, my mom takes us to the hotel, and she's like, "We own it. It's this old beat down, the third oldest building in Humboldt County at the time.
It's the whole little motel. It's like some Bates motel type shit in the middle of nowhere."
Here, let me see. I don't know if I can fucking find a picture of it, but
all I can think of is in the middle of like it you know what I'm saying? Just
bro, the town it was our hotel across the street was a little grocery store, about 200 feet up the road's a fucking elementary school, and another 200 feet there's a gas station. Like that's the town, right? There's nothing else there. It used to be a fucking like living quarters for when they used to build the bridges and shit in that area across the Klamath River. Yeah. So we used to camp in the campground right up the road across the river. And then eventually my mom buys this place, and because of the times changing, like it's in the 80s, now they want to fucking make us bring it up to code. So we redid the whole place. We put redwood siding on it. We dug out the fucking basement, which had went through 2 floods in the area. It was the only building in the area that made it through all the floods. The only one, right, on the Klamath River. What made it like the reason we end up becoming like good with the people in the town is we hired everyone local. We didn't do anything outsourced. We needed fucking people to put the siding on. If you needed a job, come on down. We're paying cash, right? So eventually we're fucking known as people that follow through with everything, are good with all the locals and shit. Like eventually we meet the fucking chief, one of the chiefs of the tribes who roll through there. We don't know who he is. He comes through one day fucking huffing and puffing, fucking like I need a beer and shit. I just got shot. My mom's like, I'm tired of you drunk motherfuckers asking for beer with crazy stories. Just tell me you want a beer, I'll give it to you. You got a crazy story, get the fuck out. Now he's like, turns around and he's got buckshot in his back. He just got shot. He's like, no, I just got shot. Can't get a beer? And she's like, holy shit. So she starts doctoring his ass up, gives him a beer. Like, he eventually becomes family with us, right? He tells everyone that I'm his son and those are his sisters and shit. Like, fucking, so nobody fucks with us. Otherwise, we would have got fucked with in that town. You do not go to this area if you ain't from that area, bro. Like, for real. When I used to work at a golf course here and met a fucking New York City police detective, right? Hears me talking about this town. He stops me. He's like, what'd you say? And I tell him the name of the town. It's Orleans, California. He's like, that's where my wife's from. So that's the only place in this country I will not step foot in without a gun. He's like, what the fuck were you doing up? And I'm like, I told y'all, because everyone thought I'd been lying about this place. And I'm like, I fucking told you. It's like the Wild West never went away in this motherfucker, dude. I've been shot out while fucking cooking during a bridal fucking thing by the fucking lady's fucking husband and shit, right? He drives by, or fiance drives by, sees me, thinks there's a man in there, and then drives back by and starts shooting us up with a deer rifle. No, we got to close the motherfucker down. A kid fucking I went to school with ended up shooting his grandmother and tried to kill the local sheriff and shit one day, and stopped by to ask me for directions to the sheriff. I'm like, bro, I don't know where he is, man. I gotta go. We gotta fucking open the restaurant. Half hour later, he's in a shootout with fucking the sheriff. He had just left from killing his grandmother, dude. And while he's asking me, he's clicking on a fucking 9mm in front of me, and I'm like, oh, dude, this is crazy, bro. It's the craziest town I've ever fucking been in. As soon as it's dark, you go inside. You don't fuck around. You're not walking down the streets. None of that shit. I've been shot at on Halloween just because I was a kid walking down the street.
Just because you was a kid?
Yeah, you weren't supposed to be in that area. Like the house that I got shot from.
I understand what you're trying to say.
Across the fucking street by the fucking river. So they think you're fucking out to get their weed. They don't give a fuck if it's Halloween, homie. You should have got your candy when it was light out, boy. Like me and like 7 friends were walking them home because they live on this side of the river. Our hotel's on the other side. And as soon as we get past the house, which is a house this dude's dad used to live in and we used to hang out in, these motherfuckers come out blasting 12 gauges at us. We all run in the bushes and separate, dude. Fucking, it was crazy. All the homies made it home because they lived on that side. And me and my brother had to fucking Rambo that shit
back.
Fucking Klamath River and shit to get back to our hotel, dude. It took us like 4 hours in the dark to get back so we don't get killed and shit. It was crazy, dude. It's the craziest town I've ever been in. Every day got on a fight on the bus until one day they try to beat up my brother and I'm fighting everybody and this dude fucking shoves a fucking knife through the seat with a big old fucking Rambo knife with the fucking serrated edge to get stuck on the fucking metal back of the seat. And I fucking beat the shit out of the dude. And the guy stops the bus and fucking tells everyone to calm down. We get to school. And because of that, I gained enough respect from everyone that they quit trying to fight us every day. Even though they'd known me since I was 5 years old. I'm not from there. You're going to learn your position. It's either fucking make one for yourself or get put in one. And it's like, nah, fuck that. You'll get your ass killed up there, dude. I seen someone get thrown off the bridge that was about fucking 300 feet up the road from my fucking hotel. A whole crowd of people carried this lady down the road and threw her ass off the bridge. Told the police that she jumped.
Wow. Hey,
it was crazy, dude. Crazy shit happened up in that town. I seen them shove a dude in front of a fucking semi truck right in front of my hotel just to see what would happen to him.
Well, that answered my next question. I was about to ask you what was some of the wildest things you've seen living in that area.
Shit I ever seen in that area, dude. I mean, like crazy. The craziest, dude. I was a junior in high school at this time. I went to Hoopa High up there.
So mom wasn't sick yet at this time then?
Not that I know of. When she got cancer originally, she never told me. I didn't find out till the second time when she had cancer in 2014 because she had a tumor. Right? Okay. Eventually, she has to tell me because she's getting surgery for it. She don't want to tell no one. She's quiet. So she ends up having surgery in 2014. And in 2014, she fucking ends up super frail from cancer. And Kevin Jodry sent me some Fico to
Yeah, you
help
was talking about
with
that.
my
And see
mom
that.
because I had sent some to a homie who had just got throat and brain cancer, and I didn't have nothing left. I sent that dude everything because he wanted to see his son graduate, right? So
Mhm.
I sent him everything, and within a month, my mom's diagnosed with cancer. So I ain't got nothing to give her. Kevin sends me, I can't remember the weight, but I think he sent me an ounce of fucking Fico. I just know it was a jar full. I wasn't worried about weight. He sent me that, and that's when my mom started taking 2 grams of Fico a day.
Okay.
That's what she wanted to do. She was already a heavy smoker. She had been consuming like an ounce of cannabis at this time every day herself. She starts taking 2 grams of cannabis every day, and that's all she used. She didn't go through chemotherapy. She went and had surgery. She had endometrius cancer. She had the tumor removed and used Fico, and then she goes into remission for a long time, about probably about 8 years, maybe 6 years, and then it comes back, and she goes through uh, using Fico again because she went from the 2 grams all the way down to just not using it again because she had went into remission, and then it came back fierce, and she tried radiation. It almost killed her overnight. She had a stroke. So she quit taking chemotherapy and just went to fight it, and she lived about 5 more years after that. I
Oh,
took care of her myself while she was battling that cancer.
okay. See, when I was well for her when she was battling cancer, I was gonna ask the question. How did her battle with cancer change your family's perspective on cannabis from recreational to critical medicine?
Oh, it was never. We never thought of weed as recreational. As soon as my mom came up here, like my
Yeah.
mom had been using weed for antidepressant, like I said, because of her losing children for her whole life. It wasn't for uh, recreational use. My mom wasn't originally wasn't smoking ounces of max. Like she'd get a
Yeah.
fucking eighth of max, it'd last her a whole month. Right? She's just taking a hit or two.
So she was
Um,
just using it for like just for pain,
for
like
just for
just regular
mental
pain. Yeah.
for her
Okay.
mental
Mental
fucking
health.
situation, right? And then we moved here in '78. When she found that green bud, it wasn't because green bud gets me fucked up. It's because it
Yeah.
makes it. I don't. Some of the worst pain you could, at least for me, I could ever have is mental. When your mind is taking control of your fucking emotions and your actions, it can be the most
So like,
painful thing in the world. And that's what my mom was battling. She finds green bud, it works. She finds the source of it and
yep.
becomes fucking friends with those people. And she used like cannabis her whole life. Like I said, as soon as she found seeds, she's growing them. As soon as she knew about cloning, she's cloning and teaching me how to do it.
Mhm.
She wasn't hiding cannabis from me. She was hiding it from the rest of the world because the rest of the world thought something
Well,
wrong
no,
with
so
you
yeah,
using it. You know, that's
exactly.
why she was only growing 12 plants. She was never trying to move weed.
Mhm.
And then when we got busted, even both times she got busted in the paperwork, it said she was growing cannabis medically for cancer patients. My grandfather,
Okay,
he
so
had
here we
cancer.
go.
So for
So it's
me,
for you. Go ahead.
cannabis has always been medical. The only reason it's recreational is because you got issues with addiction. You could be addicted to sex, food, alcohol, weed. It's the repetition of the habit that you're addicted to, not the actual substance. It's something inside you is chemically changed to force your actions to do something all the time. It's like a person. I don't, if you've been in jail, you only get to smoke at a specific time, and you get
Yeah.
out and you're still smoking cigarettes at the same fucking time. Did you get the fuck out?
No,
Kind of
you just
that's the mentality
you're institutionalized right here
right there.
mentally.
That's exactly right, and you can do that to yourself outside. So if you're only
Yeah.
using cannabis for a recreational purpose, that means you're just fucking around. You can fuck around with anything.
Yeah. True
My
that.
mother could have been drinking to try to get rid of the pains of alcohol, like I did in early life, and that's wrong. There's a substance out there that could be right for you. It doesn't have to be cannabis. It could be abstinence. It could be anything. But to increase the amount of shit just for the purpose of increase, that's wrong. I've been trying to preach this a lot recently on the levels of how much herb a lot of us use. Like I'm one of the first person. If I'm taking 5 or 6 dabs an hour, quantify that into herb weight and how much you used to smoke. It's crazy how much herb we'll smoke at one time now. and we're making ourselves get to a point where it's ineffective. We have a saturation point. We're each, if we look at ourselves as a vessel, a cup.
Yeah.
My cup could be 1 ounce, your cup could be 500 ounces. Once you get to the top, we're overflowing, and there's no purpose of the vessel. Right. And that's something that it's for each person to realize for themselves, not for me to tell you where it's at, just to let people recognize there is one. Now, you can get to a point where it's not helpful and can actually be harmful. And you can also utilize it in a way that like it's you're just doing shit to fuck around for the fuck around sake. And that's not beneficial all the time either. Yeah, it can be, it's great having fun. Don't get me wrong, having fun's awesome and shit. But
Yeah.
like we've all talked ourselves into no at one point now that medical don't exist because that's all they're selling everyone at the stores. It's recreational cannabis, and that's a joke. That's why we got nothing but Bammer. That's why fucking the shit is being pushed with different names in different areas. It's the same fucking bullshit because it wouldn't sell. It's just not quality product because they're selling it to you as something that isn't necessity for life and shit. It's just something that you're utilizing as a fucking whatever, and that's why it's
totally. Yeah, I see that all the time. And it's back then when back then we already know you, like you said, you had guys that got raided at the time when cannabis was highly stigmatized. It was still stigmatized around that time. Did your mother view her role as a provider of relief through her edibles? Did she, like when she was making edibles? I was still trying to jump back.
Oh, my edibles. That's the only reason my mom did it. My mom knew that people needed clean sources of cannabis, right? So giving someone weed butter that's fucking dying is probably worse than fucking just ignoring them dying. Because you're speeding up what's wrong with these people and shit. When you give someone a dirty cannabis, same thing. When they're truly sick, folks, not just recreational users like your fucking teenagers that's stealing your weed on the weekend to get high with his homies, but say your grandmother, or let's even go deeper. We had this kid named Spencer. You guys can look him up. I'm not going to give you the information to find out this kid's personal shit, but it's real.
A real story.
Spencer was a baby that had brain cancer. All right. And my buddy had a plant that he had fucking created called ambiguous purple appy that at the time had been tested to be.
What was the name again?
Ambiguous purple appy.
Appy. Okay.
API. You can look that line up. It'll come up online. There's been stories written about it. Right.
Go right ahead.
It was a high CBD cultivar in the time period when CBD was just showing up, and it wasn't related to the other cultivars that we know of. It came through an Afghani line that he got from a homie fucking in Afghanistan that was serving. But that line we were using to make FICO at the time for patients. All right. And Spencer, being a child, his parents came in, talked to the club about it, and we couldn't give it to a child, but we could give it to the parents. So we had to tell them to go get their fucking card. They got their card, they come in, and we started letting Spencer and other people and kids have the product legally through the medical system. This is why recreational is ass. Your baby ain't getting access to something that can do what I'm about to tell you did in a recreational system. Right? When you only think it's good for a party, everyone suffers. And who suffers? The smallest and the weakest among us, like Spencer, I'm telling you about. He got brain cancer. He had this massive tumor that made his head 3 times the size of it. As soon as he started taking that appy, within 6 months, the tumor shrunk and he went into remission. Right? And he was told he was going to die within that 6 month period. And for 3 years, he's taken that medication and staying in remission. And he's having a child's life. He's fucking playing. He's hugging his grandpa. He's having fun with his family and shit. His grandma and him are giggling and shit. And then the guy that we had given the plant to grow, because this dude was growing 99 plants. He was one of the dudes in the early days in our area that said, fuck the police. Weed's illegal. I can grow 99. I'm going to grow 99. I dare you to stop me. And they came in and cut down all his plants and took him and his family to jail and fought him for years. And eventually he won because weed became more legal in a medical sense, right? So he eventually gets out of the case. But because of that happening, and they took the plant and the jars of the FICO that we were making from that plant, Spencer's tumor came back and he died within a year. And we lose this little baby because people had a belief of cannabis being bad because they were told it was, and never took the time to listen to anyone or look and see if it was beneficial. They didn't care if Spencer was alive because of cannabis. They only cared that there's a thought or possibility that someone could do something bad on some shit that possibly will never happen, possibly. All right, so they'll make a law against that and not a law to help more children, which today we finally did because of folks like Spencer and the guy that was growing it. Because we started telling those stories, we ended up having more and more availability of medical cannabis until fucking they decided to brand up and sell everybody the same bullshit with new names and become recreational. But in the 215 days, like, we were saving each other. You could come in and get a fucking free herb at my club. You can't do that today. If someone came in and was dying and I knew you was dying, if I knew you was poor, if you, like me, I got one fucking leg. Why are you buying weed, homie? I got tons of it. Here's a fucking gram. You came in for a gram, take it. It's on me. Like, that was the kind of shit we would have the vendors make sure they gave us a percentage of whatever we were selling so we could give away it for free. Right? And that was called compassion. You could hear Kevin Jody talk about the same kind of thing when he was running the Humboldt Patient Center up there. The people that were running true medical clubs that saw truly sick people couldn't look away. We couldn't see your grandma dying or your fucking baby shaking and say, oh, fuck, man, the law says that I can't do that, like they do today. Today, you go in the club and you see a fucking dude having a seizure in the corner. You can't give him no fucking weed. You can give him some fucking advice on indica and sativa, but you can't. If you give him weed, you've broken the law. And now your club could be fucking taken down and you're fucked if the wrong people see or find out about it. But in our day, in the 215 days, and even before that, 96, when Dennis Peron started all this shit and made Prop 215, it was about helping dying folks, not getting a fucking addict high. Right? And that's why I bring up addiction. Like, what if you're only looking at weed from the point of getting fucked up? What's going on? You could do that with anything. Alcohol, you can go fucking hit some nitrous hits. You can go fucking ride a roller coaster. I mean, you can do a ton of different things, but none of them are going to save your grandma from dying from cancer or help your baby stop having seizures in the middle of the night, right? That's what makes cannabis medical. Oh, brother, I can't hear you.
Okay, I didn't even know I was muted. I'm this will probably be the last question about moms and stuff like that. When you go back and you look at everything, what would be the most important lesson your mother taught you about the plant? Either its cultivation or the healing properties.
It'll open your mind to fucking not being a slave to bullshit. Like, my mom thought she would, as a young person, she left home at 14. She quit school in 9th grade. She started a family. Society told her she was a stupid, worthless human, right? She married my dad, who was a 100% Mexican. My mother was half Guatemalan and half European. And she's told that she's worthless at the time because of her race, her education status, and just being a woman. She found weed, and it told her everything that she needed to know about herself. It brought her to the people that she needed to meet, and it showed her who she really was inside. And she showed me that through her actions in life. Eventually, my mama didn't take shit from no motherfucker, but it was only because she quit listening to what everyone told her, and she fucking went back to nature and started to listen. I said listen to plants. Right? Plants don't do no wrong in nature. They fucking thrive. And if you all take time to go out there, I think you do the same. Like resetting yourself, touching the ground with your feet, smelling true soil, learning things that only nature can teach you. It teaches you about the instincts of the human themselves. And that my mom went to school for being Forest Service, so she wanted to learn how to conserve nature. That's where she got the nickname Savage, and because she used to smoke the roach to the end like Cheech and Chong and shit. So her friends told her she was a fucking savage, and I ended up making Savage Kush. Savage Kush is what's in there and crossed to Space Kush, which is a male angel named after my dad. So that line
Okay,
has
yeah,
my
we
parents
gonna
attached to
get. Yeah, we definitely gonna
it.
get into the angel conversation
So
about how you got to pick
my
the name
mom,
out.
like, she just through the plant, she just learned and through plants. Like, nature's not gonna lie. That if you just quit listening to the bullshit, you'll hear the truth. And she showed me that shit through her whole life. Quit listening to all the bullshit. Listen to what's really truthful, and share that once you learn it, or at least show people the path to that truth. Because a lot of people will hear you say, "This was the truth for me," and you should have the truth for you that way. And that's not it. There's a path for everyone to take, but there's a truth for each one of us out there. And I think if we quit listening to all that other bullshit, we find it. It took me a long time to learn that and realize it, but I did. Through the medical cannabis community, I was good to everybody, man. I treated people like they needed to be, like my mom had showed me. But I was still being fucking an ass to myself. It took me losing my leg and going through all this medical shit for me to start becoming a better self-loving human. But all that, like, I learned all the compassion I learned, all the medical stuff. I like reading books on cannabis.
Mhm.
The only reason I read everything and do all the fucking hard fucking research is
Oh,
because of, like, on this other wall besides me here, I got a fucking library with like 1,000 books that my mom, who dropped out in ninth grade, like, if she came across a book, she bought it and she read it. She fucking wanted information, and it didn't matter what was in it. If it was about fucking other people, if it was about cutting wood, she'd read the fucking book. And that's what I learned, the curiosity of learning, especially early in school. I went to the library to check out Three Musketeers, right? I'm in fourth grade. And the librarian tells me it's a blue book. It's above my reading level. I can't check it out. Right. And I'm getting a fight with him. Like, I'm taking it because I'm a kid that my mom's like, don't listen to him. You always say no, and you always ask what. Don't believe the bullshit. Right. So I'm in a fight with the librarian. So they
question
call my
everything.
home. Right. They call my home and they tell my mom he's trying to check out a blue book. And like, she's like, what the fuck's a blue book? She's like, well, it has words that are above his age. And she's like, if it's in the library, I don't care if it's a Playboy or a Hustler, whatever. If you guys decide it's a book that you can put in there, he can read it. And after that, my mom came down and started to volunteer in the library so that I could basically read any fucking book that's in there. If I wanted it, I could read it. So, like, my first attention I ever got was for fucking checking out a book, and that was my last one for it, dude. Like, my mom wasn't having that shit. She come down there and fucking basically told the school that they could fucking suck a bag of dicks. My kid will learn anything he wants to learn, and if you tell him no, you're gonna learn some new shit, and that, they
Shit.
learn. And like I said, I ended up becoming, up to eighth grade, I had the highest grade point average in my school. This is a small school, so it's not like something huge
Yeah.
or nothing, but I could have been a dumb kid with a parent that said, you listen to the school now and do what they said. I would have stayed stupid. My
You would
mama
have just
came
been
down
one of
there and
those little
said,
sheep that just
yeah,
stayed there.
you're going to read a fucking book if you want to read a fucking book. If you're going to get in trouble, it better be for some trouble shit, not for fucking reading words in a book that they
Yeah,
put there.
yeah,
Right?
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
if I would have fucking fought a kid and got in trouble, my mom would have beat my ass, held me down, let the kid kick me again. But it's a book. Are you
It's a
fucking
book.
stupid?
You
He's
trying to tell me
trying
you
to
can't read a
learn,
book?
right? And eventually, through my whole life, that's what happened. Like, the school kept trying to tell him I wasn't doing work because, like, it's too easy for me. I was writing it down, getting it done, and doing someone else's work and shit. But like I said, I eventually graduated in the highest grade point in that school, and fucking they all had to fucking apologize to me, which felt good. But like, it took 8 years of getting my ass beat for fucking doing my homework to have that fucking shit happen. It would have been a lot better not to, because my mom and me would have been through a lot less fucking issues at home. But it made me stronger, fucking, and it held the backbone of fucking no matter what they tell you. If you know what's right, you do it. And that's why I say recreational cannabis. For me, I'm a cannabis cat. That's what I do. This is my shit. Your grandma's gonna die, you're gonna die, your daddy's gonna die, your children are gonna die, and all of them could die with less issues utilizing cannabis correctly.
Okay.
Period. This is not a maybe. This is something I learned from my mother through her treating my grandfather, through who treating herself, for her making repeatable dosage edibles for years for sick patients. Because not only through the medical system that was legal, but also outside of it, once I left, I was still giving cookies to the people that would call me up that knew I gave my number to anyone that came in and wanted it. If you need them, call me after the fucking place is closed. You'll get them for half the price. Right? I ain't got to pay him. Why do you got to pay him? All right. And I'd already made a deal with the owner that was cool because I had sold so much edibles through his club. He didn't give a fuck what I was doing. So basically, soon at 6 o'clock, all you had to do was call me, and the $200 you had to spend on edibles became $100. Right? I'd come drop them off at your house. We'd smoke some weed. You'd get your cookies, and you'd be cool. All my mom did was listen to reggae and fucking make edibles for fucking like a decade. We ran into so many different reggae artists that came from the Virgin Islands through the club. We met this cat named Danny I, and he ended up introducing us to so many fucking folks that fucking utilize cannabis from the Virgin Islands. And they all became like family to us and shit. He came into my club one day because his wife, at the time they didn't know it, she had brain cancer. He was came in with $15 to buy a gram of something and to get his wife something that she wanted to edible, right?
Yeah.
And he comes in, he's telling me this shit, and I'm like, well, what's wrong with your wife? And like, what's going on? I'm like, if you're willing to talk, but it's cool, you don't have to tell me. Yeah. So I'll sell you shit, but like, I like to learn about what's going on. So he starts telling me something's wrong with her. He doesn't know what's wrong, but she's having issues where she's passing out and shit, right? And fucking, she only likes using edibles. So I'm like, here's some candy bars. I give him a couple candy bars for her. And I'm like, now just spend the $15 you want on yourself, right? You can buy whatever you want here. So he fucking spends 15 on a gram. I give him a top shelf gram that usually would have cost 25. And I end up making friends with this dude because I didn't treat him like a customer. I treated him like a fucking cannabis user, bro. First, like, because I'm gonna make money off anyone that came in here, and I could have treated that job as such, but I wasn't selling weed. I was trying to help people make it through life. That's how I looked at it, because that's where I came from, cannabis and shit. So my club became known as one of the top 3 in my town because of that. Everyone came to me. I was the clone guy. I was the edible guy. I was the education guy, because everything I do on YouTube, I did in the club while I was slanging weed. People would come and ask questions. I would tell them anything. I'd show them the information on the fucking computer if they needed it, print it out and give it to them. So they'd be able to learn shit while they were in there, not just buying weed. They became homies. I knew everybody's name. I knew what you was getting before you came in. I could have it on the counter. We wouldn't even talk about the weed. We just talk about your life and shit. You come in and kick it, and then you'd be, oh yeah, let me get that. It's right here. And fucking shit would go down. I used to run the clones for other clubs in town and edibles. I was a vendor at 17 clubs. My mom was making thousands of cookies. I'm telling you, she made chocolate chip cookies, double strength and single strength. She made peanut butter cookies in a regular and diabetic form. We made chocolate bars. We made milk chocolate, dark chocolate. We made Rice Krispie, like the Nestle Crunch bars. We made like a Good bar one. I made one that had caramel in the middle. Also, we did 15 flavors of glycerin, 15 hard candy flavors. I did, let's see, banana muffins, blueberry muffins, poppy muffins, carrot cake muffins. I did carrot cake cookie. Each one of those muffins I also made in a cookie form. We did Rice Krispie treats, regular, Fruity Pebble, Cocoa Pebble, and peanut butter kicks. Of those, so we had the 4 flavors of those that we did. And you'd get every one of those edibles was 2, except for the cookie, the double strength cookie, and the muffins. Those were single. Those are muffins, muffins, right? But they were big as fuck. So you'd get, like, out of a pan, you'd get fucking 9 muffins. So the muffin was like 3 by 3. But it wasn't based on the size of the muffin. Everything was based on the strength of what's in the muffin. That's why I said I did all the infusions. So my mom would reach in and grab either, like, a colored cup would be a specific type. If you're getting a double strength, a single strength, all of the regular cookies and all the muffins had the exact same amount of medicine in them. Hash. I used bubble hash. I didn't use weed. I made bubble hash out of my Space Kush line, which is Romulan times cataract. What I had done is give everyone that I gave clones of that to, at the time, I told them to give me all the trim back. At that time, no one was fucking
Okay.
with trim. They didn't know what bubble hash was or how to make it. It was a crazy time. So they'd give that shit all back to me. I would have it tested. It was coming back at 54% on the test reports. So I would basically need 2 grams of that to make an edible be 1,000 milligrams. So now I can do my math from there
So you
down.
had all your dosage in
Every dosage, right? So every single strength cookie was 39 milligrams.
No.
And every double strength was, or the triple strength cookie was 96 milligrams. The candy bars were 397 milligrams. So everything was repeatable. That's why I took over in the edible area here. So having a repeatable product, and not just strength wise, but with
I'm trying to learn that now.
one cultivar wise, it made it 100% repeatable. You always got the same effect from my edibles because it was always my Space Kush, and it was always the exact weight dosage every fucking time. And you never got an edible from me that was older than 24 hours. My mom was up all the time making cookies, baking fucking muffins, making Rice Krispie treats, and I was sitting there anytime I wasn't at the shop working, sealing bags to fucking put edibles in so that the next morning I could go drop off edibles at every club before ours opened and then bring mine in. And my mom would drive in halfway through the day and bring another batch into our club because we moved so many. Most clubs could only move 50 to 100 cookies a day. So each club would get their order every morning fresh. You got fucking fresh cookies. Like, just imagine getting your mom's fresh baked cookie every moment you walked in the kitchen. That was how you got edibles from my mom. You could get one of those bags, cut the corner on it, and stick it in the microwave for 30 seconds. It would come out literally as hot as it was fresh out the oven. And people would nonstop buy that shit. I had people coming from the Bay Area to buy my edibles because my cookie was $2, and in the Bay they're $10. Right? And in the Bay you're getting weed cookies, and up here you're getting a hash edible that's repeatable every time. So every time. Once it's strong, when you see that's a weed edible. What if I use trim? It's one strength, and then the next time I use small buds, it's another strength, right? And then the next time I go back to fucking shake again, and it's weak again. Like, don't think consistent, it's the contamination. Right? I used to show that to everyone. I'm like, bring your butter in. We're going to leave your butter on the counter for 1 week and my butter on the counter for 1 week. And whichever one doesn't mold, we'll buy it. And every time their butter would be molded in like 3 days at room temperature. Bloomed out because they're using outdoor weed, covered in dust and bug shit and fucking pathogens, trying to make butter out of this shit. And I'm making triple cleaned bubble hash. So you make it once, you wash the fucking trichomes 3 times, and then that shit is dried out, put into a coffee grinder the way we used to do it, and make it as small as possible, and then added to the butter or the oil or whatever the fat source was to infuse it in there. So if I was doing oil, the oil would be warmed up to 96 degrees and held at that temperature for 4 hours with the hash in it, and then brought back to room temperature and then put into weighed vessels. So every time you get the same amount of medicine in every batch already been activated. So we do that with the butter. The butter's in a crock pot for a specific amount of time with a measured amount of fucking hash in it. Same with the chocolate. You put chocolate in there. You make your own chocolate. You add the fucking hash to the fat source in there. So like in chocolate, you can add shortening. And in the shortening, you can add your hash to it, and you emulsify your hash into your shortening, and then add that with the lecithin into your chocolate, and you'll have a much better effect from a chocolate infused edible. And
so you saying using shortening and lecithin,
like sunflower lecithin, very small amount, and shortening. So like if you're making a batch of say 2 ounces of chocolate, you'd put 2 tablespoons of shortening in that, right? And what the shortening does is make chocolate stay glossy. You ever get a chocolate bar that looks white and fucking old? That's from it oxidizing. If you put shortening in there, it won't do that. It'll stay glossy and look like brand new chocolate all the time. So you put that in the chocolate. So because you're going to put that in your chocolate, emulsify whatever. You could be using concentrate, right? If you know the strength of this, if this is say 50%, I'm going to need 2 grams of this to make 1,000 milligrams per edible. If I want a
Okay.
100 milligram edible, I make 10 edibles out of that batch, right? So my cookie's that big, maybe my cookie's that big. As long as I only get 10, each one's 100 milligrams, right? So I can divide that into a batch number. So if your batch can make 50 and the whole thing was 1,000, divide 50 into 1,000, that's 20 milligrams per cookie, right?
So
Do 25, it's 40 milligrams, right? So now you can decide that you can do this at home and make a repeatable edible and not waste your shit, right? 5 grams of shit now could make you 100 cookies, or it could make you 5 cookies. Are you trying to get high on the weekend for fun? Are you trying to make sure that your fucking knee pain doesn't fucking hurt you all fucking week? Which one are you doing? Right? So you can infuse in different types of fats also. But what I do is I always infuse in the fat that the recipe calls for, because I want it to taste like the food first, not the fucking weed. So like I see people bringing up cocoa. I don't know any normal recipes that I've ever fucked with that called for cocoa butter first. Or coconut oil. None of them. Right? It is a medium chain triglyceride, but there's also fucking high triglycerides. Each one does something different in different parts of the intestines. So, like the medium chain goes through quickly. Short chains also. The longer the chain is, the longer it'll stay in your body.
Yep.
So maybe you needed to stay in there longer for more like time release effect. But like if I'm making a chocolate chip cookie, I want it to taste like that cookie first and not like coconut oil. Because to me, I can taste coconut oil and I don't like it. It changes the flavor. So does adding weed to shit will taste it. So now I'm altering a recipe 2 different ways. So it's probably not going to come out tasting like that original recipe. I done fucked it in the way it came out. And I just feel like my mom winning in this area with so much. We had 86 entries and she gets 1st, 3rd, and 5th with her edibles. That kind of proves it. It's the food, the flavor of the food is what's going to make people come back, not just getting high. So that's why I always put that in. Sometimes you use a sunflower lecithin to help with it, doing exactly what people want to use the cocoa for, being a medium chain triglyceride. It helps with the blood-brain barrier.
Okay. All right. So going from like the edible age, that stage of your life when you just making edibles with mom, when was it that you made the transfer from edibles to say that you were going to start breeding and start making strains and so on and so forth?
Well, I started doing that in the clubs. I was making seeds just because I'd been doing that since 96 for my family and shit that had passed away. And when I got gear, I used to make seeds so I'd have crosses and
like
stuff.
The Angel Space Cheese?
It was like Angel. Well, Angel was Space Kush. So Space Kush was Romulan times Cataract Kush. The Romulan clone times Cataract Kush male that I got when my homie went to Amsterdam, the guy I brought up earlier. I sent him money with him to Amsterdam. He went there to get married. This is when DNA Genetics just opened their fucking brand new shop in Amsterdam. He went to their shop and bought a whole bunch of different fucking seeds and came back and we split all of them. And we ended up cloning all that shit and sharing the clones. And through those, I ended up with a male of the Cataract Kush that I crossed to the Romulan clone that I had and made what was called Space Kush at the time. Space Kush, I named after the scene from Cheech and Chong when fucking Chong comes back with the space coke and fucking flies up to space and they get in the fucking joint and fucking low rides out of space and shit. So I named Space Kush after that scene and shit. My dad passes away in 2009, and when he passes away, my mom called him Angel. His name was Mike, but they called him Angel, my mom. Okay. I named my male that I had kept, which was Space Kush number 7, to Angel. And from that point forward, every cross with it came with his name attached to it. So if you got, you brought up space cheese, that's blue cheese times Angel. So when you got that pack, it said blue cheese times Angel. Right? And everyone would be like, what's Angel? What's Angel? What's Angel? Right? And they'd ask about it. And it was my way of having my dad's memory come back to life.
Okay.
And that was the first public strain that I had with somebody's name attached to it. Specifically that I really cared about and loved. And from that day forward, that's when I started doing that with her. Like I said, I named Savage Kush after my mom, Nana's Cookies after my mom, There's Bum Bud named after my uncle Butch, the same one that I made Semper Fi for. It was my uncle lived on the street for 26 years. He called himself a bum. So fucking I named it Bum Bud to try to help him get off the street and quit having seizures because he never had seizures on cannabis. So I was trying to make a line I could give to him that for him would be a way to take pride in fucking a line being named after him and fucking and to utilize it. But he had passed away, like I said. So I eventually made it strains after him to keep passing respect to him and to tell that story to other people that had similar family members so that they would actually utilize some, not just my weed, but any weed to help their family members to try to get off the same shit my family was. So like my uncle would drink and have seizures, but he'd been having seizures his whole life since he had a traumatic brain injury. He fucking fell and hit his head. And from that day forward, he had fucking grand mal seizures monthly. Like he'd been pronounced dead 3 times legally. He woke up in the morgue twice, once tapping on the fucking door and the fucking mortician pulled him out and almost had a heart attack.
He was legitimately one of those stories that they
wrote. There's a news article in the paper about him. I've been trying to find it. They wrote about him in the fucking local newspaper down there because he fucking literally woke up he got took out of the jail. He had a seizure in the jail because he had been drinking on the street and got arrested. Had a grand mal seizure in the jail, had no fucking pulse. They fucking take him away in the fucking paddy wagon and fucking put him in the morgue. He's in a body bag. And the mortician hears, and he follows the knocking, and it's my uncle inside the fucking cold slab fucking knocking. And he pulls him out and he sits up. And the mortician passes out and shit. And there's literally an article written about it. Yeah, there's been two articles written about my uncle for that happening. Another like church fucking group found him on the street, had a seizure, had no fucking pulse. They picked him up and took him back to their place. He woke up 3 days later, and they thought he was Jesus. So for a year, they had sermons around my uncle as Jesus at this place. It was called Word on the Street. It was a fucking local like scam religious group. And they found my uncle and used him to take advantage of fucking all kinds of fucking sick folks that were on the street. And then until I showed up one day looking for my uncle, because I fucking get word that everyone keeps telling me he's word on the street. And I'm like, why don't y'all fucking tell me where he is?
What's the word on the street?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I don't care what the word on the street is, bitch. Where's my uncle? I said, I'm coming to the source. And they're like, word on the street. And so I go to fucking this place where my family had been going to this bar since before I was born. Like when my grandma's been going there and working there it's called the Stagecoach in this town. I don't know if it's still there, but like
yes sir,
50 60 years. My grandmother's name's carved in the side of this motherfucker. My uncle was raised in this place, so I go there to go see. He used to go there every day, so I'm like, I'm gonna sit here till he shows up. He'll come here, period. So I'm sitting there on the fucking curb waiting for this motherfucker to show up, and I'm just like fucking around, reading buildings and shit, and across the street it says word on the street. I'm like, what the fuck? Word on the street. And I get up and walk over there and fucking go inside, and there's a bunch of old people and drunk fucking homeless folks, like zombie looking motherfuckers walking around. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? And I see my uncle, and I'm, yo, Butch, wake up, let's go, Butch. And I started getting, I'm like, yo, Butch, wake the fuck up, dude. And he's just fucking mumbling. I'm like, what the fuck? He's faded, dude. Well, I'm gonna have to fucking figure out how to get him out of here. And someone comes over and goes, what are you doing with my savior? I'm like, what the fuck? And I just ignore him. And I'm like, you can't do that to our savior. And I'm like, what'd you say? And they're like, that's our savior. You can't do that to the savior. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And another person comes over and starts telling me the story of what happened. I'm like, this is my fucking uncle. His name's Larry. Mom, where in the book does he say that fucking Larry's got 2 Mexican nephews and shit? You all are tripping. Get the fuck out of my face, motherfucker. And I start going off on these people, right? And fucking the dude that's running the place realizes that I'm his family. And they are going to have some issues in a minute because I'm fucking going off. I'm about to beat everyone's ass. And I'm like, I need to calm down. I'm going to go to jail. I'm going to go get my mom. So I'm like, check it out. I'll be back. So I leave to go get my mom. I get her. We come back half hour later, and my uncle's outside on the curb, fucked up, and the place is empty. They're gone. That word on the street had disappeared. I'd never seen him again. And that's how I found my uncle the third time after he'd been woke up dead and shit. Like, it's crazy. If you
That's
see
dope.
pictures of my uncle, he kind of looks like a derelict Jesus. Like his hair, long, straight
Yeah.
hair and shit. Like I could show y'all pictures. I could see how sick,
People would have
mentally
thought
ill
that
people
was
would have thought he was. Like for real.
like he was the second coming of Christ.
Yeah. Until
All
I
right.
pointed out he had a Coors tattoo on his arm and shit, and Snoopy on the other side, and his two Mexican nephews showed up. Did anyone go, wait a minute, he's not Jesus? Like, these stupid motherfuckers is crazy, dude. Yeah, but that's one of the, like you earlier, what's some of the craziest shit I ever seen? That my uncle being pronounced dead legally 2 times and waking up in the morgue is probably the gnarliest one.
That's a wild story, bro. You know, bro. I mean, after this interview, you need to go ahead and have somebody write you an autobiography, bro. This is a fucking movie with cannabis. You know what I'm saying? I mean, from so far, and I'm not even like halfway through this, but like I said, did you know that when you started naming your family members that you were ranked in, because I searched it myself, that you was one of the you're the first person that's considered as a legacy grower, like like when you put your family's name behind it, like you were like one of the pioneers of legacy growing. um how was your approach when you started new breeding and it changed from the early days of the legacy growing to the current more regulated environment right now?
Oh man, well, my first like to go public, it was in the club that I worked at. People used to come in. This is when, because weed went legal, the owner that had the club, he bought seeds from this dude locally, and what the dude did was print up a bunch of fake cards and put fucking just random seeds in them and gave him the shit for $3,000. And he shows up. The boss had told me that day, someone's coming in with a bag of seeds. Just take them and give him $3,000, right? And I'm like, what the fuck's he talking about, right? Because I'm like, who's he getting seeds from that's gonna cost $3,000? Like, what the fuck? And then this dude comes in, gives them to me. I hand him the money because that's what I'm supposed to do. And he leaves. And I take the bag. He's all, get them. As soon as you get them, take them out, like organize them and get them on the shelf. I pull them out the bag and it says G13 Labs on all of them, right? And I'm looking at it and I'm going, this ain't G13 Labs packaging. I'm like, what the fuck's going on here?
What's going on?
So I send an email to G13 Labs, right? And literally like 10 minutes later, they fucking email me back and they're like, who got those? Where'd they come from? Like, we want to know who it is and shit. Those are 100% fake. And I'm like, oh shit.
White label.
I'm like, God damn it, dude. And as this is happening, my boss is driving there because he fucking wants to see the seeds. He wants to pay for them. He's like a kid on Christmas. And I get this email and I'm like, oh, we're fucked, dude. Like, the dude's going to be so pissed when he gets there. He comes rolling in there and I'm like, well, you might want to read this. He reads this fucking thing and finds out that he gave fucking some dude $3,000 for fake seeds. So this dude had been making fake baseball cards in town. So he had a fucking printer that could do cardboard stock.
Yeah.
So he makes a bunch of fake seed stocks and shit. I'm like, bro,
crazy.
Like G13 comes in little metal tins. This ain't them. Like, I got some. I'll show you. Fucking, he's so pissed, right? That he's like stalks this dudes for like a whole year to get his money back from him and to threaten him and shit. Fucking, but in the meantime, I'm like, if you wanted seeds, like, I know a lot of people in cannabis, but just talk to me. Like, I'll get a hold of some people. So what I do is I start emailing companies that I know to get seeds on our counter. And a few of them hit us up. Some people just wanted too much money to buy seeds, and a few people sent us some stuff. So we get some stuff on the counter. And people at that time were like leery of whether or not buying seeds were going to get them anything besides a failure. They weren't sure, right? Yeah. And they could come into my club and buy an eighth for $50, or they could buy fucking a pack of seeds for $50, or even 100, right? So people on a fucking budget were sitting there going like,
I can grow myself.
I don't have that kind of money to spend on fucking a pack of seeds. Ain't gonna get me high till the end of the year and shit. So they buy the weed. So my boss is sitting on all these seeds he bought legit, but he can't sell them because just our area, people have access to genetics already. And they'd rather have a clone, really. Like that, I already knew that. I'm like, they're not going to buy seeds. At this point, seeds were not anything anyone was getting into. They would rather have the clone that the breeders or them growers were using to grow out. That's what they wanted. They wanted the weed that's on the counter, not some weed that might end up on a counter. And so what I did was like, what I can do is bring in a pack of my seeds. Every pack of seeds someone buys, I'll give them a pack of my seeds.
Okay.
He's like, you got seeds? I'm like, dude, if it has weed, I can do it. Like, I don't know why you don't understand that yet. Clones, I did it. Edibles, I did it. Fucking education, I did. Fucking anything, brother. Within 24 hours, you bring an edible to me, I got it the next day. Like, 100%. Just say something to me and quit getting ripped off and fucking having to fucking take the money back out of this community to fucking come even. Let me take care of it. You'll get fucking hand over fist your money back, and they'll keep coming back because truth sells. Hype will never get you anything but another step up the hype ladder that you got to get. You got to keep climbing until you fall off. We want to be the foundation they're putting their ladders on, homie. We want to be the reason everyone else can stay standing and shit. Fuck them if they want to climb to the top and fall off, because at the top you can only fit one motherfucker. The whole crew can't get up there at the same time, but the foundation holds all of us, even the next motherfucker, dude. So this is how you do it. If you want it, let me take care of it. If I can't do it, I'll find someone that can and will do it. That's how we got seeds in there, and my seeds being added to it got people to actually come back for my seeds is what happened. And that's when I realized what I was doing was better for at least the people that I was offering it to. Not everybody, but these sick folks were coming in looking for something that helped them with being sick, keep them from dying, or while they were dying, feeling better. So, like, if you're dying, here's a clone, right? If you feel like you're dying, here's some seeds. Grow them and feel better about a garden. Learn how to fucking grow yourself along with a plant, like different stages of shit. And people started seeing that. Like, they buy my gear. Yeah. And it was better than what we were having offered already. So they'd come back and buy mine, and my shit was $30, and everyone else's was 50 or 100. So you could get 3 packs of mine sometimes. Sometimes you could get just 2, right? And I was always like, if you wanted to buy 2 and it was 60, and you were going to buy the other 50 pack, you only got to pay 50 for my 2. Here, fuck it. I'd rather you take my 2 for a $10 hit than you take anyone else's for 50, because I ain't gonna get none of that cash. Right. So, and not only that, you can come back and talk to me about my genetics. You're never going to be able to talk to these other people. Right. And even if you get a hold of them, it's once, maybe. It's not going to be every day. You can come in here tomorrow, the next day, ask me what's wrong, bring in a plant with bugs on it and shit. Everything. I'm a consultant. I'm from beginning to end your friend with a garden. And that's what I wanted people to know with cannabis. And that's how my seeds got there. So I'm giving them away for free eventually. And one day this vet comes in, this dude named Big John. He's 6'7", big, tall motherfucker wearing fucking Levi vest, right? He's got his fucking, all his Vietnam patches and shit on it. And fucking
still wearing his
he comes in with this big ass knife and slams it down and tells me I'm tired of y'all fucking treating us like we're fucking freebie patients and shit. We don't want to be that way. We fucking deserve to be treated just like it. I'm like, whoa, dude, what the fuck's wrong, man? So I'm tired of y'all fucking thinking we can't pay in for this shit. I'm like, bro, listen, you vets are helping me out more than anything. I give to you guys because my father's a vet, right? He had any of this shit. I hadn't told anybody about my pop at this point. I'm like, my dad was a Vietnam vet that got exposed to fucking Agent Orange. He's he's a medical patient to himself here. He's the only reason that I do this. He died in 2009. And because I had too many of the products I had for him, and I came down to the club and gave them to the club to give out to veterans, is why I'm here, brother. I give away for free because you guys gave away more than free, dog. The only reason I have the right to offer anything to anyone is because of folks like you. So you ain't gonna never pay in my spot. If you want to donate for the next patient, that's great. I'm never gonna charge you out of your pocket for anything you're taking from my shop, period. And on top of that, you guys are the most real about anything. You'll come in here and tell me that you fucking are having seizures. You're going to tell me you got stomach cancer. You're going to tell me that this weed fucking made it worse. You're going to tell me that that weed took all the pain away, and you're going to be truthful with it. You're never going to come in here and tell me that that purple weed smelled great and looked pretty in a bag, bro. You're going to want to tell me exactly the fucking facts on what I'm doing, from seed to clone to the flower on my shelf. So the information you give me is priceless. I can't pay you enough for it. So at least I can do is give you anything you ask for in my club, from a clone to some weed to fucking edibles, brother. And to anyone that's a veteran like you, you tell them, and they can have the same thing in my fucking club. And that's how I ended up becoming known as the dude that was working with vets in my town. Like I became friends with so many veterans that brought me so much info to help me steer my breeding. Because from that point forward, since they knew, I was able to give specific seed sets and clones to people to find out if what I'm breeding is better than the mother. Is it doing worse? Like, I don't want to put shit on the market that's going to make a sick person have issues with whatever's making them sick, right? I don't want your grandmother to frown from the weed I gave her. I'd rather her smile and spend an extra hour with her grandson than having to deal with fucking Bammer I gave her.
Yep,
So,
I totally agree.
you know, and that's why weed's medical. Like, there's weed literally that's going to be worse for your condition than the correct cultivar. And I bring up children because children with seizures or cancer cannot be smoking no fucking OG, and they're not going to smoke nothing. You're going to probably give it to them in a edible form.
Yep.
Or even some children are getting it through a stomach tube or even a suppository because they can't use their mouth, right? And it has to be the same every fucking time, and it cannot be something that's going to affect them negatively. And if you're going to offer it to them, you need to be on point with that shit. Otherwise, you're just hurting them and the whole community. That's just how it is. And the fact that I was able to bring in, not just to my club, but all the clubs by right. I told you guys about me naming cultivars after my family. I've been doing this since '96. I'm not the first person, but I am the loudest one I've ever heard about doing this. And a lot of people start doing it. You're going to hear everybody that will talk about the cultivars they created with a name on it and the person that made it with that name. You hear about my mother not once, but forever. I won't stop. Without her, I'm not here. You hear about my father being a veteran. He was a sky soldier. You know, those things are important to not just me, but anybody to tell you, find out about your elders and those that came before you. Use the plant to pay the respect, but not to replace them. Right? That's another story I can tell you, y'all. Don't put so much time into a plant when you could have put it into the people around you. Growing and breeding is easier than shit, but wasting your whole life doing it won't help you in the end. I'm proof of that.
Oh, well, boy, that's a deep one right there. Again, so now we already talked about how, again, legacy growing. That's what you've been doing. Also, I love the fact that you say, hey, don't be spending all your time just like spending all your time on YouTube or spending all your time trying to be around the plant. You have a family, you got a life. Try to enjoy that also. Try to put at least that into your fucking regimen, because if not, then you just wasted time sitting in a room that you'll never you never get that time back. Back into the breeding and so on and so forth. How was your when you were breeding a new cultivar for potential for therapeutic use? What specific metrics, as in terpenes, cannabinoids, and growth traits, do you prioritize?
Well, in the early days, I was doing everything through the club with 215 days. So we had over 4,000 patient member base.
All right, take your time. Hold on. Go ahead. Cough it out. Get it out. I'm trying to clean mine so I can take me another dab.
So we had 4,400 people as a member base. And through them, I used them to help me drive my breeding in the direction that helped with medical patients. So for me, I could take a group of 40 people and give them all the crosses and seed stock from a specific cross because I knew what their medical condition was. I already knew what they were smoking prior to that. I knew what worked for them. So if I made a new cultivar and I thought it was working for that, I would put it in the hands of those folks because they'd be able to come back and tell me. So I wouldn't replace their medicine with it. I would just add it to it. So specifically, I would do a lot of testing where I wouldn't tell you the name of the cultivars. So if you came in and I knew you smoked Blue Dream, right, I would give you Blue Dream for sure. Give you one of my crosses to Blue Dream, which at the time was my blood, sweat, and tears. And then I'd give you something that was similar to both of those and probably something completely different just to see if you were using something based on name or if you were using something based on a chemical status or if you even knew what worked for you. were you just using weed because it was weed? Right? That's why I would give you no names. I don't want you going into this thinking any of these are gonna do anything. So at that time, unless you were super, super fucking into weed cultivars, you may not know the four I gave you at all. You surely didn't know one, but the other three, like you may not even knew a dream in there that you liked. You may have, if you fucking really used it, you should have known that instantaneously. Um, you'd come back within the month and tell me like fucking dude, those all worked great, you know, and which to me would tell me you probably either don't really know what's working because that last one should have done nothing similar to help you at all. In fact, probably should have been worse for you. And if you came in and said they were all great, then like I could have gave you anything. Now, if you came in and told me Blue Dream and the second one that fucking was a cross to it worked great, then like the Blue Dreams probably is pinpointing on you, and it's something that I can work on through breeding S1s, crosses, back crosses, because at the time it's a clone, and a lot of people can't keep clones. Having a seed stock of something with the trait was beneficial to a medical patient, not a recreational patient, because a recreational patient wants fucking granddaddy and granddaddy for him. He wants that purple plant that he can sling in a bag. He don't give a fuck if it's good or not, just got to look like it. A medical patient wants a repeatable chemovar status every time. So I bred chemovar status. And then once, like I said, once I started breeding, in the early days, it was for my mom. So that's how we ended up with Savage Kush and Nana's Cookies and such. And because my dad had already passed, that's why I ended up with Angel, to put his name in everything. But again, it all came back to I wanted to put names of folks that I either respected in life or respected and loved or were family with. So the people that end up with the names, there's my dad Angel, there's my mom with Nana's Cookies and Savage Kush, there's fucking Richard Pryor with Mudbone, there's Chucky Brown for my grandmother, because she used to call everyone Charles Brown when she was pissed off at him and fucking she'd start swinging. If she said Charlie Brown to you, get the fuck out the way because she's gonna hit you with something. She's gonna stab you. She's gonna pull out a gun. My grandma was 4'11", so she was going to use a weapon against you. You knew it was happening because she called you Charlie Brown, and fucking it's over, dog.
Charlie Brown was the code word to get the fuck out of it.
100%, Charlie Brown, dude. She'd say that shit, and you better get, dude. She was drunk if she said it, 100%, and she didn't give a fuck. She was going to fucking make contact with you. So, so I got Chucky Brown after her. There was Semper Fi. There's Bum Bud. Like I started naming everything after people I love and shit, and it keeps going. One Hitter Quitters named after my pit bull that passed away. There's fucking Sucking Old Lady's Dick named after my grandma or my mom.
Yes, they suck the old lady's dick. OG.
There's fucking Bob's Cheddar. There's Guerrero Blaster. There's fucking there's just the list goes on and on and on that I named cultivars after people that I love and respect in some form. And y'all won't know. One day I'm gonna be gone. Someone's gonna pop a pack of fucking say North Valley. North Valley's got Space Cheese in it. Space Cheese has got Angel in it. But just saying that name brings up all the spirits within that line that I attach to it. Or someone pops some Savage Kush or some Nana's Cookies. That's my mama. Her name will come back out every time you fucking light a joint and tell your homies to smoke some of that Savage Kush. The Ghost of Boneyard, that's named after the spirit of my breeding. And then you like Sucking Old Lady's Dick, Totally Ghosted, named for my mama. Yep. All these things. You'll say their name, and then this cloud of smoke that goes to the spirits, they live again, man. Now, my people are native, and we believe in being able to pass spirits back into the fucking, I don't know what you want to call it, into the fucking nether, dude, and we do that through smokes. And burning sage and fucking puffing clouds of trees, dude, it all does the same thing when you do it for a sacramental effort. And it starts with me with breeding and naming the plant for someone specific. I start with that plan to begin with, but they don't just get the name accidentally. I know what I'm making for you and why I'm doing it before I do it. And you may never know. My mama knew every one of them that was named after her, but there's some stuff out there named for some folks and they don't even know why. And the ones that were gone, like Richard Pryor and Red Fox and them, they'll never know. But because I do, and the reason behind it are there, that's all that matters. Like, so every time someone grows a Mudbone cross, from the Wiz to fucking Stir Crazy, fucking Parthenia OG, the Mudbone, fucking Ripple Sham Pipple, the JoJo Dancer, all those are named for Mudbone. And for some reason, right, it's either Richard Pryor or Red Fox. And two dudes kept me going. Like the Ripple Sham Pipple, that's Red Fox. There's a scene on with him on a plane asking for some Ripple, and they offer him champagne. And he's like, sure, we'll mix them together. Ripple Sham Pipple, baby. And that's how we end up with that. Fucking I just want to pass respect through a plant that saved my life back to the people that also saved my life. Like I said, without Richard Pryor, I wouldn't be here. Without my mama, y'all would never have known me. Without Angel, my pops, again, you would have never known me and shit. Semper Fi for my uncle. His story of drinking till you're dead and waking up to do it again is why I won't never drink another drop. It's not worth the story that someone else could tell about you when you spend a lifetime sharing the stories of others. Fuck that. He'll never be here to fucking know that people take that as a crazy ass story. He knew it was, but he can't appreciate it. He gone. Right? And he's gone because of that story. So, like, don't repeat that shit is the moral of that story.
It's facts. Fuck, what was I just about to say about something? Oh, so what made you pick and choose those strains, those old school strains that you've been holding on to for years and years and years? First of all, before we get there, how long have you been holding on to certain cuts of certain strains?
The Bubba Kush clone I've had for 20 years. That's the longest I've held a clone. I held Blue Dream for 17. The Space Kush I had for an Angel I had for 14 years. I've had the LA Pure Kush for 12 years. Some of the cultivars I've had for a long time. Bubba Kush the longest though. I've had Bubba Kush since 2003, but because I got sick in 2007 and didn't get back to having any plants till 2019, it was 2 years that I did not have it. So I got it back from the homie Eric. He sourced it back for me and got me the clone. So like I said, this will be year 22 coming up with Bubba Kush.
Okay, so the continuation of that question, right? I remember watching some of your old interviews and other stuff that you've been on there. You had like essential grow tips and so on and so forth. If you had to narrow it down, what is the number one piece of advice for someone trying to preserve old school genetics?
Man, that's a rough one. Today's it's provenance, track down legit cuts. Once you have them, it's a fucking life. It's not a job. It's a life. And I said it took a lot of my life away from me taking care of these plants for this fucking long. Put them in a big ass pot, get them on an automated system, and get the fuck out the room is what I would tell people. Don't spend as much time in that room as I did. The garden does not need all that fucking time that most of us spend in there escaping everything else in our lives. Use it to fucking grow yourself into a better version of yourself and get out there and practice being that self. Quit hiding in the garden. That's all I can say. It's great to have a garden. It's not great to become that garden. That's just something I've learned through my whole life, and I've seen repeated with every old head that I know. They fucking ended up realizing that every fucking practice and every fucking dinner and every birthday missed was not worth the fucking $10 that clone brought, or even fucking at one point pounds was pushing $9,600. Like, it wasn't worth none of that shit. And it didn't take as much time as we put into it, especially now when it's legal. Set up an automated system, keep them going, but just make sure what you're offering to people is legit. Because today there's too much fake out there. There's too many S1s at every fucking thing. There's too much fucking relabeling and renaming and shit. Provenance should be key to this thing because chemovar status is what makes weed work for everyone because all weed's good when it's recreational, but not all weed's good when it's medical. And you need to have available cultivars that do specific things for folks. Because, like I said, we're all gonna die. If you're lucky enough to get to a point where you're old and dying, you're gonna die from something you need some weed for. And you don't need any weed. You need specific cannabis, and you learn through your life which ones those are. And when you can't clone no more, and you can't push a garden, you'll need access to an herb from a source you can trust, which means a generation or two below you, someone had to be educated on the plants like I am. Someone had to care enough that the clones they're carrying were Bubba or Fire OG or whatever today is moving that I don't know because I'm not in the system as much as I am with the new hype shit. Those don't mean things to me when I already know. Like Bubba works for so many specific things, and I've never found a cultivar in the clone market that can replace it. And without breeding to it, I've never found anything to replace it so far. To try to put that on a sick patient to do is fucking crazy. So I'd prefer to fucking offer them something that works. So that comes into offering provenance through proven clones that have done things repeatedly over and over. It does work for depression. It does work for fucking chemotherapy. It does work for arthritis, not just maybe, because maybe still brings fucking bullshit with it. And that's the most important part, I think, to holding clones today is because that wasn't a lot of stuff that we thought of before. The name was the only thing important. Today, I think the medical benefit from the plant and the chemo status is the most important. Not what just makes you money, because you can make money off any fucking weed. Hype it up enough, it's gonna sell till it don't, and then you already got another one on the burner hyped up to go again.
Yeah. So you just repeating a little something. Like if you can get, if again, a lot of people don't like to hear the word hype because everybody's trying to, oh, just the hype for right now. But if you can talk your strain up to the point where people are smoking it and they're talking your strain up, I feel like it's just a rinse and repeat after that. Like I think a lot of breeders, once they get known or they get one of these strains hit, it's just a rinse and repeat, and then they just ride
what
away
they're breeding, and I'm
Yeah.
part of that too. Is there's nothing repeatable in seed form. We're looking for one plant out of whatever we're hunting.
Yeah.
I'm trying to put that into the
They
market.
get a cut.
And, right? That's a clone. But sick people, dying folks, you got cancer and you're dying, you may not be able to run no fucking clones. You need to have some herb available to you that's legitimate, right?
Yeah.
So thinking of just offering a clone to a hype market where it's about selling fucking eights to fucking people that can afford it, because when you're dying, you can't afford a penny on weed, man. I'm a fucking disabled human that cannot afford to be buying cannabis, and I have to. Right? Fucking, it's crazy. My county has decided that I can't grow weed where I'm at, so legally I can't grow weed to do what I need to do. I'm still growing it because I fucking have to, or I'm gonna die in pain like a motherfucker. And I don't want to be that dude. And it goes back to my mom telling me, don't give a fuck what they tell you. If you know it's right, you do it. And that's why I still got the herb that I need to grow out in the back for me. I'm not trying to fucking push weed on everybody around the world. I'm not pushing packs, but I'm not gonna die in pain because someone around me thinks that weed's bad. Fuck that shit. I got fucking my plants outside that will fucking help me get through fucking the next year, so I don't have to pay these outlandish prices with fucking exorbitant taxes on them because of how many people put their hand in legal recreational cannabis. There were no taxes on cannabis when it was 215. When it was medical, there were zero taxes.
Okay.
Zero. And we were giving weed to dying folks. You didn't even have to pay for it. Today, you can't come in and get nothing for free. I can't give you a discount on the spot.
Because you got to pay the tax on it.
You know, it's all got to go through fucking the legal system that says today it's on sale. I can't just go, this dude can't afford $50. It's 25 for you. Nope.
Yeah.
Can't do that. Recreational system is selling you a drug because they know it's a drug. And that's it.
It's a donkey.
It's like going to fucking your local liquor store and trying to fucking get a discount on a 22-ounce bottle of beer or some shit, right? And they, no one give you that beer for 50 cents, homie. It's fucking $2, motherfucker. Pay you up or get out. And that's what they're doing to you with fucking cannabis.
Right now with cannabis, right?
It's fucking either take it this way or get the fuck out. We don't give a fuck. Everyone, they're going to buy it. And we're going to tax it till you won't, and then figure out where to bring the tax back down, and then fuck off.
So I was about to say that leads into my next question. What are the most restrictive regulations that you had that you navigate today that you feel most impact the final quality or the availability for medical patients?
Just the fact that recreation only exists because of the way, like there's states out there that got recreational and medical, and they don't even test the medical. So you don't know if it's clean or dirty in the medical system, but they test for THC in the recreational because you'll buy numbers. They know the medical people ain't coming in for numbers. They're coming in for specific cultivars at work. They know the recreational people are coming in because it says 32% THC. All right, and the only way you can get that's with a test. So now they test it, and if it comes back dirty, they let you remediate it. In California, you can remediate 2 times before they tell you it can't come to market. All right, so you could fail a test 2 times here.
So you can test it 3 times and only get it remediated twice, right?
And then, like those 2 times come back dirty, you could now go instead of bud, turn it into hash and put it in an edible and retest it, and it doesn't have to go by. It was already been tested twice. Now it's a brand new test. It could fail that test twice. So now, technically, that could be 4 tests on the same motherfucking.
Like you said, they can take it to a concentrate, and then if the concentrate don't pass, they can put it into an edible to see if that passes, so on and so forth. Break it down.
So different things will have different levels of contamination acceptable. So it could pass as one thing and not pass as another because
that's
of how it's being tested. But that's in California. Not everywhere else is like that. But the fact that exists is a problem.
You don't even know how a lot of people
there should be one testing method
and I don't even know how the regulation goes down with that. You know what I'm saying? And
it should be one test for it. And the problem is until recently there was no regulation on testing labs. So I believe in 2024 is when California told the testing labs they had to come to FDA standards, and we ended up, I think, from like 30 labs down to 12 that actually could pass the testing qualifications. Okay. So if you were using one of the other labs that didn't pass, all your testing became disqualified. You couldn't have any of your shit on the market without retesting with a fucking lab now that was set up to a standard, which we should all have. I don't know who gets to pick those standards, but like the shit tested in Michigan and California and Florida should all have the same regulations on testing.
The same baseline for everything. It
shouldn't be different because a fucking lobbyist was able to sneak some shit in and change fucking
with law, with this law, and so on and so forth. I feel like if there's going to be a law for cannabis, like I'm in Michigan, I'm allowed to do this. In Ohio now, they re-regulate. I think it should just be if you're gonna legalize, the state's gonna go.
Well, that's what they're doing on a federal level now. They're gonna fucking give you a federal basis to regulate cannabis on here because we wouldn't do none of that shit.
Oh yeah, not not no more unless they
they're not gonna deschedule. They're gonna reschedule. They're gonna reschedule adult use cannabis also here. That's what everyone's not paying attention to.
So
they just changed medical to Schedule 3. They're going to reschedule recreational cannabis. That's adult use. It's going to everything that's not medical cannabis is adult use. That's getting right now. That's what they're going through talking about with with the DEA meeting they had, and the court case with the judge that he's going over right now. They're trying to figure out the wording to make recreational cannabis also Schedule 3 because without doing all cannabis, they can't have banking with hemp. Because hemp, like a hemp producer could accidentally or purposely sneak in high THC cannabis. Now, the sale of that at high THC is a federal crime. A bank isn't going to do business on a possible federal crime. So the way around that is to make both of them Schedule 3 and to give them each their own wording for regulation. So the way they did medical was it has to be under 0.3 and 4 milligrams per package on the federal level. So if you have a DEA license for medical cannabis, those are what you have to have in your package. That package has to have 4 milligrams of 0.3 THC. Now the package could be 1 gummy. It could be a package of 10 gummies. It just depends on how it's worded in the subcategories of it from what they've said. Like, so a package doesn't have to be a single thing. Like a package isn't always 6 beers. Like a package could be one steak, it could be a 12 pack, it could be a 6 pack. Each one of those could have a specific amount based on it. They could also allow you to have whatever your state says now. So California is 100 milligrams in a pack and 10 milligrams per single serving. So that's what California is. Even though the wording says 3 THC and fucking and 4 milligrams per package. If your state says that, they could allow it based on the way it's worded right now, but it has to be put into official wording, and that's what's coming through with the DEA case that just went through. I don't know how long it's going to take, but they will reschedule adult use cannabis. Also, they have to for banking. It's also a conflict of interest within the 1971 Treaty on Narcotic Drugs. So they've rescheduled medical cannabis, and within that treaty, the wording says that now they have to decide how they're going to deal with the rest of cannabis, and it has to be put into wording officially. So they either have to make all recreational a federal crime, which means they got to get rid of every club, or they got to figure out a way to make those legal through wording, which would be if they get a license through the FDA or the DEA and can prove that they aren't criminals and shit and aren't doing shady shit, and will let us know everything you're selling and give us a cut, because they become like with medical now. If I want to put a kilo of herb into the system, I have to pay the feds $113 for that kilo. Right? They become the middleman, and the same thing would happen with recreational. So every specific weight amount of whatever I'm putting in, I'd have to give them a specific amount of money to enter that system to keep my license regulated and legal. And with that, now I can offer something that I can go to the bank and deposit the money from. That's what's coming. People have got to pay attention to that and the wording that comes with it. So today it says seeds are illegal because the way they reworded medical. There's a possibility they could change that wording when recreational comes and make seeds something that isn't illegal, because it puts such a bottleneck on the future gene pool by making seeds illegal that they're actually making cannabis a smaller gene pool that way. And that's not great, because the future seeds that could cross we could find something that does some magical shit, and telling me that I can't make seeds and offer them to you takes that away. And to take that's like taking food from fucking hungry people. Bro, you're gonna die, like I said, and you're gonna need cannabis to do it. They know it, we know it. Tell you can't have the seeds to do that it's like telling you can't feed your children. Like, fuck you, man. I'm gonna stay here as long as I can. If this plant can help me, I'm gonna do it. You can't tell me no. If you're gonna try to do it, there's gonna be a fight for it. It's period.
In the community, in the industry right now, right? I put sometimes, right, but this happens a lot. So in the industry that is accused of mislabeling seeds for profit, what does it mean to be an ethical genetics company today as yourself?
For me, it's just I come from the illegal days of cannabis. Your word is your bond. If you fucking can't walk the walk you're talking, you're gonna get fucking removed from the race, son. And that's the way I was raised. You don't lie about the shit. You don't fucking hustle on another motherfucker. You take the opportunity you got and you make the most of it, but you don't do it by fucking lying and cheating and stealing and shit. You put in the work and do the fucking shit and get it done, and they'll call you again. That's not what's happening in some of today's cannabis. We got people fucking buying into the most sucker motherfuckers just because they'll put a discount on some packs, or they'll offer you some name on a pack that's supposedly not available, but now it is. And fucking
this sounds like a specific person, because
it's a lot of people. It's not the person you think it's about is just someone that brings the topic back up. I've been going through this for 30 years online. It just repeats over and over. The uneducated will buy from the loudest jackass because they don't know where to listen. So you fucking listen to what's in your face. But once you realize that loud motherfucker spent a whole lot of time talking trash, You're gonna be pissed, and it becomes the plant and the other community you're angry at instead of yourself for not doing the upfront research on something. And that's that way with anything. If you like RC cars, why'd you buy the fucking most expensive one that you saw that day instead of finding out if it was worth the shit before you bought it? Not anything. Like if you're gonna play football and shit, do you just go down to fucking Toys R Us and buy some pads, or do you get some real athletic equipment, motherfucker, and try not to get a concussion? Which one are you doing? You're either really about what you're fucking about, or you're not. It's either your hobby or it becomes your profession. Cannabis is my profession. It was my hobby at one time. I was also a drunk. I tried to make being a drunk my profession. One of them was going to kill me, and one of them didn't. And I realized it early, and I share that story so hopefully someone else can make a realization like it too. It doesn't have to be cannabis, but something out there. If your life is shit today, there's something out there that'll make it better, and it's only worse because you keep repeating the same shit you're doing today. Change it. And I use plants because it's growing. I helped grow myself through growing plants, learning to take myself out of the equation and my thoughts on something in the moment I was thinking them was what helped me, because plants, it takes so long to plan out what a plant's going to give you in the end of a breeding project, or to know that it's going to make it through even the day with the amount of water you can give it in the fucking pot it's in because of the environment that you put it in. Teaches you some shit, teaches you patience, teaches you perspective, teaches you all kinds of shit. So that's just how I used it. And using reality is where I come from. Like, okay, I fucking was out here relabeling the same bag of seeds to all you all motherfuckers, it would only take a matter of time before you figure it out. But if I offer it only to the newest motherfuckers and keep blocking every one of you that already showed up or said something,
yep,
I'd be able to continue to look like I'm successful because I'm selling to people who are after hype bullshit, and I'm not letting you listen to anyone that can prove to you that I ain't who I said I am. Right? And a lot of us have showed that to people and proved it so many times over and over. We've given you the skills to go, that dude's full of shit. Why am I sending him my money? Before the 4 months are over of your growth, to know that those weren't what he said they was. Right? And even if it is an S1 or something, people that are only breeding S1s are selling you the next motherfucker's work already, or an accident. And that's easy as fuck. You could do it yourself. I sell a fucking product that'll help you make your own seed. Spend the $50 on that bottle instead of 100 on somebody else's bullshit. Make yourself 10,000 of the same seeds you could get from the other guy for 6 of them. Like, quit getting played by hustlers in the game and hustle your own ass into a position of not getting played. Sometimes it's education. Most of the times it is. Sometimes it's just quit listening to those loud jackasses and sit quietly and listen to some people that other people respect in the breeding industry. Like Mean Gene, for example. When he talks, I shut up and listen. A lot of people should do the same damn thing. He's not out there a lot. Kevin Jodry, that cat's got so much information. If he's willing to share his time, if you got some time to listen, listen. There's just people out there that in this community are worth the time to fucking spend on them, and it won't cost you nothing, instead of fucking spending your last hard-earned dime on a hustler that ain't gonna do jack shit for you but cause issues. And there's too many of them out there, and they're getting way too much airtime.
Yep.
In the last 2 or 3 years, from rats to hustlers, you're getting way too many motherfuckers getting airtime that are getting them fucking money in their pocket for being fake, or for doing exactly what in the old days would have made you fucking end up missing.
Yeah. Like you were saying,
like being a fucking rat on somebody and shit. And
you would never be able to see the outside.
Would not be in fucking cannabis community again. You'd be working at Home Depot at minimum, homie. You gonna get a job at the gas station, or you're flipping some burgers again. You ain't gonna be pushing weight with nobody unless it's some jackass that just showed up, don't know shit about nobody, and that deserves to learn a lesson. Like, you don't fuck around with that shit.
So let's get back in. So I'm gonna jump back into this. Like, when we talking about preserving the culture, right? And how can the modern cannabis industry better honor the mom and pop homesteaders who pioneered these genetics while facing the risk of being forced out by dropping prices and corporate competition? Because this is exactly what this I feel like you with the mom and pop corp, you know what I'm saying? Y'all had to go against all these big, and you in the middle of California, you got all these other big companies and big brands. Was it just because you was a part of a club that made it a lot better, or if you tried to do like a smaller mom and pop, and even if y'all would have got to that where y'all was today?
No, I would have never got here without the club and the patients in it. Same with a lot of those people. Like, you guys know Kevin Jodry because he fucking was at the Humboldt Patient Center helping sick folks. Y'all don't know the rest of his story. That dude's story is massive and large. But the rest of the shit that got him to the point where y'all know him isn't why you know him. You know him from legal cannabis and the things that he did within their system, but they're gone. Like, Kevin was doing great work there. Etienne was down in the Bay doing fucking great shit, man. And he still works in cannabis. So does Kevin, and so do I. And we've all had to learn different places in the community. And the way we got to these new places wasn't because we were full of shit. It's because we proved for years that we were fucking legitimate on what we were talking and the way we were. It took years. That's the problem with today's cannabis. It's hard to find that trust because you aren't going to ever publicly see these people. They're all digital fucking entities. The people that knew me and learned about me in the early days came in my club. I shook your hand. Same with Kevin, though. Those people knew him. He knew the folks that were dying and shit. He fucking cried when they did. Same with me. Today, that doesn't happen. That's where medical and recreational separate. Like, today, you'll get a company that gives more attention to someone that helps push a product than someone's grandma who passed away. Like, you know who Charlotte Fiji is from Charlotte's Web because of a sick child, right?
Yes.
Now who do you know? Backpack Boys and fucking shit like that. You guys don't know the sick people bringing you cannabis no more. None of y'all do. The last person I can remember on a strain attached to him that was sick was Willie G. Willie G's fucking Lebanese that was in Skunk. Right? You guys can go read about him if you want, but you don't learn about anything like that today. It doesn't come to you through a medical thing. It comes to you through some hype packaging that looks like a cereal box you had when you were 7. Sold to you by someone that everyone that he does business with has a court case against him. Right? Or the fucking no one's really respects anything they're doing except for making money because we live in a fucking system that making money gets you the most respect. Come on, Ken. But like on a fucking compassionate side, like, does anyone know what they're doing? The sick people? Not that you need to push that out there, but like, we shouldn't know about weed just because it's purple and sells. We should know about cannabis because it's like, fucking. It shouldn't be off found something that's helping apoptosis happening in cancer cell. That's what we should know about. Like, this is a medical plant that we need to fucking learn more about, and we got to quit pushing the bullshit. It's our own faults that fucking big pharma won because we'd rather buy Skittles in a fucking comic book bag than fucking a cannabis cultivar that actually helps you fucking with a medical condition. Yeah, Skittles is loud and all that shit. It might help with something, but fucking the clones are not out there getting grown by a lot of people. It's being processed into concentrates for a reason. Concentrates can be sold to you because they can get cleaned up and terpenes can be added to them. Can't sell you a Bammer Bud for a higher price unless you're a jackass. I can't sell a spray pack to anybody that knows anything about good weed. I can't sell a dad pack to anyone that knows anything about weed. Right? An old head wants Bubba Kush if he wants Bubba Kush or Fire OG or Super Silver Haze. He don't give a fuck if it sparkles from some fucking shit you sprayed on it. He wants the reality of the plant. And y'all youngsters will learn that. You're gonna learn as you get older. All that bullshit fades away and they won't still be here. And the ones that were real will be here. And you're gonna wish that you have a source for them and not hope that they're here. Like today, everyone looking for sour diesel or cat piss and shit. Why are we doing that? because no
no,
one was
right now
legitimate.
everybody's looking for the old school trades, and I was wondering why. Like as you think about it, right, and as I think about it, I was watching something the other day, and somebody said the reason why we're not getting high as we're used to because there's too many cannabinoids that we already done mixed in together. Like back then,
No,
we only had it was a small little
no,
G.
that's the exact opposite. We're fucking taking them and narrowing down cannabinoids to single. The real a
All right.
trichome head, again, like a cup, can only hold so much stuff in it,
Yeah.
right? If I put all THC in it, there's nothing else going in that head. And THC only does one specific thing.
Yeah.
Entourage effect comes from a multitude
Yeah.
of
I
chemicals
love it.
happening to you. So if that can hold 100% of stuff, and I put 40% THC in it and take everything else out that was supposed to be a cannabinoid, you're not going to get high long time or very. It's not going to be a wide effect. You're not going to be blissful. You're going to be on edge. It's like taking isolates. You've almost isolated the cannabinoids down to a single one, like when they steam isolate terpenes or cannabinoids. Taking one cannabinoid does not give you the same effect as if you would have had it on the whole plant. So like THC from Blue Dream isn't the same THC from Bubba Kush. And that's because of the other cannabinoids and chemicals that come along with that THC while it's being produced. Not just that it's there at the end, or we'd be able to take pounds of Blue Dream and process them down into a fucking concentrate and spray any weed with that and get the same effect as Blue Dream. We cannot do that. Even when we take a concentrate, if you took a base like CRC fucking
don't talk
concentrate that you took everything out of now and add terpenes and fucking thiols to it to match, say, again, Blue Dream, it's just a name, it's not going to do the same. It just isn't. Right? So having it in the whole plant is preferable for some people, especially on a medical form. Right? That's where you have to learn how to give it to the patient. Learning the chemovar status of the plant and the patient is where we need to be with medical cannabis, because like I said, brought up the seizure things with children before.
Yeah.
You need to know that cultivar is CBD only. Like, and then there's also different terpenes that you could have with that would be more beneficial. Like there's a lot of lavender and frankincense that could be in a cultivar that's high CBD that would be more beneficial than ones that don't have that for seizures in a small child. Right? Just the smells alone would help them. They wouldn't even have to fuck around with using a large amount. You could use milliliters of concentrate instead of a gram and shit. Like to be able to make the right amount of medicine available so that it's available longer is more efficient for the patient in the end. Way more.
Okay. All right. So like say now,
and I think they want those old ones because they fucking we've took everything and bred them together. They're bottlenecked into very specific gene sets that were only available in fucking 5 or 6 base cultivars. People are looking for shit that aren't related to anything because, again, like we went through so much plant genocide with fucking modern day THC breeding that we've fucked everything up. And people have the mindset today to replace them. Like they want to find like a landrace seed stock to find sour diesel in. Like, why the fuck are you looking for the same weed we got when we could go before that? Like, what made sour diesel great were the plants that came before it, not just that it's here. Those parents had the potential to make better cannabis, but to try to repeat the same one we have is a fool's errand, I believe. Like, why are you trying to replace what you got or even had? There's a reason it's gone. Doesn't matter if it was an accident or it wasn't good, but to have the baseline lets you go in so wide of a fucking direction, especially with today's testing, from sequencing to just terpenoid testings, and to know that the things we know today, like we know if we want to grow, say, lavender, if we can find both parents carrying those terp packages, it's going to pass into the,
be able to find it. Yes.
Instead of finding one plant, the female, and crossing it to whatever we have.
Yeah.
Today we've got access to so many gene pools that we can breed that very easily based on the knowledge that the breeders bring to it. Like if they can show you their other breeding projects using that, and not only them, but other people that have used it, Now you have this fucking data set that shows you that if I use cultivar A, I'm going to get at least 50% of this because everyone did. And if I cross it to fucking something like this one, which is similar to it, I'm going to get like 75 to 100%. It shows you how to breed very easily with today's knowledge is out there. So you don't have to sit down and cross all the P's together to find out that the fucking smooth, short, yellow ones are fucking going to be recessive to the fucking green, tall fucking ones. Like, it's a way faster way to breed by learning that certain things do certain things. And having that base set to go back as far as possible and sequencing them to learn which plants have those is what will make breeding future like 1 or 2 steps and not fucking 5, 10, or 15 steps. Like if I can take 2 cultivars that have what I'm looking for already and get to a seed stock in the F2, F3, I don't need to make an F5 and an F6 and an F7. It's way too much time, especially when folks are sick. Your grandma's got 5 years to live. You don't need to spend 4 of them making a cultivar that works. You could do that shit in 1 grow if you knew with data that the 2 parents sequenced for certain sets already. You could make fucking shit, run them seeds out, and have something within a year that would be beneficial to your fucking sick family member.
Talking about that now, earlier you were talking about how everything is easier now because we got the new testings. We can find this and that, right? But like back then, we only had that personal testimony era, right? We was in that era where you gave somebody something, and then, like you were saying earlier about the vets, they're not gonna lie to you because they're gonna tell you, "Hey, you didn't have the all right." So let me ask the question properly. Since you had no access to the lab tests in 2006, around that time, you entirely relied on personal testimony from your medical users. How did those early patients describe their relief they got from your mother's preferred strains compared to the modern hybrids that you see today?
Oh, the fuck. Well, so my mom used to use my Space Kush number 2, called the Deuce. For her, the way she explained it was an electric hug. Like as soon as you smoked it, you found a wave of electricity go all the way over your skin, down to the base of your feet, and then it felt like it came right back up through your bones and nervous system, and just started to relieve pain like almost instantaneously. That came from her smoking Cataract and Romulan separately. And one day she's like, "I want what these do in one plant."
So that's when you started using the Romulan and the Cataract Kush, right?
So I took a year of crossing those and then growing them out and fucking letting her select the plants she fucking thought did that. So I ended up with 3 females. I had 7 males at one point, and that got whittled down to Angel number 7 or Space Kush 7, which was the male, and then I had the females 1, 2, and 3. Because once I fucking found them, I didn't keep the fucking long numbers. That didn't matter. This is the number 1, the number 2, and the number 3. And because that's the 3 females I had.
Yeah.
And then Angel was just Space Kush 7 because he was the 7th male. And that just stuck. But after my dad died, it becomes Angel, and it never held the name Space Kush again.
Okay.
But I was always breeding for effect through the mother plant. And then it was getting crossed to my Angel because I was seeing repeated structures, and he was allowing other plants effects to shine through a lot of times.
So that Angel, so
that's why I was using him to put into. I put him in over 200 crosses eventually.
I was just about to say you use the Angel male in majority of all your current work. Like
he's in everything except the stuff that has Ghost of Boneyard. Anything that's got Space Cheese in it has Angel in him. Anything that's got Space Kush in it has Angel in it. So, like up until I did the Ghost of Boneyard stuff, I probably had like
I was just about to say what
was it total.
What was it about that strain that male plant?
Well, from the medical effect the females gave to the structure that he produced in growing, he shortened up flower time, plant structure, and he gave actual like he the offspring from him were less mold resistant, or were more mold resistant to powdery mildew and like gray molds. He just was all around shining through on everything I did for him. Not that every cross was better, but that he was giving me the ability to look at what other plants brought once I'd done enough crosses with him. If I crossed to a new plant and saw some crazy traits, I knew where they were coming from. It was the female and not him. That's why I always worked with him. Over the
Okay.
years, I used my angel male, the space cheese male, and the grape wreck Avalon male. Those were my 3 males. And then I made 2 crosses with the 88G13 hash plant male that I released publicly, the Turk 182 and Milk and Cookies. And then what else did I do? I did 3 crosses with a sour Pez male, and I only released like 10 packs from those. But most everything I ever did was a male I created. So when I breed, I try to use on the male side something I created. I don't want to use anyone else's males to make seeds with. I want to find something within that line that I find special, that shows me that the male breeds special and that his sisters smoke special. So that's why the space cheese line was, or the space kush line was that way. That weed, I passed that weed through so many people in my club. Every person that used it would report the same thing, that electric hug type shit. It's like the pain just goes away. From skaters, that because my mom used to hang out at the skate park with my nephew since he was fucking 8 years old. When the kids used to turn 18 and shit, they'd come smoke with her. And they all, what the fuck was that? Space kush. They're like, the pain, you can't feel no pain in your knees and shit. Like everyone, elders, seniors would take it. I used it for making topicals, edibles, flour, like that. I use that line for everything. It just showed itself to be truly great on helping people with any kind of physical issues that they fucking had, from the female sides and then the male for breeding. Because like when you felt like Bubba Kush, I made Mudbone with Bubba Kush. Bubba Kush for me was great for all kinds of eating disorders, for cancer issues, MS, and other neurological stuff. So when I used him to breed the angel, those things had to show up in the cross. If they didn't, it was going to be inferior. And I found that my Mudbone line in the club worked just as well as the Bubba Kush. So I was able to give out seed packs to people that didn't clone. And then when I offered it to the public, eventually, like worldwide, I found out that people were getting the same benefits everywhere. It wasn't just in my club. So now I find out that breeding line works that way for me. That's why I used it to do continuations of breeding that male and that line, showing specific benefits for things I was after, not just because I liked that male. Right? Okay. It's because other people besides me found benefit in it, which is something I find beneficial in any form of breeding or growing. If you've got somebody you trust 100% to tell you that weed's whack, that's who you go take your fucking shit to. The stuff you think's doing something. Yeah. You want that person to tell you what's wrong with it. Now, what's good with it, unless there's nothing wrong with it. And then you need to know that. Now, that's where it comes to offering someone with seizures a line that you know is going to work for that, not just some fucking weed that you think's cool. Right? Because that way they can come back and tell you, man, I had a fucking seizure last night. I fucking used that shit and it stopped my seizure within 60 seconds or something, right? Or you gave them some shit and like, bro, I had so many more seizures that night after that. Well, you don't give them that shit ever again, dude. Don't test it to see if it's someone else. Throw that shit in the trash for seizures. Don't even pretend like it might work. Don't find out. Dive into shit that will, if that's what you're looking for, right? That's the medical side. Recreational, always good. I can give you any kind of fucking weed. You're only going to be disappointed if it's not your preferred kind of cannabis. You like fucking orange weed and it's not orange weed. You like
terpene profile, certain things like that, the high, whatever it may be. But all right, but we talking about going back to like defining medical, right? And many modern breeders label everything medical. Given your family's history, what specific criteria makes the plant that must the plant meet before you personally consider it medical grade before you consider it a medical grade cultivar?
I think all cannabis is medical grade. It's the patient that has to make the fucking perspective change. They have to do the realization on whether or not it's actually working, or are they just getting stoned. They get fucked up. I just have to give you the right cultivar for what you're after. That means you have to be serious about what's happening, and so do I.
All right.
Otherwise, you're just getting stoned on a recreational level. If the first thing you ask me is for a sativa that tastes like oranges, you ain't worried about arthritis.
You're not like, yeah, you're not worried about your sickness. You're worried about what something tastes
You
like.
gotta hit me. You'll hit me up in private and be like, "Yo, I got fucking this," or like you guys heard me earlier talk about having Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis. I'm an ostomate. I'm a diabetic. I got one leg. There's a whole bunch of shit right there that some of you got. You could hit me up in private and be like, "Have you heard of anything? Not do you got something for it? What do you recommend or could use?" Because like it's not about selling you a product, it's about helping you relieve whatsoever fucking with you. I might have it, I might not. And even if I do, someone else might have it too. So to give you the information, it helps you decide where you're going to get it. I might not have nothing that can do it. And I know someone that does. I'll tell you that. I'm not going to keep my mouth quiet so someone else don't make $4, right? But I definitely won't offer a hustler to you or a liar or someone giving you fake shit. 100%. That's just never going to come out of me. And I'm not going to get into the drama who's fake. It just, you won't get that from me. If you hit me up and I know the person's fake, I'll tell you to go somewhere else because I'll know someone else is 100% legit. It won't be about that person's a fucking complete fake. I'm not going to fucking try to get into that shit. If you ask me outright in private,
Yeah.
you might get a yes or no answer, but it ain't going to be like fucking let's have a discussion about some other jackass. I don't care about that shit.
Yeah.
I don't want you getting fucked over though. That's why I try to educate people on fucking like if you're looking for a clone, a name, say Kimmel 91, right?
Yes.
There's certain breeders that have held clones for years that I would tell you to go to, but I would also tell you that searching through a small batch of S1 seeds for the mother is a failure. You're not going to find it. You're going to need a large amount of those seeds to find something similar, and you're going to have the fucking the time with that plant before to be able to find her again in a seed form. So to just buy 3 or 6 seeds of something with a name on the pack and think you've got Kim 91 again, you don't.
You're gonna
Right?
find that.
Yeah, and then once you do that, you got to know that you can't offer those clones to the public with that name. You've got to differentiate the fact that that was a selection from S1 seeds, not the original plant. Right. So those are all things that I would pass to people with my seed if it was, and to tell them with other people's seeds also, because that's a problem in today's community. You'll get cuts that have been sent out there. SFVOG is a good one.
Yeah.
She's a particular clone. There's also SFVOG Kush, which was a seed version put out by a company. And a lot of those clones got into the market because that was good weed. But like once the second person got a clone, it became SFVOG and not the seed form. Now you've got 2 plants representing one plant.
The same,
and
it's
now
the same. Everything's the same.
Causes issues with people. The same thing happened with Bubba. So there was a clone passed as Bubba Kush. And then there was a seed company, same company, put out Bubba Kush as pre-98 Bubba Kush and seed.
I remember that.
And so today people call the clone pre-98 Bubba Kush. I was even part of doing that. And that's not the name. And that's because no one came out with the true info till recently on where and how the name came about. But to have the provenance of the clone is what was important. To know that when I got my clone is more important than the fucking name that someone might be putting on it, or the source of where you got your clone is more important than what the name is. Because like OG Kush has been passed around as so many different fucking things. It's crazy. You guys heard that when we were listening to Oregon Kid the other night. You know,
oh yeah, exactly.
OG Kush,
Bubba Kush has been named like
Kush,
yeah,
and all that shit. Sorry. And all those end up the same clone with different names.
I had to blow my nose, man. I don't know what the fuck.
But to know the provenance of the clone is the important part. You know, it came from here as what, and then it got the name change. If all that comes out, that's cool. But it causes issues in the community when that shit happens. We shouldn't have to do that no more. We did that back in the illegal days because you were hiding shit. It was illegal. You didn't want to step on feet. If he gave me a clone and I lived near him and I wanted to make money on it, I can't sell it as the same weed. I have to give it a new.
You have to sell
so
it
I
as
don't
a different
make money at it. Yeah. You know, it's good weed and it's gonna sell. But if I sell the sour diesel clone he gave me as sour diesel clone, now he ain't eating, and I fucked him over, and I'm an asshole.
Yeah.
So
So
if
yeah,
I'm gonna sell weed there, it's on my hustle. Where so I call it something else. People find out it's fire ass weed. They come buy it from me. Then okay, that's fine. Right? That's a whole different ball game. Right?
yeah.
I'm marketing a different product in the area. So what? Mostly, I should get the fuck out of his area though. I should not be selling any of
I
that
was
herb
about to
anywhere
say,
where he's getting paid. And if we're homies and got that clone, I know it. It's not a guessing game. I know where he's
yeah.
fucking around. He
If
gave me
you
the
yeah,
clone.
if it's a homie though, that's a lot. This is like you said, it's a different. It's different because I both
Yep.
using practically from the same clone stock. You know what I'm saying? So, um, fuck, what was I? Okay, so talking about back to like your space cheese and your heirloom, like your heirloom hybrids and like all your heirloom strains, right? Like your space cheese, the angel space cheese is one
Mm-hmm.
of your
Angel
most
face cheese,
recognized works. Yeah, it's one of your most
Bumbud.
recognized
Like there's a
works.
video on my YouTube page where I run over some of the Bumbud with my car to show how fucking dense that weed is. That's the one named after my uncle. It's harder than a bum's life, dude. And I go and run it
What is
over
it
with my
called?
mom's Bumbud. It's hard as a
Bumbo.
bum's life. It's Larry OG times Angel. There's a video on my YouTube channel that shows it. I drive over it with my mom's van,
Hmm.
fucking pick the bud up and shit, and it's fucking got tire marks in it. What else is from back then? Dirty 530, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Nana's Cookies, um, Guava OG, fucking Mudbone. Trying to remember, I did the Los Veteranos. It's a line that I named after veterans.
Yeah.
Ancient OG to Angel. I used to give that line out to anyone that was a veteran that hit me up. The Magi, Three Kings times Angel. Um, fucking Elder Avenue OG, Proud Mary, named after my Aunt Mary who passed away. Um, that was the SFV times Angel. So
Okay.
and so I bring the names up because of the time period. So I make Angel in 2004, pop the seeds and run them out in 2005. So that's why when I label it as 96 Romulan in 2005
Yeah.
Cataract, because that's when I ran the seeds
That's
out. It shows a provenance of when I was breeding and with what. So Mudbone to be able to be crossed to Angel had to be in that time period, right? I don't have the plan anymore. I couldn't make them today and tell you, or I'm
that's a
lying.
fact.
The way that I'm not lying is by being able to go online and to see the pictures or to ask me and I can show them of me doing the things in the time period, like the way Facebook used to be. I could go on there and show you the breeding rooms of when I did it and how I did it, because I used to post everything publicly every time. I wanted
Okay.
people to know what I was doing because I came up in the time period where it went from illegal to legal. So why am I still hiding when I could show
Hmm.
you guys the truth? So I was trying
Yeah.
to show the truth while educating so
Hmm.
that you could do the same thing I was doing without getting took advantage by a system that was built to take advantage of you until you died. Right? Not just weed, but
But
consumerism. That's
yeah.
what it is. That you're a fucking thing that's made to put money in the till till you're gone. And the way to stop that is to show you how to make the things yourself, from your food to whatever the fuck's around you. And the cannabis was your medicine, and I knew how to breed it. I knew how to offer it and give it to you respectfully. So I wanted to share that so that you could find someone else doing the same, even if it wasn't me. Like I said, there's so many people out there today that are using this plant so disrespectfully and just being trolls with it, and you're fucking supporting them. It's your fault. Big Pharma won. If you're not gonna back the fucking mom and pops of the community
And
that
here
are
we go
bringing
again.
it to you respectfully and with provenance, don't have
Exactly.
to take someone else's bullshit and sell it to you under their name and under someone else's fucking gene pool, and can show you the work that they did. Why not support that? Why are you supporting someone hiding? Someone that'll come on a stream and tell you they got skunk weed but won't show you their face. Um, Someone that'll come on and claim every genetic under the fucking sun that everyone else bred, but they got in seed form. Like, why ain't you selling me the shit you can make? Why are you selling me the shit someone else made? Which was just one thing, not availability of everything. Because you can't create a seed line. You can only create hype. Hype sells, and sales is what made cannabis fail. When that's all we started looking at, the only thing left to do was to see how far we could tax this shit. There was nothing else left. When we were building up brands through respect and our word, you could make that fucking ladder take everyone to the top. It was a staircase. Staircase would be as wide as you make it and as high as you can take it. But a ladder has only got rungs so fucking wide because as soon as you spread them out, they're gonna snap and everything's gonna fall. And that's what happens with hype. You're just building a ladder to the top, try to see if you can get to the bag up there. And that bag is worthless in the end. Y'all will remember me because of fucking the names I put on these cannabis lines, not because I was able to sell 1 million packs of some fake bullshit. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Never will, never happen. But I will try to help keep you from being one of them people that got took by McDonald's with them 1 million fucking hamburger buns, dude. Like that shit is whack.
So like this. So talking about that, like you've been breeding for generations, right? Are there any lost mother plants from your back in the day when your mom was around that when she was making her edibles or was using for medicine that like the cataract kush and the other strain? I'm sorry that I misspoke, but
right.
that you still trying to recreate and find in seed form today?
No, I'm not trying to recreate them. The only one I want back is Space Kush. Those are all gone. I do got different generations of them, but the 3 girls and that male would be the only plant that I want back. And then the original Afghani that we had, that we called the eggplant Afghani, that tasted like fucking rotten eggs. I've got some seeds from that. They don't germinate no more that I have found. I thought the cops had took all of them, but one year I found a jar up under the fucking cabinet over here that had some.
Oh shit!
It's got a mixture of seeds that go back to the 60s in them and shit, but none of them will germinate anymore. I got tons of those. Those are the only shit I wish I had back for effect, flavor. Like that was the best hash plant I'd ever come across. Like that thing would have made the gnarliest concentrates, period. Would have tasted crazy, but it would have produced a massive amount, which would have made it great for breeding into that kind of fucking line. So if I wanted hash lines, I could have used that as a base and then use other plants to bring in different terpene profiles to change that flavor to make it more palate flavorable. You know, you don't want to fucking smoke on shit that tastes like sulfur all the time. It fucking gets real old super fast. Like you ain't taking more than 2 or 3 hits and your whole mouth feels like it's burning and shit from the sulfurs that are in it. So, but the high from it was devastating. Like 3 hits of that weed and you're not doing nothing for the rest of the day. You're gonna sit on the couch and melt until you hours later, just like holy fuck, dude, just burned out with like fucking a hangover from the high. You're so fucking high. That was the gnarliest weed that I ever fucking had, was that eggplant Afghani. And then this dude up in Humboldt called Bill Cantrell, he lived in a fucking cave.
I heard about the story.
He had a green fucking gold mine up in the fucking Humboldt Hills that he lived in the cave. And fucking, he used to come to town with a donkey and fucking sell weed to everyone, dude, and take back fucking supplies. So we owned that hotel there, so he'd stop at our spot because he could get anything, a beer, fucking any kind of meat and shit in bulk. So he'd come down there and trade my mom green bud for fucking supplies. And then he'd fucking end up going back up. He'd come down every month or so and do that. Every time he'd come down, we'd fucking trade for that weed. And I don't know what it was. We just called it Cantrell weed. That weed was like, literally, if you took more than 2 hits, you better fucking hold on to your nutsack because you ain't going nowhere for 2 days. You're fucking done. That weed was the gnarliest fucking smoke I've ever come across. Just fucking ridiculous. And anyone that I ever shared it with to this day, that's the weed that they fucking wish they could find. Cantrell's weed. And as far as I know, that dude's dead and gone. I'm 50. He would be fucking in his 80s by now, probably.
Damn.
My mom was in her 70s. So Bill, I'm trying to remember if he was just older than my mom. So he would, if he's alive, he's in his 80s. He damn sure ain't pulling a donkey and growing weed no more. We tried to find him for years and fucking couldn't find him up there. Tried to find his brother. His brother was crazy though, so we think he got put in a fucking mental institution, and that's why we couldn't find his brother. Oh, his brother used to walk around fucking telling everyone that the aliens brought him here and shit, and that they were coming
Oh
back for him.
shit.
And he started getting worse and worse and worse, like towards violence and shit at the end. So
Yeah,
I think he got put in a fucking mental institution and shit.
maybe.
Because he was doing other drugs besides Bill's weed.
That's what it was back then though. Everybody was on something back then. You know,
Crystal meth, dude. That's what was that. That dude was fucking. 'Cause right up the road from my hotel, there was a fucking this house called the Crystal Palace that was selling
Yeah.
fucking dope to all the junkies in town.
Well, it was called the Crystal Palace as well.
Crystal Palace. That's what everybody called that shit. And fucking everyone knew it was there. But it's
Yeah.
in the middle of the fucking hills of Humboldt. There's no cops. They take a cop fucking.
It's like
one
one
time
cop. I heard it's
we
like
called
one
the
cop.
because across the street we heard gunshots and people screaming and shit. And we're
Yeah.
like, oh fuck, something's getting fucked up. So we called the cop. They came 2 days later. And they told us it was at our place where the shots
Yeah.
were. Like, bro, we're the one that made the call, dude. No one's shooting here. It was over there. We're over there with that car sitting, and no one's came out for 2 days. Like she went down
Somebody
over there,
might be
homie.
dead today over there. You know,
Yeah.
you don't even know.
Well, we don't even know what happened. The dude was over there fucking with us for hours, dude, while we're just sitting there having a bonfire party in the front of our hotel and shit. And he's pissed that he came up and there's no crime there. So he's trying to fucking sweat us to make a crime. And they're like, dude, fucking we called you, dummy. Go do your job, fucking jackass. Like the cops up there didn't last. They fucking one of the cops, they fucking went to his house and harassed his wife so bad that he left within 48 hours. Like they ransacked his house and tied his wife up and shit and fucking man, it's crazy. The other cop, the fucking that 14-year-old kid I told you about, fucking had a shootout with him and killed his grandmother and fucking tried to kill the sheriff. Like the sheriffs in that area don't last, at least in that time. They were always rotating new people. So you really had to have a serious murder for anybody to show up in that area. But even when they threw that lady off the bridge, the cops didn't show up till the next day to find out what happened. And they're all like, she jumped off the bridge, killed herself. Like, ain't nobody gonna say that what happened, or you're gonna get thrown off the bridge too. So like, there's cops going around like, what happened? Like, I don't know what the fuck happened. I was working. I can't see the bridge from my fucking building. Fuck you, dude. I'm not gonna tell you that the whole town shut down and was standing out in the street going, what the fuck is going on, dude? And the shit the lady did, not that I'm gonna say people deserve shit, but like that lady did some terrible shit to some of the kids in the area, and the people weren't having it. And so fucking they dealt with it in a way that Humboldt County has been, or at least
Humboldt's
for a long
always
time.
been. When they made that documentary movie about
that documentary was not lying, dog. That's what I'm talking about.
I believe every bit of it. That's what I was trying to say.
Not lying, dude.
But like, I see that you got this package, and this was one of your older packaging.
Yeah, that's one of them.
It was designated dank area. Your packaging from often features 100% biodegradable, right? It is the approach of that was approached to your brand, and it was always also made in the United States. How does this
made in Michigan?
How does this bring you ties it back to the old school homestead? Because this looks like the packaging where I used to get a manila envelope, and this is what my weed used to come in. My dad, I remember my parents going to go buy weed. It would be some swank, whatever the fuck it was.
All folded up,
but it would come in a little manila envelope with a staple on it. So
come in like this right here, but the fucking the tan or the more like
it was a more like yellowish color. Yes,
I got one around here somewhere. But
it was like.
Well, I used to make all my packaging by myself. So fucking like my cousin did my original 11 drop. The seeds that I dropped all came with art. It was the art series. So those all came with something that my cousin drew. And then I shrunk them down to a business card size and then made the actual package they went in fucking with cellophane and sealed them and shit. And then I moved into the Mylar pack days. And then I was like, you know what? We're fucking with weed and we're supposed to be craft cannabis and organic and shit. Like, why do I want any plastic in my packaging? So I got the packaging you just showed right there, which is this one right here. This packaging comes from Michigan. The paper and the ink is made in the United States, right? I'm from the United States. I breed from here. I'm proud of that. I also have an option where you can have. I don't know if I have one right here or not.
Is this the one that you can throw into these packages? You can
Yeah,
just throw
these
right
can
in the
be thrown
compost.
into the compost, but they also have an option to come with a straw inside that's heat sealed with the seeds in it, and the straw
Okay,
itself is made from hemp and corn resin. So it's the straw itself is made from hemp and corn. It's 100% biodegradable. It was the 2019 hemp product of the year, the hemp straw. So I
okay,
took the hemp straws, they're green, and those can be cut up, and your seeds can be put in that inside this packaging. So you would take the straw and cut it, drop them in water, and germinate your seeds, and then that whole package, the paper and the straw, can be thrown in a compost pile and make the compost pile more nutritionally dense than it started because you added an organic matter to it. But there's also an option for a cannabis stem to be used to hold your seeds, so that not only your seeds are cannabis, but the stem that's holding it are cannabis, and it would come with a
the
cork,
actual thing,
both
the
ends,
actual file is
the
made out of
actual
cannabis.
stem. So the whole thing was 100% biodegradable. I'm pretty sure I can show that. Let's see if I can find the picture for that. So
That's
yeah, at
what's up.
that point, that makes the whole packaging 100% biodegradable and beneficial to fucking yeah. There's my straws right there. So the hemp straw. This is the hemp straw that I use.
Oh shit! So I see it.
It's it's made from corn and hemp resin. um, here's the stock, hemp stock with seeds in it.
Okay, I see it's plugged on both sides.
And this one's plugged with a hemp stock on both sides, not a fucking cork. So that's 100%,
Oh
100%
shit!
hemp. So that whole thing could be uh, come with can. This shows it here, like me putting a seed down in it. All you do
Yo,
is
that's
take a small
badass.
drill and drill out the fucking pith on the center of your seed or your stock,
So, yeah,
and then you can fucking drop seeds in it.
that's badass.
Um, this is what they look like when they're sealed with your seeds in them.
With hemp straw. Okay.
Heat sealed. This way, someone can't take your seed, transfer another seed into it, and then sell you
Trade
some
you
fake
out some
seed and shit.
bullshit.
So
Yep.
the pack came sealed and the seed inside came sealed. So it was 100% way. The only problem with those was they're a little bit less durable. They're not gonna be able to
Going through
hold
the
your
mail.
seeds as good. So what I started doing was putting a 100% paper straw inside that was also from the USA. But those things started getting
Okay.
too expensive to use. But that makes it crush resistant. This is what the heat seal looks like on them up close.
Oh yeah.
Now, I showed these so people, in case someone
Try to
did try to
try.
transfer them, if the heat seal didn't look like that, someone fucked you over. So you were getting a fake seed. It was just a way to show people how they would look on one side specifically.
Okay. Um.
Yeah. So at that time, so when I did the stems, you were able to get my seed package, 100% USA made, 100%, with a stock grown in the USA by me, with seeds bred by me that were tested by 3 different labs in the United States for hop latent viroid and one lab for 8 different viruses and pathogens. So that the 11 drops that I did, I think it was in 2004, with the Ghost of Boneyard stuff, had all been tested for hop latent viroid, came in a 100% biodegradable package with a seed stock inside of it. On the very first 15 of all of them I dropped, all came with the seed stocks. So that you were getting the most craft produced pack of seeds on the market.
That you
That
could.
came
Yeah.
with the most provenance and proved that they were clean. Nobody gave a fuck.
What?
I didn't increase sales. I didn't have people hit me up for more shit.
People, because people were still chasing the hype boy shit.
They just want hype,
That's what
dude.
I'm talking
They
about.
want recreational purple bullshit. That may be great, but who's proving it? Right?
How you gonna, and then a lot of people still ended up with hops in their garden, even, and then didn't want to blame it was their own. Oh, Anyways,
And like since we'll never know how it got here, blaming where it came from in your garden don't matter. Just once you recognize it, get rid of it.
Yeah, that's all it was.
You know,
That's
and like I said, as a breeding point, I did it as a breeder to show people I was really truthfully about this plant and what I was offering them. And the next day, dude, they fucking did a show with a dude that was eventually got ran out of this fucking community for fucking some bullshit that I'm not gonna bring up, but he deserved to be run out for. But the whole time he was fake as fuck, and people were still fucking all about it because hype sells. It's fucking lame. You got a one-legged dude spending 20 years showing you he's not fronting.
Yeah.
And the next day you're buying shit from someone that'll wear a wig and talking a funny voice to y'all fucking, but because it was funny, you're buying it. Or like how many lines do I gotta name after a dead monkey before you give me a fucking second look? It's fucking crazy. It's just crazy what people actually are purchasing in this community, making money off of, and then complaining that we're losing to big pharma. There's a reason. Can the top 5 companies out there be put in a room with big pharma or anyone and be able to fucking explain to them why what they're offering should be continued to be offered besides sales and shit? And all these large companies with people's name on them that ain't got nothing to do with the garden. You think Wiz Khalifa's up in there growing the weed?
Yo, when they talk about Khalifa Kush, they really think these niggas is really out there doing it. They're not out there doing it. They got somebody else as a head grower, a head this, a head that. They just putting their name on it.
Yeah.
And to see if that's what they like.
It's branding. You can only do that in recreational. Medical people don't give a fuck who. They don't care if it was Willie Nelson or Snoop Dogg. If it makes my seizures worse, fuck Snoop and fuck Willie. That's what the answer would be. But like if it was about reality, those companies, and I'm only using their name because their names we know, not because that's what they're pronounced.
They're more pronounced in the industry, yes.
But if it was truthful shit being offered to them, the name would mean something. Like, great, it's great music. Don't mean the weed's great.
True.
If they ain't fucking in charge of making sure it comes out that way, or if that's not the bag in their room, like, yeah, their name's tagged it, but did True Leave produce the bag Snoop's smoking right now? Does he got a homie?
Yeah.
Same with like fucking when Willie was smoking. Was Willie getting his shit from the companies selling it with his name on it? Or did he have a grower that produced crazy ass good weed that was putting that shit on Willie's plate?
All right. So let's get back to where some of your philosophy to growers and so on and so forth, as in teaching the craft. A lot of the people that I know, because of course I know some of them, I'm always in your chat, and I know some of them. They say that you just don't give out good grow advice for free because you want people to know what they are seeing instead of just seeing it. You remember saying that to somebody on the interview? You want them to see it without just seeing it.
Well, I guess I just meant that if you educate yourself enough, you'll know what's real and ain't before you have to fucking find out it's fake. But more what that means, it comes like we were talking about me getting sick the other day from cannabis.
Yeah, I remember.
It comes down to fucking educating people so they don't get what I got. I don't want anyone getting sick or sicker from the cannabis that anyone offers because they didn't know that it could make them sick, right? I have a terminal disease I got from touching cannabis, right? There was a dude that was producing clones in our area, and clones started getting so big here so fast that my owner decided one day he was going to bring in another guy so he could offer some larger clones for a price. Because I told him I'm not fucking growing plants that big and selling them for fucking $20. You're crazy, dude. It's $20 worth of soil in that bag. There's no money in it. Like, you're crazy. They can have a cup for $10 and they're fucking this tall, and that's it. So he calls this other dude and has him bring him in. It's my job to fucking do it's his club, right? So he's like, put him on the counter. label them all up, let people know what's here. So I'm like, all right, dude, whatever. So I start pulling them out of the bags and boxes he brings in and putting them on the shelf. Takes me about 20 minutes. The patient comes in, so I run in the front to go handle the medical room where all the herb is, where we fucking take care of the patients. And I go in there and I lean on the counter like this. Got my hands up higher than they would, but they're on the counter like this. So I'm leaning like this, talking to them. And our counter's fully glass, so you can look down and see what's available. There's a fucking label and a jar, and you can ask to see the jar, and we bring it out, and you can smell it and fucking decide if you want it. Or if you already know what you want, you can go up there. It is. I want that one. Right? So it's completely glass, so they can see through it. But I got my arms on it. And the lady looks down and sees my hand, and she's like, "What the fuck's wrong with your hands?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And I look down, and my hands are bleeding, and there's pus coming out of all the pores on my knuckles and shit. And I'm like, "What the fuck?" And I go in the back and shit and go in the bathroom and wash my fucking hands. And the boss takes care of the fucking order. And fucking he comes in the back. He goes, "What the fuck's wrong with you?" I'm like, "Dude, I don't know." I put all them plants on the counter and fucking my hands are bleeding. They won't quit bleeding, dude. And I'm fucking right in front of them, I'm showing them. Like, I'm washing them. I'm coming out of the bathroom and they start bleeding. Like instantly. And I'm like, I'm freaking out. I'm like, what the fuck is going on, dude? And he's like, "Dude, maybe you got some acid or some shit. Put your hands in this bucket of fucking baking soda." So he fucking baking soda waters this thing. I put my hands in there and it starts burning me and shit. I'm like, what the fuck? What am I doing? I'm tripping so hard on me bleeding that I'm doing dumb shit. So I'm like, fuck this. I'm out of here. And I take off and I go to my homie's house. His mom's an ER nurse. So I'm going to go ask her what the fuck to do because I'm afraid to go to the hospital and tell them that I just touched a bunch of cannabis and now my hands are bleeding. So I go to the only people I know, which is my buddy's mom's a ER nurse and his dad's an X-ray technician. As soon as his mom sees my hand, she's like, "You got Steven Johnson syndrome, terminal epidural necrosis syndrome." And I'm like, "What the fuck?" And I go in the bedroom and start looking the shit up, and I'm like, "Oh fuck!" The more and more I read, the more and more I'm like, "I am fucking what the fuck? What is this?" So the next day I go down there and tell them what's going on at the club. I'm like, "We need to know what was on those plants, dude. Something in those plants caused a reaction to me, and I need to know what it is, dude." And either he fucking comes clean, or I'm gonna have to go down to the doctors and fucking. There's gonna be issues with, because at the time there was a whole set of lawyers and shit involved with this disease. If you came up with this, they instantly started investigated because of how rare it is. They want to know how you got it, what the fuck you were doing, because it usually involves chemicals or some shit, right? So you may be making drugs, right? That or some kind of fucking shit. You might be making a bomb. They're thinking all kinds of crazy shit. So they instantly start to investigate. And I'm trying not to involve any investigation in anything. I just want to know so I can treat myself. 2 days later, the dude comes clean with what he's doing. He's spraying Avid. He's got Eagle 20. He's got fucking Raid. He's spraying Raid on the plants, shit for ants and shit like that. Fucking, he's got a sulfur burner 24 hours a day. Basically, if it's sold as a pesticide, he's using it. These plants are covered in it. And fucking the bags are saturated in it, which is what was really the problem. He had been storing all these leaky bottles on the bags. And he transplanted into the bags, and I grabbed 100 bags by pulling them over.
Yeah.
Just from cannabis rubbing on my skin, the leaves, and the bag having that chemical on it, it caused a reaction in my body. And now I have a disease that eventually caused what ended up almost killing me, because when I lost my leg and they did the coccyx surgery on me, my body wouldn't heal. And they couldn't figure out what was going on. I was in a coma at the time and couldn't talk. So I had no way to explain, to tell anyone what I was going through and why. So over 2 years, they battled trying to save my life from all the skin grafts and muscles they removed, and fucking the coccyx surgery they did on me, fucking the ostomy surgery they did. I was in the hospital almost 2 years, from 2017 to 2019. And then they finally used stem cell to save my life. So they used a honey that was saturated with stem cells, and that's what made me heal finally. But that took fucking 2 treatments every week. Fuck, I can't even remember, for fucking months and months and months. I was on a gurney at the time. I couldn't walk. I couldn't lift myself up. I weighed like 108 pounds. They told me I was never, ever in my life getting out of a bed again. that I was basically, one nurse told me I was going to live as a pancake for the rest of my life. They're going to flip you over every 2 hours so you don't get bed sores. He's like, but you probably will never get out of that gurney ever again, right? They were setting me up to die. So they're telling me in the hospital that every day, like they're telling my mom I got 20% chance to live. I didn't know this at the time. She told me after I got out. They're calling her every day or two to tell her this shit as they do updates on me. And I'm just not getting better and just not getting better and just not getting better. And I still have my leg. I'm infected like a motherfucker. And they released me to a fucking convalescent home where only 3 people in there aren't 70 or older. And it's me, this other dude with missing 2 legs, and some dude that had fell and busted his arm, construction or some shit. The dude with missing 2 legs, he's using the place to sell drugs. So he's moving fucking opiates and weed out of this place. He's been in there so long. I'm in there and I can't move. And I'm in a battle with the head nurse to get out of there. I want to go home because they're basically telling me I'm going to die. And I don't want to die in a convalescent home. I want to come home and die in my bed. Right? I want to die at home. So I'm like, just let me go home. Every day I'm asking and begging. And this lady every day is telling me that I have to have my wife call to verify that she set my house up so that I can go there safely, right? And I'm like, lady, I have no wife. I've never been married. I don't have a girlfriend. I don't know who you want to call. I have a mother, and she can call you and verify all this. They've got a bed. It's all there. Why won't you let me go home? And she's like, as long as your wife don't call, it's not happening. Your wife sues the exec, or I don't know what the fuck it is. She's the person that has the rights for you. And I'm like, you've got me mixed up, lady. So every day I'm telling her this for like 2 weeks. And then one day I'm in there. They got me on so many opiates, I'm tripping most of the time. So half the time I don't know what's real and what ain't. And one day they bring me food, and I'm looking down, and my mind tells me there's ants all over the food. Oh, and I'm tired of tripping and shit. So I'm like, I'm gonna get my phone and record this, because if it's on the phone, my mind can't make it up. Like, I'm gonna show it to someone else. If they see ants, then it's real. And the only way I could show it to someone else was posting on Facebook. So I posted on Facebook. I mean, I can show you guys that shit if I can let's get Facebook to show the post. There's fucking ants crawling across my fucking mashed potatoes, and because of that, I fucking tell them, you're gonna get me the fuck out of here, and I'm going home, or I'm gonna call the police, or I'm gonna call a lawyer, and I'm gonna call the news, and like, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Because you thought it wasn't psychosis.
It was real. As soon as Facebook was like, what the fuck are ants doing in your food? I knew it was real because someone else saw it, right? If I was the only one that saw it, then like, it's bullshit. Or if I showed it to someone else and they're like, yeah, whatever, it's ants, like, that could still be bullshit. But to just post, I'm tired of fucking being treated like this. Because what they were doing was like, every day they were giving me eggs and shit. And I'm allergic to eggs. I can't eat eggs. I'm telling them that shit. They give me eggs. So finally they're like, fuck it, here's potatoes. Eat potatoes. So they bring me a plate of mashed potatoes, and it's covered in fucking ants. What hospital is this? Bro, it got to a point where they were only giving me apple juice because I told them I couldn't eat eggs. And I'm like, I'm diabetic. You can't give me only apple juice. I have to have protein to eat. What the fuck? I'm allergic to eggs. Like, I have a light allergy to eggs. Like, if I eat just an egg, it's coming up. I can't stop it. It's coming up. If you put it in a cake or something like that, I can handle it. I don't know why, but my system takes it. I've tried eating eggs. I can't eat scrambled eggs. I ain't eating fried egg. Eventually, it's coming up, dude. Give me 10 minutes. My stomach's gonna release it. So there's no reason for my sick ass in a fucking bed where I can't move to be thrown up on myself. But I'm trying to make clear to them. So, like, just bring me some toast and some fucking oatmeal or something with a protein in it besides an egg, right? Nope. But fucking eventually it was only fucking apple juice. Like, I was getting in a fight with everything about him, and I was just so fucking angry. I didn't know what to do, and like, the only thing that got me out was the ants in my food. So I had ants in my food, and when I showed it to the fucking nurse and the lady that was in charge, I went home 2 days later, and I came home to die. So I'm sitting at home in the most excruciating pain because I have an infection. I got osteomyelitis and MRSA in my leg still. And they haven't found it in my leg. They've chopped everything above my knees off of me. My ass, my every muscle in the thigh on my left leg is gone. And This is before they cut my leg off. So fucking all my thigh muscles are missing in the back. All my ass is missing and shit. They fucking did skin grafts on my fucking nuts and shit. I got skin grafts on my right leg and muscles missing out of there that they fucked with. And they're telling me I'm gonna fucking walk again and be okay. And now I'm dying in this bed. They're only telling me that so I can die thinking I have a chance. They just think I'm gonna die. And fucking I get to a point where if you touch me, I scream like fucking, it's the worst scream you heard in any kind of horror movie. I'm just screaming. And everyone thinks I'm a bitch because I'm screaming. And my mom's getting tired of this shit. She's getting to a point like she's gonna put me in a home if I keep it up. Like she thinks I'm just doing this on purpose. And she's at the store one day and sees a dude that I don't know if he had a shirt or something on that says he works at an X-ray place. And she asks him if he knows anywhere that does mobile X-rays. And he says he does. And she tells him what's going on. And he comes here on his own time and X-rays me. And notice he's like, lady, I can't see a bone in his left leg. She said, I've never done an X-ray and not seen a bone in a leg like that. He's like, you need to take him to a hospital right now. Like, it's fast. When I leave here, get on the phone and tell him to come pick him up. And so that's what they did. And back in the hospital, and I get there like that day after they've taken all their tests. The infection doctor comes in and she's like, I've never seen a leg that infected in my life. I've worked with veterans and all kinds of shit, and I've never seen a leg that had a bone inside it that looked like lace. That's what she told me my leg looked like, the bone inside. You could see through my leg and shit, just mesh. She's all, you got about 48 hours to live. So you're going to either have to cut it off and hope the infection hasn't moved into your other organs, or just you're going to die. She's like, I'm going to be blunt with you. So I still think I'm tripping. I'm like, it's got to be these drugs. None of this is real. I need to make a phone call, right? So I call my mom and tell my mom what's going on. And I tell her, like, I need you to talk to the doctor and then tell me if it's real. And she thinks I'm just full of shit because I've been calling her with crazy shit before that. But she gets on the phone, talks to the doctor, gets back on. Tony, it's real. And so I'm like, I love you, Mom. Bye. And I tell him cut my leg off. So I'm like, do it. Like, I'm gonna make it. Fucking, if that's what's doing it, do it. So in my mind, it's my last chance to not be in pain, right? And maybe I'll just die on the table is what I'm really thinking. Fucking, I come out of that shit. And when I wake up, all the pain in my body's gone. They cut my leg all the way up to the mid thigh, and I come out and they have got me on a fucking vac wound machine that sucks fucking fluids out of your body. It's got fucking like a plastic bag wrapped you. I got one on my ass, one on my fucking, now I got one on my fucking leg. So I've had it twice on me and shit. And I go through that for about, 14 days or something. And they send me home. And they send me home with a 10-day supply of opiates. And I'm supposed to go back to the fucking pain management doctor to get put on my normal 30-day supply. And when I get out, in my head, I'm like, the pain's not there. Why do I need opiates? Like, they were there to help the pain and they weren't doing nothing. Like, they literally had me, it was going in my veins at one point. I was taking opiates through a feeding tube at one point. I was taking pills too. Like, nothing was working. So I'm like, I'm done with them. I threw them in the trash and I'm like, I don't want any pills. Like, my family has issues with addiction. I didn't want any reason to be addicted to anything. I talked about earlier the way I used to use alcohol. I carried a keg the fuck around. Yeah. I didn't want to be a dude trying to see how many fucking Zanny bars I could get to, man. So I threw them in the trash. But I'm still on a gurney. I still can't walk. I still can't carry myself. I'm still supposed to die. And I'm still supposed to go to this pain management doctor. So they take me there. It's an hour away from where I live. They take me in a van tied to a gurney. I'm strapped down like a fucking motorcycle in the back of this motherfucker with fucking trailer straps and shit. They get me in there, they pull me in, and the doctor starts talking to me about my pain levels and how much I'm supposed to be taking and what they're going to get me at. And I'm like, well, there's no pain no more, dude. You cut a leg off. I threw those pills away and I haven't taken them for 10 days now. He's like, what? You're not taking anything? I'm like, no. He's like, you're crazy. You have to be in pain. I'm like, there's no pain. I don't want any medication for pain. I don't need any. I don't mind telling you guys what's going on, but I don't need any form of any pain medication that an Advil or a Tylenol can't fix. and I don't need those really. Maybe once or twice every week or so far. Like I can deal with it. And he's like, well, if you don't need fucking pain meds, what are you doing in here? He's like, you need to leave. And they make me leave out the back of this fucking place, out of the emergency exit, and not through the front where everyone else would go. And that's the last time I'm at a pain management place and shit. So they send me home. I'm supposed to do physical therapy. The physical therapy guy tells me, I can't help you. I'll come back whenever you can stand up because I still can't walk and do nothing. No one's helped me. I'm down to 108 pounds. I can't do shit. My brother's picking me up literally and putting me in a chair naked because they finally give me a wheelchair. And then one day my mom leaves and I climb off this. I showed you guys that video the other day. I climb off the bed and put myself in this wheelchair.
Straight up.
And I stand up with a walker. And that's the day I knew I was going to be here longer than they told me. So I quit trying to die and started to try to make it. Right. And I put that vibe out into the world. And again, a man that I mentioned earlier, Kevin Jodry, he got some cuttings sent my way. And it helped me restart my company. And that's what brought me back into the world you guys know me as. But the plants would save me again. 2 people sent me some autoflower seeds, Cheddar Bob and my homie Roberto. And even though I wasn't going to
Cheddar Bob and autoflowers, excuse me.
And they sent me these 2 autoflower, right? And Cheddar Bob sent me one from Mephisto. Or not Mephisto, but fucking the Sky Stomper. Yeah, it was Mephisto. And the other homie sent me a landrace from Slovenia. So what I did is just got up every day and made sure they were wet and alive. And it made me get out of the bed. I was stuck in a bed for 2 years and told I was going to die. And 2 autoflower seeds made me get up and remember that cannabis is what I loved and breeding plants is what I did. And that even without a leg and even in a chair, and even if someone else had to pick me up and put me in it, I was still going to try to do something and be something besides a dying human. And it saved my life, right? I wasn't going to smoke it. I was just growing the plant. It goes all the way back to the beginning where I tell, like, sharing the info you know to someone, even if they're going to grow a tomato, showing them how to till the soil is more important than some high cannabis strain, right? They'll get to that point. If someone wants to smoke some weed, show them where to get it legit, show them how to do it correct, and give them props while they're doing it. Don't tell them they're failing all the time. When they feel like they are, show them the steps to get there and the reasons why you got there. I failed so many times. There's no reason for you to repeat the shit. From how I was treated in the hospital to losing my leg, to the way I name plants after the people I love. One of y'all today is going to make some seeds, and some going to be named after your mama, your daddy, your kids, or your doggy. I guarantee it. And you're going to take pride in that shit. It'll be what you talk about instead of just weed. You're going to have someone remember someone you love who never knew that motherfucking person ever, but knows it's important to you, and because you're important to them, that shit becomes important. And that's what community is all about. Even though I name shit after my loved ones, doing that will remind you have loved ones. And I'll fucking end up hearing about some seeds, which I've done now repeatedly, that my homies and other people in this community now have went and done the same thing. Named it after their daughter who was sick. Or someone who renamed some shit after their dog that protected their family for fucking years. Something that changed their life so much that they weren't the same jackass they were before this person, this thing came into their life. And now they want to make sure everybody remembers that. Right? The bad shit got you there, but the positive shit's what keeps you here. And you don't ever want to go back there. You always want to stay here or go there. Don't go back to a place that fucking was what put the scars on you, man. Fuck them shits. You don't need to have the scars to be great. The scars can make you great. Just don't dwell on them scars too much.
That's some good information right there. Fucking getting close to the end of the interview. Talking about all of your whole Toad identity, your name carry weight in this community. What do you want your lasting contribution to the world of cannabis breeding to be?
bringing provenance back, being fucking your word, your bond, not just fucking hype shit sells. Like what you said means something.
Yes.
That's what I want people to fucking remember. You can't complain that you're getting sold fakes and bullshit when you're buying fakes and bullshit. You got to be part of what changes the community.
Where
So
you buy from fakes and bullshit.
yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I'm not gonna bring up their name because it helps with sales. But y'all know
Yeah.
there's companies out there right now selling you bullshit. They've literally, with their own mouth, told you that they don't give a fuck or that they don't know anything about breeding or some shit. Right? The meme sells.
Yeah.
Like today, it's not just the hype. If the meme's high, if that meme's fire, dude, you can fucking sell out a pack of seeds in a day. No one saw the parents. No one saw a test grow. It hasn't won a cup. Just reputation alone will sell out a pack, but memes will sell. And that's the hype of cannabis. And you can't be angry when it comes, man. You can't be mad you bought that pet rock, dog.
Oh yeah, there you go. You can't be mad because you bought that pet rock. It's crazy.
No, for real. And that it won't sit down and roll over. It's a rock, bitch. What the fuck is wrong with you? It won't fetch nothing, dude. He don't know his name. It's a rock, bitch. What the fuck are you doing? And then we're out here buying rocks and shit, hoping that they're gold. And we're buying them from the most hustler motherfuckers that we can. And it gets repeated over and over. So pay attention. Don't just pay attention to what is hype. Pay attention who fell off the hype train and why. And then quit supporting those fucking kinds of companies and support the ones that are here because they'd rather have you have another day with your grandma than fucking
Exactly.
2 more days. You know? Or at least while she's here, maybe she'll smile. Squeeze your hand harder because her fingers don't hurt. You rub lotion on them 5 minutes before that. So when she did pass, she was holding your hand tightly and shit. Like instead of just frail and weak. One last chance of being the strong human they were. Cannabis can make us that. It can make us last longer, be stronger, and help others more efficiently if we just utilize it correctly. Treat it as if you're the medicine man in the fucking tribe. Not, you know what I'm saying? And it'll change everything around you. It really would.
Well, Toad, God damn, these high chews killing me. I couldn't even swallow the high chew. No. I wanted to talk about your debt. That's the next thing. This is about to be the final thing. You got this Toad venom that you created, right? And you create. I want to say like you created your own because you had your own recipe. This is your own stuff. This is something that you do. What really made you get into these reversals and actually find out the science on how to do reversals and stuff? What made
I'm one of the science dudes. I've been trying to do reversal since I made Space Kush. I tried to do reversal on the Space Kush #2, the Deuce, for years.
Yes.
And I started with colloidal silver, which kept failing. Like I could not get that plant to produce a male sac with colloidal silver. Period. I tried over and over and over. It would not happen. I eventually figured out that particle size was important and in colloidal silver and how to produce a smaller particle size. So I got it to stop producing female flowers, but I still couldn't get it to produce male flowers. So I was altering flower structure and production. So I knew something was happening. I still couldn't figure out what. And that's when I started like doing more research into plant reversals beyond I heard colloidal silver does something. So I dove into the old forums for years. I run into Chimera, Ryan Lee, Hype Tech, who makes Elite X Elite. And there was another cat on there called Contrymon. These are 3 people that I had seen discussing reversals of plants and sources of the information on how to reverse plants, which came down to some white papers written by a person named Mohan Ram and another person, the last name goes by Set. I can't remember the first name, Dr. Set. They did some work in late 60s and early 70s on reversal in a white paper on reversal of male flowers with ethifon and the reversal of female flowers using silver or ethylene halting products like silver and cobalt and shit like that. So I started reading those papers over the years and combining it with the weed cultures information, which took me years, but eventually realized that they were either just completely full of shit, some of them, or the ones that weren't were just, I don't know, high as I was when they were trying to convert shit and something was not getting converted right. So I left the fucking weed info completely out of it and dove into every white paper I could find on the reversal of dioecious plants. Since cannabis itself is a dioecious plant, it's going to act like other dioecious plants. Since it's a higher plant, I'd learned this through all my other research. So I started looking into that, and through that information, I start finding out that the required strength is the most efficient that they were getting was at 3 millimolar strength for silver in solution to produce male flowers on dioecious plants. Wow. So doing the math, I just ended up making my own shit that reached a number that I felt worked. Mine comes out to 3.12 millimolar strength. Uh-huh. Used the way I recommend so far, I haven't had anybody hit me back up and say that the reversal hasn't worked.
I've seen seen somebody
a couple
recently
bottles, maybe 300 bottles now, and nobody has said that it hasn't worked. Now that's not to say everyone's used every bottle yet, but there's repeated use with repeated customers like Chad Westport. Mm-hmm. Chad's used it to reproduce his seeds for the last couple of years. There's a few other companies. I don't like saying the names of the companies.
Yes.
That haven't publicly said that they are, because I just don't. It's like giving other people shit out there. But there's some of the most highly respected companies out there that have hit me up for this product and are using it to produce feminized seeds for y'all. There's other people's that work, like I mentioned, HiveTech, this is Elite X Elite. I've used it, it works. I've used multiple, so I tested mine up to against 5 other silver products on the market. There was only 2 other ones that worked, and Elite X Elite was one. The other one I won't name because it wasn't consistently working. One batch worked, one batch didn't. And I've seen that with other people's through other people's results. That's the reason Chad had hit me up with the companies that he used. Once it worked and once it didn't. So I offered him my product because he had been seeing it working for me for a few years. I'd been showing myself going through the production of it from, I'm trying to remember if it was when I did my Icarus OG reversal. So I still had legs. So it's been over 10 years of me actually R&Ding this product to work in the way that I think that it should have been used instead of what everyone's been sharing online, because I believe everyone's been over applying it as in for too long of a period. And a lot of people are utilizing it in a very weak solution because of the way they're interpreting the info that was given or the way the info was actually written. When you add too much water to it, it's going to come down to it being almost like 9 times less strong as it's supposed to be. And then they tell you to spray it. So this is day 32. Basically, until you see flower, which in my experience is probably until you see those balls drop, it's going to be about 30 days too long of putting that on that plant.
All right. I have exactly an example from somebody that's recently just put out a actual video. I was asking a question, and he's a big YouTuber, Bass Drop Keys himself. I can do this right quick and get it right here. Boom. Let's see if did it pop up here with us. No, I'm at the stage. All right. So this is his day. I think he says day 32. We can catch on. I can play this real quick so you can catch them.
All right, so this is day 32 of flower. for these two in the front that I'm reversing. These are Georgia Pies that I'm reversing. And so what I've been noticing today is I should be very close to the pollen falling. And so what I'm noticing is these pods are falling. Can you see that right there, right in the middle? How these pollen specks are falling. And then here, you see those little specks? Those are all sacs that are falling off the plants. Let me try to find some more for you. Yep, one right there. Can you see that one right there falling off? Look over here. You see how they're falling off? And so for all of you guys that are veterans to doing this, is that normal? Do the pollen sacs fall off before the pollen starts dropping? But they're all over. One right there. Can you see that one? Look at that. One right there. Even one right here. Look at that one. Oh, there's one right here. You see that one right there? There's one right there. And so as I'm looking at these sacs, I can see that some of them are starting to open. Like you see that one right there? They're starting to open. And so ChatGPT, when I took a picture and showed it to it, said that for day 32, it looks like we're right where we need to be.
All right, I don't want to ask ChatGPT. I want to ask you. He's using your product.
Mm-hmm.
Actually,
it takes around day 30 to 34 to start dropping pollen. So some plants will start to the pollen sacs will start to, the early ones will start to desiccate and then fall off the plant, which is to dry up and fall off and not produce any pollen. But as you see, they're making sacs in stages. The plant doesn't just produce a solid full male flower at one time. So those early ones are ones that just too premature to make any kind of pollen that are viable. But what's important to notice is that they're not falling off as a closed flower; they're open. Yes. So it's going through a natural flowering process of making the flower and opening. So those later ones are going to start to produce pollen that will fall naturally with the open flower. That thing's just because it's a female going to a male. That flower wasn't in the right stage to produce pollen as it was to just make the shape of that flower. It's not a viable male flower at all. Sometimes a female will make the same thing. A real male, you'll get some early flowers that fall off that don't have any pollen in them. It's just an immature flower that it's going through the process. But this is the time period right now when it's going to start to produce that pollen and fall off of there. So there are other questions I would ask is how he sprayed the plant. He just sprayed the nodes, or did he spray the full plant?
He sprayed the whole. He followed your video word for word.
And then it also comes down to cultivar. Some plants are more susceptible to ethylene swings than other. The flower time on that plant, how long does it, like a female in that line, naturally flower? Is it a 9-week plant? Is it a 10? Is it 11? All that'll change when some of those drop. I feel like what he's going to see in that next round is going to be far more pollen-producing pods that will come off of those. Those other ones there are way more healthier pods than those ones that fell off before. Those were just premature sacs that weren't going to make pollen at all. I get that sometimes. And all of them should start falling off of there eventually anyway. So like right now, at the point he's at, I would turn my fans off. At this point, I would have no fan running.
He's planning on doing a shake soon.
Yeah, so I would have my fucking fans off for like 10 days now to make sure that as soon as I start seeing, there's going to be a point where you're going to get not just 1 or 2 on each flower popping. There's going to be like 7 on each flower. They go poof. As soon as you see that, you need to start shaking almost every 2 days because they're going to start producing pollen sacs on that rate very quickly. Now you're going to have a window when they drop. So if you're not collecting it, you're going to want to shake it through that period. And that period is usually around 10-day period. So that period will give you the most copious amount of pollen. It slows down the way the seeds finish. Like you'll get seeds that finish all at one time that look the best, all of the seeds, if you pollinate on one day, opposed to pollinating for a 10-day period. Because now you have to wait until that last day of pollination, the 10th day, is the day that the seeds would finish, when opposed to pollinating on all the first day, your seeds would have finished 10 days earlier in that room.
Yeah.
So you could change pollination date. He shouldn't have no problem. They should start dropping all the pollen he wants, though.
Yeah, I just wanted to show. I wanted to show your product in actually, like, this is recent. This is one probably the most recent I've seen.
And then if it doesn't, what I would say is that there's a possibility of the cultivar being ethylene sensitive. It might need a third spray, but I doubt it because I see some of those forming so much and falling.
Yep.
But these are the females, though. These isn't the
Yeah,
reverse.
and you're starting to see the actual.
Yeah, so it looks like pollen has gotten in the air right there. Something's pollinated that. So that's fully pollinated.
That's definitely
So
pollinated.
the ones that are dropping and falling they're releasing pollen in the air. So if he leaves it on, he's just not going to get clouds when he shakes them as much. Because as they drop, they're going to catch that fan and pollinate the room. So if he wants less of those to fall off, you'd want to turn the fans completely off and not disturb that plant at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then you'd be able to go in there and shake it before they fall. But with the fan on, they're going to fall. The fan's going to jostle them all. That's how cannabis pollinates.
Yep. I just wanted to actually show you what's been going on so far with your product. It does work. I mean, if y'all do really want to get with them, there he goes right there with Toad.
It comes with instructions, y'all. Anytime you get it, it's available at Dogger Garden. It's an 8-ounce bottle. The instructions are on the website. It also comes with it. These stickers are waterproof. They're fucking UV resistant. When you get them to Dogger, they'll come in the bag with them. I don't put them on the bottle. That way you can stick a sticker wherever the fuck you want. They also come with 20 free seeds through Dogger Garden until November or December when they stop seeds. When you pick up a bottle, you get 20 seeds. So you don't even have to have a genetic pool to pull from. You'll have something from me that you could reverse. You'll get a pack of seeds that if you pop them, you'll find a female. And because of what I've been putting in lately, it's called Space Junk. It's a space cheese cross to a female that I lost the tag to. So I'm not sure which one of the fucking 27 girls I pollinated. It's good weed, but because of that, you'll end up with a female that no one else knows what theirs are. So they can't find yours either. You're going to be able to line breed it in a direction that no one else could copy or reverse it and do the same thing. So it's just a way to do that. Some of the earlier ones you would have got like NorCal Space Goo, or you would have got fucking the Ghost of Totally Haze, but it's a 20 pack in there with each one of those. That 20 pack's worth more than the bottle. Period. those some of the 20 packs I put in there retailed for twice the price of the bottle.
And you definitely gonna be getting some good genetics. That's the whole thing. If you even wanted to breed with Toad's stuff, you know that you're dealing with original genetics. They are like bare bones. They're the skeletons of what you. If you wanted to go back to the old school, I think that
the blue cheese I used came from 2008. It was made with UK cheese and DJ Short's blueberry F4 male that a patient here made. My angel track. There's pictures of the pollen of it growing going back till 2005. That's what I'm talking about. Provenance, like he's talking about here. Buying seeds off some dude that just shows up on Instagram yesterday and is saying a lot of things, and then you ask him, but he can't show you no proof in private or public. It don't matter. Probably don't want to fuck with that person. Right? But why not go to the source he did? He just went and bought clones from somebody that had fucking 25 different cultivars available. We reversed one of them and just did something everyone else already did. Why not go to the first person that did it? Like the CSI Humboldt.
Chris said he got his from the GG site and it didn't come with beans when he ordered it.
GG.
That's not GG. What is GG? I was about to say I never heard of GG.
There's only one website that I offer my product.
I was about to say you told me it's Dogger. Dogger is not a Dogger or you.
There's one place in Michigan or in Superior.
DG. He meant to say DG, Dogger Gardens. He said he got it from Dogger. And he didn't get beans when he ordered it.
Nah, they come with a 20 pack every time inside, dude. Every time. And if you buy my pack, you get a free 20 pack with the pack. You get about a pack of seeds in there.
He said that
all you'd have to do is send me a picture of it in the sealed, vacuum sealed bag. Was it in a vacuum sealed bag? Should have been. Every bag. Every bottle.
When did you order it, Chris?
I've never offered it without it.
But hey, get in contact. You can get in contact. Hit me up, and I can see if I can get in contact with I can see if I can. I can get in contact with Toad or get your information over to him so he can talk to you. But yeah, his product does work. It was a great interview. We've been on here for like 3.5 hours. If anybody out there in the chat got anything you want to say,
Chad Westport has multiple videos of him using it on his channel.
Yep.
How
much is spray?
50.
Go on the website.
It's 5.9 on the website. 5.9.
See,
they raised the price of shipping, so that is effective.
Shit, the price of silver has went up. Yeah,
price of silvers went up 400%. So like when I started making this to the public, I was using silver that I bought at a bottle was $25. Today that same bottle is $150. The same equal amount of silver, 25 grams of silver, cost me $150 when it used to cost me $25.99. And I haven't raised my price at all.
Did he already say which OG was his favorite? Which OG was your favorite OG out there? See, they got some questions.
Fire OG is my favorite in clone form. My favorite OG is my straight ghosted, which is Ghost OG back cross number 2. It's Ghost OG, Ghost OG, Ghost OG, Kim Dog Special Reserve.
The brother totally ghosted.
Totally Ghosted is the progeny of straight ghosted. Totally Ghosted, aka sucking on ladies' dick OG is Ghost OG back cross 2 times Ghost OG back cross 1, which is the Ghost of Boneyard. There's also motherfucking OG, but I haven't released that to the public. I think I gave 2 packs out.
Are the seed sorters still available on Dogga?
You mean the seed cracker? Because I never offered the seed sorter there.
I know you had I remember the cracker though. Your snaps. Another for sale of trade.
This is the seed sorter, but I never offered this on Dogga. Yeah. But I think you're talking about the seed cracker. I'm thinking about sending some more of those in. I think I got about 20 of them printed up, and that would probably be the last one.
There you go. And you see anybody got?
No, man, you should have got them, brother Christopher. Did it come in a plastic vacuum sealed bag? It's not a special. It comes, every bottle comes with a 20 pack.
Yeah, I was about to say this is just something that he lives by, die by.
This is one of the 20 packs that just went in the last 20 bottles.
Space Funk.
Space Junk. Lost Tag Mom crossed the Space Cheese. I did 27 crosses that year to Space Cheese. So it's one of them 27 girls. And there was Ghost OG, Triangle Kush, Topanga, Canyon OG, LA Pure Kush, Bubba Kush, Mudbone, Girl Scout, Forum Cookie, fucking what else was in there? GMO, Ghost OG, fucking there was all kinds of girls. I showed them on public. Just don't NorCal Afgu, Pam.
He said it came in the Ziploc.
Yeah, a Ziploc. You mean a vacuum sealed bag, right? Not a Ziploc.
I'm just
if
reading.
It came in a Ziploc, somebody opened it. And I don't know why anyone would have opened it unless it leaked and they had to open the bag to fucking, because I've had 3 people report small leaks inside the bag. So that's the only thing that could have caused that. What does that say? Is it art?
Totally haze is it art? What?
He wants to know if it has haze flavors, terpenes, and effects. So, what do you think haze is what I'd have to ask. If you think Piff is haze, then I can't help you. If you think Amnesia haze is haze, I can't help you. If you think Super Silver haze, is a haze. You're getting kind of close.
He says literally in a Ziploc bag, like it said the Ziploc brand and everything.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy because my shit comes in a vacuum seal bag. Here, I'll show you one
He
second.
showed, yeah. I was about to say, SOS had won the giveaway that was on the channel a couple of days ago, well, last week, and he showed it comes in the it does come in the vaccine. But Chris, I know you ain't bitching about it. You just let everybody know you let him know what's going on, just in case a pack of tools just been ended up coming up missing. It's a shit come like this though.
This is how they come in a vacuum sealed bag with a label and a sticker and a 3-pack of seed. Now, if it would have leaked in here, they would have had to open it. So, did you
And if
get
they
2
see the
stickers?
seed, they would have took it.
I don't send extra stickers, so there wouldn't be no replacement stickers. So, and
Did you
unless
get-
there was only one time that they came with stickers on them, and the sticker was tiny. I want to say, I'm trying to think if I sent the big ones this week, but only 2 times they didn't have stickers. So, well, Neville's haze is half NL5 and half skunk, so it's not a lot of haze up in that line.
He said like the devil haze affects in terms. Well, he also
You will find something similar. But for me, I'm one of the stickler guys. Like that's for me, that's outside of haze. Because my original haze F4 haze for days, it's haze times haze. There's no outcross to it. I didn't have NL5 added to it. There's no fucking 88G13 in it. There's nothing else. So when you ask about my Ghost of Totally Haze, there's a small proportion of haze in there. My Totally Haze is a Redwood Kush F3 times original haze F3. Right, and then I added the Ghosted Boneyard to it. So to only look for haze in that cross, you'll be disappointed because it wasn't bred to be a haze. It was bred using haze as the basis. You will find energetic upper type herb in there for sure. That's what haze does. But I'm not trying to breed it for haze. I've done that with haze for days. So I would tell people to get my haze for days if they want haze. If they like those kind of effects, but with weed that's easy to grow, that will get big. Let's see. I can show you that. I'll show you the Ghost of Totally Haze right here. The homie just posted something today. This grows in blazing haze instead, but it's Lou Ray. Where you at, dude? So here's the Ghost of Totally Haze right here. This is a plant from 60 days from seed. We got a 4-foot plant behind it. That's Ghost of Boneyard, Totally Haze. Now there's this is the Blazing Haze in the same spot. That's MySpace Tiva times Totally Haze. So that's got the original haze in it twice, but then 2 other males, the Redwood Kush and the Angel, that have nothing to do with haze, but it still grows like a haze. But I'm trying to get denser flowers to finish faster. That will give you more bag appeal, easier growth, but it hides similar to haze, which the haze breeds for. But I'm never trying to replace haze. That's why I was trying to ask to be specific, not to try to be harsh or anything. I don't know what I'm thinking of that.
He said you said you will have to go under to find a heavy hitting strains that he can though, while I still have a chance. He's talking about, I think it's on your
You want? I can tell you which one. If I don't know what's on there right now.
You got One Hit a Quitter. I know that's one of your hard hitting strains. And then
There's only a little bit of that left. There's the Miscellaneous Hound, 1 hitter quitter times Smack 1 Space Cheese. That's a fem. Breath of the Dog. That's Fire Ass Weed. That's a fem. Yondi, which is 1 hitter quitter Mudbone times 1 hitter quitter. It's a 1 hitter quitter back cross. JoJo Dancer, Mudbone Space Cheese. That's the grapiest Mudbone. Tasted and smelled like fucking Jolly Ranchers hard candy. across the space cheese. Mid mints, that's the Girl Scout Thin Mint times space cheese. The Whiz, Kim 4 times Mudbone, named after Richard Pryor. Gus Gorman, Bruce Banner number 3 times Mudbone. That's named after Richard Pryor when he was in. He's Gus Gorman's his character in Superman.
What?
Yeah, Gus Gorman is who Richard Pryor played in Superman. When he put on the suit, everyone that put on that suit died a crazy death.
Mm-hmm.
Serious Dank, Ghost of Stardog times One Hitter Quitter. Blazing Haze, Totally Haze times Space Tiva. That's still on there. Amazing, Ghost of Candida times Space Tiva. That one's going to be CBD. Both parents came in with CBD. The Ghost of Candida has shown 2-to-1 and 1-to-1 in 2 different grows. She's been sequenced to be a CBD dominant female. Same with the Space Tiva female, but the line also has CBD in it. Space Tiva is original haze, F3 times my angel male. There's the Ghost of Totally Haze that's still there. If you're a haze lover, but you want something easier to grow, that's that plant I just showed you against the fence. That's fucking from 60 days from seed. The Ghost of LA Pure Kush, if you like good ass fucking fire ass weed, OG Bubba Kush style, that one I highly recommend to you. That LA Pure Kush is a cut I got from Kevin Jodry in 2014. It grows like Bubba Kush. The Ghost of Boneyard is a Ghost OG Back Cross 1. That shit grows tall and has nothing but OG style flowers on it. That weed is fucking bomb. What else is on there?
More of that effect. He wants a strain that's more in a more of an enlightening, creative type strain. The strain that'll like keep you
purely original. And purely original. It's the Totally Haze times LA Pure Kush. There's Space Cheese, Black Wop Gold times Space Cheese, Black Wop Gold, Skittles, Royal Kush, and I can't remember the other one. One other fucking thing, I can't remember. Space Utopia, Shashmani Cuddler times Space Cheese. Backpack named after my brother Ray, who passed away. Corey's Crush, Topanga Canyon Pure Kush times Space Cheese, Ghost of Mary Jean, Ghost OG Space Cheese, Bob's Cheddar, Bruce Banner 3 Space Cheese. That's what's on there right now.
This was a question from earlier. When did you start breeding and what was your first cross? I think we talked about it in the beginning.
Yeah, 1996, I made my first cross. I crossed original haze, purple haze together and made a Semper Fi. And I crossed a landrace Afghani and made a cross I called Wah, Crybaby. And then I crossed Afghani and the haze together. And it didn't carry a name. It was one for my grandfather. He didn't smoke, so I just never gave it a name because it just never occurred to me to do so. He was just the reason why I was breeding.
Okay.
He didn't smoke. My grandpa hated weed. He was one of the reasons we got busted. He turned us in one time. He called the cops on us one time when he was drunk fucking, and we were on vacation and told them we had hillsides of weed, and they showed up with trucks to fucking haul everything away and found 12 plants. And they were fucking pissed. They were so pissed that they fucking only found 12 plants. They stole all kinds of shit out of my house. Fucking kicked every door in the house in. They fucked my house up over fucking 12 plants and shit. But yeah, he was one of the reasons we got busted. But the alcohol make you do stupid shit, man.
All right, so Trav across the border from Canada, he asked, do they make it across the border? Do your beans make it across Canadian?
Yeah.
Okay.
Doggo ships worldwide.
All right.
Unless your country has some kind of fucking jacked up laws on cannabis, like you're gonna die, then they don't ship them that. There's some shit like
Hey, David Regertz, I call it Regertz. He said, "What strains are good for sciatica or nerve pain?" That should be a problem because I go through
that LA Pure Kush I have works great for nerve pain, man. So not just me, but if you see anyone with crosses to that LA Pure Kush that looks like Bubba, not Topanga, it's a short, squatty little plant. Works fucking great for nerve pain. Anything that has to do with nerve issues, Um, yeah, so mine with my stuff, the Ghost LA Pure Kush, the Ghost of Candida with the Pure Medicine, crossed to LA Pure Kush, and Purely Original, which is LA Pure Kush crossed to the uh, Totally Haze. Yeah, I'm trying to find the picture of the Ghost of Totally Haze for you so you can see what it grows like. I mean, the Purely Original. It looks like a haze. It's got a tightened up bud structure. I think Italy Ray's the same person that was growing it.
If you go on Dogger, you can find some. You can find those, and if you can't find something that he talked about, you can get in contact with him through email. It is Toad, Mr.Toad.
Yeah, here's my Purely Original right here. LA Pure Kush times Totally Haze. So this one's gonna be a wide if you find the right selection, you're gonna get a wide combination of cannabinoids, CBD, CBG, THC, and then looking for wide terpene profiles. From the LA, you should get a lot of herbal stuff that comes through there. From the haze and from the LA, because the LA is very similar. This is one. I don't know if this is on there, but I still have some of the Purely Original. But they do have the Pure Medicine on there, which will grow very similar to this. The Ghost of Candida is ACDC times Harlequin crossed to my Ghost of Boneyard. And that plant is a sequenced CBD female. She's a plant that I sequenced for THC or CBD. I did 22 plants. The Ghost of Candida and Space Tiva came back as CBD dominant. Then I also tested that plant for 8 viruses and viroids. And the father, the pollen donor also. The LA Pure Kush was tested for 8 viruses and viruses. So that line has been fully tested on there. So the Ghost of Boneyard was fully tested. The Sirius straight ghosted. The Ghost of Boneyard. What else? There was 11 of them that I released on there, and 2 of them I did the seed stash of. So I sent the seeds also in along with the parents, so they would test them. And one of them with the Ghost of Boneyard cross, I did the progeny, the parents, and the seed stock. So the male, the female, and the F2 seeds and the plant that I was growing from that were all tested.
Hey Chris, me and you got the same fucking carpet. Like, stay out my fucking house. You hear me? But this is how he said his. Hold on, let me blow myself up.
That's all I got to see, man. Crystal, if you hit me up on an email, I'll get you some seeds, bro.
Yeah,
there must have been an issue with the fucking. What's weird here is your stickers aren't wet. Somebody opened that and took the seeds out, and I don't know why that would happen. So anybody else out there, anybody that's bought my stuff from Dogga Garden, please let me know if it's coming to you like that, because I need to find that out. It should not be coming to you with those removed. You understand what I'm saying? If it is, there's an issue, and I'm being taken advantage of, and I need to find out along with you guys, and I can't have that. Now, if for some reason they opened it, maybe the pack opened or some shit in there, that's a possibility. Because sometimes I send them in with a little plastic tube like this and not that baggy. And if the tube opened it up, he would have took them out. And there's a possibility of forgetting to put them in. That's one thing. So if all of them are getting opened and that's happening, someone's opening them and taking out seed packs and doing something like it.
See, this is what I love. This is what I love about the community. There's people who understand. So look, I'm about to jump on DAG after we're done here. He said he's already on your website. You know what I'm saying? This is awesome. So hey, support.
But that's also why I changed, Christopher. Like they can know sometimes. Like I've had little stickers, I've had big stickers, and now I've had stickers from 2 different companies. It's hard to copy this fucking sticker. Now the new stickers that are coming are gonna have new shit written on it, like my name. So like it changes each time. That's why I said without pictures, that's all I needed to see. You know, there's a lot of people who say that shit to get. I've had people hit me up with all kinds of crap, and then when I ask a question like that, they get super defensive, which there's no reason for. I'm just asking a small question. You could say I don't have none, or we're cool. If instantly you're like, "Fuck you," why do I got to prove anything? I'll be like, "Hey, dude, have
Oh
fun."
yeah, those type of people I don't like. But I appreciate you that you did send this in to me, Chris, so I can show it up to let him know, because you're also informing him, let
Like I
him know
said,
what might
if
be
you want,
happening.
you can hit me up an email, and I'll get you a 20-pack of seeds for free. Because again, there's no reason it should have showed up in a sandwich baggie. Because I don't
See,
send them out in sandwich baggies. This just
what
happens
would
to be
be
an extra one that I couldn't fit in the box.
what would be the best way to store that after they receive it?
As it says on there, please
Oh,
refrigerate. You
all
got to
right.
keep it in the refrigerator. It comes in a dark bottle so light can't get in. Now that's possible too that they got intercepted because it's what's weird. That's what I'm asking. Like it could have got opened and checked and that was done.
Mm.
I don't know. If I thought if it leaked, these would be wet. That's why I was
Yeah,
wondering.
those
Have
are
the
still
stickers,
clean
they
and
would have
white.
took these out and the seeds and said, "Fuck it, wipe the bottle down, send the bottle." Right? That's what I was wondering. But the fact that the two stickers are in there without damage, and I don't ever send replacements of these to them. These come in the bag sealed, so they're either in there
All
or
right.
not. Right? Now, these aren't still. I send other stickers in, so you could have got a Boneyard sticker or a DDA sticker, and that would have been a replacement. But to get the two stickers that came in there, but not the seeds, is odd. And that's why I'm asking if any. I've sold a few hundred bottles over there. If a few hundred bottles are going out, opened up and changing, that's one thing. And I highly doubt they are because I've seen other people show me um
The same way it
their
came.
vacuum sealed bag, right? So it came that way. So it's weird that if anyone was doing that it would either be all of them after a point that it started happening,
Yeah.
or none of them. Because like I said, I'm not sure when you got that, but I think you got this sticker, so you probably got space junk
It
seeds.
looks
Right?
just like that sticker. It says
So
the
which means
accessory at the bottom.
why would
No,
anyone try to?
no, he has the other one. The other one says, yeah,
It's a, but look
yes,
at
it's
the edge.
exactly the
This is
same.
what's different. Is the edge white?
The edge is white and it says
That's
shake
a new
well on it.
sticker. That's a new sticker. The old stickers don't
Wait,
have a white edge.
wait, hold
The
on.
old
I'm gonna
one.
let you see. I'm gonna let you see because I think
So
this is
is
just
the
an all
corners
black
rounded?
sticker.
If the corners completely square, or is it rounded?
It's rounded in the picture, but it doesn't. It looks a little bit different. Like
I
that
can
one
show
has
you the
more
other
paper.
sticker. Watch.
Hold on. See, look.
It's right here somewhere. Yeah,
Come
that's
on,
this sticker.
focus.
That's this one right here.
Okay.
It's this one. Now, you can tell by the white edge. The other company, there's no white edge at all on there. It goes all the way, and they're completely square, and they're bigger. That's a completely different. I'm trying to find one right now. I don't know where the fuck I put them.
He said only the instruction sticker is there. The other sticker is missing.
It doesn't have the Toad Venom sticker.
No, he says only this. So that
Then,
might have been
then
one of the
they
ones that got
leaked
licked.
probably
Yeah.
because that sticker could have been in there like this and not on top of each other, and it
Mhm.
leaked on one of them and not the other one. So yeah, you got a rounded corner, so that means you got space junk seeds. I'm trying to lock in what seeds I sent. I've never
Okay.
sent anything but space junk seeds with this style sticker. So I don't know why anyone would open it up and go, "Oh, cross to something I don't know shit about." So it makes it less likely someone would take them for any purpose because that really has no value beyond fucking they're weed seeds. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it probably leaked in the bag. He opened it, and that's why you ended up with only one.
Yeah, because that's all I see in the picture. Also, it's only one.
But it would be
But
a rounded corner. And this is another way to tell when you line them up. The
yeah.
instructions are smaller than the other sticker. The other ones,
Oh
they're the
shit.
same size and they're fully square. I got ways to tell which ones, and I do it on purpose.
He
Like
said
every
makes sense.
sticker I released at Dogga Garden, every one of them's had something different. Like this one here. Sometimes it came with the toad in the middle. Sometimes it did it. Sometimes it came just a circle, and sometimes it
Yep.
came die cut. That alien I sent you, that comes in
Yes.
4 different versions. There's a black outline, no black outline. There's a fucking glittery bud. There's a no glittery bud, and then there's a 1-inch version also. So I try to. It's a way for me to just figure shit out. So I think it got wet, Christopher, and no one took them, or opened it, got into your package. So, but I'll still give you free seeds, man. That just means something fucking. Like I said,
Something
it probably
happened.
got wet.
Yeah.
If someone just recently said the same thing, like it leaked in the bag, and it made them send me a picture to see how much was missing out of the bottle, and it was barely enough to make the fucking label get wet. It smeared the fucking words on the picture.
Oh, okay.
So fucking, I think that's what's happening.
Well,
I just switched bottles too, so there's a possibility that that's what's going on, dude. That's what I'm trying to find out, if it's happening over and over and over.
hey, what's up with that persona, Billy Bagseed? Where did he come from?
Billy Bagseed, man, got silver in his mouth. That's who makes all the reversal shit happen. Every time you find a Bagseed in your bag, it came from one of my ancestors, homies. You heard? We've been alternative plants for years, so I'm trying to find my fucking grill so I can show y'all, but I don't know where the fuck my grill went, dude.
Yeah, I remember you pulled it out one time on the live. It was fucking awesome.
It's a turquoise grill, dude. Let me see.
I'll drop it. I got it. I got you, Chris. Chris, I'll send it to you on you know, I'll just get it, put it in here again.
Yay.
Look, he legitimately has the same girl that's in the background. Billy Bagseed. He found him.
This is a hat now. Too.
Who the fuck is that? Billy Bagseed is him. Is this one of these that's actually his persona. There you go, right there. Here you
go. Yay.
Billy Bagseed. I don't know who he is.
Silver grill, bro. That's how you reverse plants. I've been Billy Bagseed for years. Billy Bagseed, Johnny Paper, Philly Phil. It's your boy, Johnny Paper. That's me. They call me Johnny Paper because I was the only one that knew how to roll joints ever since I was little. Call me Billy Bagseed because I'm that fucking dude with that silver grill. They call me Toad ever since I popped out my mama. So there's reasons I got different names and shit. Just depends on what I'm doing. So every time I'm talking about fucking reversing plants, that's Billy Bagseed talking to all y'all. That's my alter ego, the guy that fucking did all the fucking research to find out whether or not what I'm offering to you guys is something that I would use in my own garden, and it is. So, you know, he looks funny, but yay. That's all it takes, a little bit of silver to alter that shit up. And here's here's a sticker of that fucking alien I sent you right there. And this one's got a black background. There's one with a white background.
I see that.
Solid bud. There's even one with a white joint or a green joint. So I can always tell.
I gotta go on my stickers.
What generation that you got it from, who you got it from. Because some people only got certain stickers.
Hey, hold up. It's not Gmail. Let me delete this shit.
Proton.
Let me delete this shit. Ugh, that was disgusting. That was disgusting. Do not use that. It is Mr. Toad's DDA at protonmail.com.
Protonmail.com. If you guys get at me on Instagram, I'm Phil. It says right on top of my fucking account, my email address. FILIALFEEL, Phil.
Yeah. There you go. Proton. Oh, what the? Yeah, Proton. I was about to say, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's a direct contact to me. I just had to empty that fucker out today. It was fucking overloaded. I couldn't get no more emails. Right after you sent me that last one, it's like, you need to clean your shit out or you ain't getting no more emails.
Oh yeah, they've been doing that lately. I've been hearing about that with a couple of people with their phones. Oh no, you gotta clear it out. You have this too many. If you don't, you're gonna start deleting your old ones. I'm like, fuck you might as well delete them all. At least the ones that's unimportant. So, oh wow, I was just about to ask you where they can find you. It's on Proton Mail, Philadelphia, on
On
IG.
Instagram, Mr.Toad, DDA, a Proton Mail, or if you go straight through Dog Garden, they will send an email directly to me. All you
Yeah,
gotta do is
go to
email
Dogger.
them and tell them you're looking for Mr. Toad. You have a question, and they'll get it right to me. It might take a day or two, but it'll get to me. That's why I was wondering, like, what had happened with your seeds there, man. Because Dog Garden's been the best place I've ever fucked with. Period.
That's been your spot.
So that's why I was trying to ask, like, what had happened, and I think we figured it out. But like I said, I stand behind my shit. So you didn't get nothing. If you can show me that, I will fix it. And that picture, even if you took the bottle out and put it in the bag, you fuck it.
If you're that hard up with some free seeds, then bro,
I'm just
which I don't believe Chris is. Chris has always been a good dude. So if he say it didn't happen, it didn't happen.
No, I'm 100% believe him. I was hoping the post office ain't who's the one getting into shit.
Yeah, because I told you when I went to Florida, I had my package taken. Like some bullshit. I ain't gonna talk about it, but I went to mail myself something, so I had something down there, and it was an empty box, and they mailed an empty box. Somebody ripped the side of the box open.
They got in that bitch.
Yeah, they got me. It's okay. You needed it. You needed it more than me. I have more at home. You just know that you ain't getting no more.
That was happening to the homie when I was sitting in them seeds. This post office man was jacking all the seeds until we started making them sign for it.
Yeah.
And then they fucking started showing up. Because he was marking everything as delivered and nothing was ever showing up. Ever, dude. So the homie's like, bro, I'm going to sign for it. I'm like, you sure you want to sign for it? He's like, yeah, fuck it. I'm going to figure this shit out.
Monte Carlo. I know you're not hard up for seeds, bro. He said, cheers, everybody.
But that bottle will make it easy. And someone's standing behind it. Like, if you make some and it don't work and it fails, no one's going to send you a bottle back to make sure it works. But I will. You got to make
That's
another
how
one.
you stand behind your product.
I try to be fucking legit with my shit. So I appreciate you supporting me, man. And that's why I said I'll get back at you with something for real. And hey, you didn't get some seeds. You can now decide what kind of flavor profiles you like. You like candier flavors? You like fucking OG? What do you want? Most people go for OG.
Chronic your ass. Yeah, the interview part of it, so we just fucking kicking it now, bro.
You like candies and grapes, bro? I got my fucking NorCal Space Goo. That shit's fucking fire.
Hey, but no, for real. Y'all got anybody got any questions? Because we're about to be out of here in about 3 minutes. Toad, it's always been. Thank you for letting me give you an interview. It was an honor. How you always been around? You know what I'm saying? I'm always gonna be in your chat. You always come to mind. You're always welcome here. Chris say I like heavy hitters. I haven't had anything knock me on the ground forever now. Well, you might be surprised, bro. You might be fucking surprised. Yeah, see you all in Crumble Wigs in the morning at 5:30 a.m. if I'm not mistaken on the East Coast. That should be like 2:30 on the West Coast. Who else is having? Oh yeah, Tomorrow Rocks has a live at between 7 and 9, and it's a 12-hour stream. So y'all go ahead. Does he spray his pots with rain? Asking for Fred. All right, so that was crazy because last night somebody said they use all type of insecticide and they've been spraying all the way up to the pots and spraying the pots with them. So yeah, that was just a troll question, but it was just like a rhetorical one. 3:30 a.m. in Colorado. There you go. But no, This was a great live. I hope that y'all got to know who he is, where he comes from, what type of stuff that he's been doing, how long he's been doing it, and he can back it up with white papers, yellow papers, raw papers, weed papers, all kind of papers. But yeah, this is again, this was a great live. Thank you for coming up and giving me shit 4 hours of your time.
Word up, man. Word. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Much respect to everybody.
Y'all make sure y'all go check out his Daga, check out his channel, and check out the fucking all his strains, bro. You never know. You might find you something that
if you check my Instagram, I just made a post that the other day that shows probably like 50 different strains that are still available. Space cheese crosses, LA Pure Kush films, one-hitter quitter films, crosses, Ghost of Boneyard stuff. There's a whole bunch of shit on there. There's some haze crosses in there. All those things are available through me because not all of them are on Daga. I don't have every fucking cross I made on there.
I'm gonna have to talk to you about cuts. Yeah, buddy. I'm gonna have to talk to you about those cuts and clones and shit like that.
I just took a few. I just took some Bubba's and LA Pure Kush and Day Wreckers.
Yeah, I need to get on there. Y'all guys ain't getting them. Y'all guys down there not getting into this conversation. That just means sleep. My last clip though. People say anything. Great view. Thank you. I appreciate everybody that came out. Make sure y'all hit that like button and go follow him. Go check out Daga. Go check out what he got in his gear. And I promise you're not gonna be fucking disappointed. Shit, I've been growing North Valley all fucking year long. It's one of my favorites because I love the SOV and
that's in the pomegranates too. If I sent you pomegranates or bad dates, it's got
you send me pomegranates.
Both of those got SFV in it 2 times.
See, and I've been
times okay. SFV OG back cross 2, so SFV OG times Ghost of Boneyard times Ghost of Boneyard. So it's the Ghost OG in there multiple times on top of the SFV. SFV is just an S1 of Ghost. So
I was high as shit. I've been smoking this is what I've been smoking the whole stream. Legitly. I know I've been doing this interview. This is like a smaller. I've been picking off of it. The butt is getting smaller and smaller, but that's what I've been smoking. I've just been smoking this shit. I've been high the whole fucking street. Like I was looking at myself like, damn, open your eyes, sir. I tried to put the camera down so I could look up at it.
Yeah, that North Valley is the SFE times Space Cheese. I got a bunch of shit with that SFE. The Parthenia OG, Pomegranates, Bad Dates, Ghost SFE, the Ghost of SFE 02, Alder Avenue OG. What else has got the SFV in it? That might be all of them at the time.
But this one, I don't know. I kept my pheno. I kept that. I got it's always gonna stay here. I'm gonna be keeping that one because I really, 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 really like that smoke. For me personally, it's like my everyday smoke. It's not a day that goes by that I do not smoke at least North Valley in the morning and North Valley before I go to sleep. Like when I get up, I pack my bowl with some North Valley. I might roll me a blunt or some other flavorful stuff like my GDP crossed with the Super Skunk one or even a Pink Pound Cake. But in the morning and when I'm winding down to go to sleep, I swear to you, I don't know why. When I get up, I already have my bowl packed for the night before with some of this, and I'm good. Like I can get up, I can deal with it. It's nothing that's gonna really piss me off in the morning after I smoke that. And at the evening, it just puts me down to the point where I can I've been chilling on this live. I've been high this whole live, and I've been feeling nicely sedated. But if I go lay down, within 15 minutes, I'm fucking in my 5th dream. You know what I'm saying? I feel comfortable. There's nothing that's really holding me. And can honestly say that me doing it, smoking it like that, having it in the morning, having it in the and at night just before, like I've been smoking this whole stream, of course. But having it in the evening. At least if I smoke this before I go to sleep, which I have been, I'm gonna pass out. If I go on that couch, it's no me going to the basement. But if I go in the basement first and deal over that, and I come back upstairs, I take a couple of tugs off of my pipe. It's a wrap. It's a fucking wrap for me. Like I can take dabs this whole time. I can do all of that. It still be good. But once I go ahead and hit that shit, it makes me go night night. Yep. He went night night for a minute. Hey, go back and watch the live. Give me another views. Go catch up where you left off, Jim Town. Yeah, the SFV. That's one of my favorite strains in the first place. SFVOG, especially back in the days when weed was coming in medicine bottles. You remember those medicine tube bottles? We used to get like a half ounce in a fucking tube, like this fucking big colored coated tube with a label on it. Yeah.
Like this
Yeah, it was just like that. It was legitly just like that.
That's what we used to offer all our stuff with in the club. Everything came in a medical bottle, so fucking we wasn't fronting, dude. You like that? You like North Valley? You got to try this one, my Space Fondue, Fire OG times Space Cheese.
Ooh, that looks fire, bro. Look at the calyxes on it. Look at the bud to leaf ratio. That's all, something
that
I
one's
like.
All Fire OG right there. This is by my homie Eric. That's the guy that fucking my homie Eric I talk about all the time. He's fucking always fucking legit, dude. Eric's helped me out more than probably anyone besides Kevin in this community.
I would definitely, bro. I'm gonna have to definitely try to.
That's how I got. Here's my one hitter quitter. That's my clone of one hitter quitter. I just took some of these too. If you want night weed, this is the one I did a write up on in Skunk Magazine. If you want night weed that smells like propane, smells like propane and smells like fucking the bottom of a fucking spray paint can. Super easy to grow, doesn't stretch, fucking perfect for indoor weed. This comes in a film, it comes in a regular. I have a clone that I've kept of it for like the last probably 6 years now. I've done like 14 crosses with that plant, regular and feminized. That one hitter quitter something. It's named after my pit bull that we had for 14 years that took care of my mama and shit. His name was Cleveland, but the people we got him from were raising dogs to fight him, and they were calling him Hitter because they were going to use him as bait to fucking other dogs to hit. And fucking when I heard that, I took him. So one hitter quitter was the last time he was ever going to be called Hitter. So that's why it carries that name, one hitter quitter. So he was the friendliest, most polite, sensitive. Like that dog would protect any kid in a heartbeat. I taught him how to save kids that were in the pool drowning and shit with a fucking life jacket that we bought him and shit. So if a kid was out in the water screaming, he'd dive in and swim to him and let him grab on. And he'd fucking swim him back and shit. We taught him that. He was a good fucking dog. Had him for 14 years. So I named a bunch of stuff. Yandi, one hitter quitter, the ghost of one hitter quitter, the ghost of Yandi. All those are named after my fucking pit bull. The ghost of one hitter quitter is my favorite fucking weed. That weed is like psychedelic for me. It makes me just fucking like lose time and space. I'll fucking drift off into other places when I'm smoking that weed. I could lose a whole day staring at a fucking light or fucking just looking to the left and shit. Like fucking for real. That weed just will take over your whole day. Fucking just don't let anything catch your interest. And it'll take over everything, dude. You'll forget you got family and shit. That's the weed, fucking perfect weed for me. And I've done that in a regular and a fem. So the fem's called Bone, Ghost of Boneyard times one hitter quitter.
What is it called? Because you cut out, you glitch a
little bit. Bone Dog. Bone Dog is the one Ghost of Boneyard female times one hitter quitter pollen donor. And I did it in a regular called Ghost of one hitter quitter, which is one hitter quitter times the Ghost, the Boneyard male. So you can get in a regular or fin pack.
That's awesome. What hit a quitter is. All right, we done with this. That's funny as fuck though. That is funny. Let me get a look at that. All right. Hey, listen. Toad is not like some special dude that you can't get into contact with him. He's always on YouTube. He's always around. You can catch him a little bit everywhere. I gave you all the information on how to get in contact with him. I'm sorry, that shit. Look, there you go. Look, The Stray Review, Skunk Magazine. Go to Skunk Magazine and look up this Stray Review on One Hitter Quitter. That right there.
There's a full write up on there.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna catch y'all on the next one. Appreciate you again, Toad. All y'all that go out and go support Toad, go support the mom and pops. Guess what? That they was the reason why we still got the strays.
That was my dog's other nickname, homie. 40.
40. Oh shit. Damn, the dude's
40 boy, man. That's homeboy's nickname, 40 boy.
Oh shit. All right, coincidence is like a motherfucker, right?
Dude.
All right, y'all. Hey, if y'all didn't get to catch it in the beginning, go ahead and catch back into the beginning. He dropped some good knowledge on why he was here, how he got into it, and so on and so forth. Let you know about what weed was like back then and what weed is now. Also, his breed techniques, and also what he uses STS sprays. If y'all want to check him out and check his gear out, again, you know the websites. What was this? Oh, look, nigga, 40 boy, right? Or One Hitter Quitter.
That's 40 boy. That's him. 100 quitter. He weighed like 110 pounds. He's eating a fucking palm frond right now. He's devouring that shit.
Oh, look at the pooch.
He's a big motherfucker.
All right. He said, motherfucker, back in 2014 was the last time I smoked a single bowl and fell asleep by putting the bowl down. Hey, listen, there's some shit out there, boy.
There's like fucking 50 videos of me taking 2 hits of One Hitter Quitter and going to sleep. Fucking every time I lit that shit up makes me go to sleep. I don't like smoking it anytime there's light outside because I will not stay awake. Fucking, it ain't a joke, man. I'm like 100% that weed put you to sleep. There's an interview with Kevin Jodry talking, and he mentions my One Hitter Quitter. He says it's like smoking a lead-lined blanket. That
like
dude's
put you out right now.
Put you out. It's great for like PTSD and a lot of pain because a lot of people in pain have a hard time sleeping. So you'll be extremely restless even when you do go to sleep. You're not getting REM sleep. You need something that'll make your brain turn off, and that's what that herb does. It puts me to fucking sleep. Period. That's why the clone I keep the clone because that's what it does for me. But it's also within the seed line because I've had a few other people have actually smoked it. Like Burn smoked some here that one of the homies had selected from their own pack, and it too was doing the same. He's like, "That's not daytime weed, dude. You ain't doing nothing in the daytime. You're fucking gonna sit there and just fucking turn off."
All right, Chronic. You be safe out there, gang.
That comes in a regular, a fem, and clone form, and like 14 crosses. So it's got a version that everyone will like.
Fuck yeah, that's awesome. Y'all gonna check it out. Don't tell me you over here got gas.
That's another one. I forgot. I named this one out. These are my other old packs. This one's called Hobophobic, Scared of Bums. This is named after my fucking uncle. Bumbud times
Angel. Damn, bro. And it you 96. That's the one you were talking about, the 96 Romulan cross with the 2005 Cataract Kush.
Yeah,
fucking A.
Hobophobic. There's a song by NoFX that this. Go listen to it. It's called Hobophobic, Scared of Bums, dude. Fucking 100%. That's why this has got its name. But it's named from my uncle because he was a hobo, man. That dude jumped tracks. He fucking lived on the street for 26 years. If he wasn't in jail, he was waking up on a slab pretending he was Jesus Christ, dude.
Oh yeah, you told me. Jesus Christ.
He was a veteran, dude. That dude was a fucking Navy Marine. He was not a Navy. He was a Marine veteran. He worked on helicopter fucking during Vietnam. He's a helicopter fucking repairman, mechanic. And just like the homie Baby Daddy, he grows out here. That's kind of how me and him fucking.
Baby Daddy.
Yeah, Baby Daddy was a helicopter mechanic in there he was in there for 21 years. I got much respect for that dude.
Yeah, but you got to, you know. This is the name of the original. He said the straight name origin story. It's crazy, yeah, I know.
Bumbud, Hobophobic, dude.
Larry called Jesus. You know what I'm saying?
But like you grow this out and never know you just fucking said something to honor my uncle. He lives again every time someone would grow this and shoot out a cloud of smoke that's attached to it. It's just a way to continue someone's legacy forever, dude. Forever, ever. I mean, I got clones for 20 years, Bubba Kush. There'll be a time when the people that got it to us originally will be gone. But because some of us held it this long, it'll still be available. You'll be able to remember them, the stories that got it here, how it got here, the shit we all had to go through to get here, like the illegality of cannabis. Yeah. There's going to be a time you guys don't remember that shit. I fucking used to have to hide from helicopters every time they flew over my house. Every fucking time. You would run and hide under a tree. After getting busted, they used to fly over my garage 50 feet and just fucking hover there and fuck with us. They did that fucking every month for like a decade. They just come fuck with us. There's a dude out here that's got a private airfield. He'd let them land there and take off for fucking just for looking for weed. So for decades, when weed was illegal, dude, fucking my family, you hear a helicopter, you didn't look up, you ran. You fucking got kidneys.
You didn't look up, you ran.
That's fucking just how we fucking learned, dude. And today, y'all fucking want to know what kind of shit's flying above you. That didn't go through none of our heads. It was fucking, where can I hide so they don't see me out here in this fucking bush? Even when you were at home.
Ain't no more.
I live out in the woods, so like we would be running, trying to get into the garage. You jump in the woodshed and shit, dude. You'd fucking run under the back porch and shit. Anything to get out of the sight of a fucking chopper, so they didn't see no people there. And so just us sharing all this stuff, the provenance of the plant and the people that came with it, to know all the fucking legacy growers. So like I brought up fucking Mean Gene and shit. And like there's other people out there that fucking are doing the same thing I'm doing that I look up to, that are peers and people that I respect farther than that. And to tell people to go look at them, Kevin Jodry, all those, like mention the people that you think are your OGs so people can go check them out. So if they think you're an OG, they can realize that you really aren't. Someone else got you there. Like my mama was here. I'd rather you guys ask her a question and talk to me, because I ain't shit compared to the shit she did. She did it when it was fully illegal. She did it when you'd lose your family and your home. And she did it when fucking you could lose self-respect for trying to treat yourself just because you would get brainwashed into thinking you were all those bad things just for trying not to feel better. You know? And a lot of people dealt with that shit back in the 60s, 70s, 80s. And it took my generation after that to go, no, man, fuck you. Remember you told me not to listen to the bullshit? Well, that's all bullshit. I know weed's not bad, and I'm going to be one of the people that helps show that. Well, I'm going to go hold the job down while I'm stoned. I'm going to fucking babysit my nephew when he needs to and not use weed during that time. I'm going to prove I can be responsible with the plant so that people know that the plant doesn't rule me. Mm-hmm. That's how we made weed become not such a fucking evil thing. Because at one point, people literally thought something was wrong with you for using cannabis. And today, people think the opposite. Like, why ain't you using weed? Something's wrong with you for not smoking weed. I don't trust you. Right?
Why take any other drugs inside weed? Weed is probably the best drug. Before it was like weed, fuck. What was that shit? What was it? Reefer Madness.
Reefer Madness, bro. It's gonna make you steal someone's wife and shit, dude. Are you crazy?
It's gonna make you go shoot and go murder somebody or do some stupid shit. It wasn't that, some people was literally using it to even socialize it, to even be around a group of people. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, cannabis been my mood elevator. It's been my savior. It's been keeping me sane for a long time. So weed's been something good. Like for me, it's good medicine. If not, I'd probably be in jail somewhere.
I'd be fucking gone, dude. I'd have died from drinking, dude. I probably would have killed someone while I was driving doing it. So we definitely saved my ass. It gave me perspective, because all alcohol did was fucking make me listen to me. So all my troubles were important.
Pity on yourself.
Pity, like I said, the greatest drug out there is pity, dude. Like as soon as you let pity grab a hold of you, you're fucked. So, and I was fucked. And then my grandpa dies, and I knew why he died, because when I wasn't drunk, I knew him. All right, I knew who he was to start. I knew he was a drunk person that always drank. Like my grandpa, literally every day that I knew him, drank a 12-pack of beer. A case of beer, fucking a gallon of wine and a fifth of Jack Daniels every day that I knew him from 8 years old. That's what he did until he left here one day. And then when we found him, he was dying from cancer to the point where he went from 280 pounds down to 86 pounds. They were trying to fucking
86 pounds.
He died at 68 pounds. He was fucking a skeleton. They were going to drill holes in his fucking jaw and put radioactive rods in his face to try to kill the cancer that was taking over his throat and his fucking lower jaw. And we're like, I said, is there any chance he'll ever come back from that and live and shit? I said, like, my grandpa wants to tomorrow after that shit works, he's going to have a Budweiser, or is he going to just wither and die? Because if that's what's happening, let the man die respectfully. Like, you guys are tripping. Fucking trying to drill into his face and shit like that. You're really tripping. And we took him home. They're like, he's just going to die. Like, well, they won't take him home and die. And he lived almost 5 years after we took him home and started. What I did is started taking the tips of the cigarettes out and putting in enough weed so he could get a hit of cannabis because he was always smoking. But his throat was so fucked up, he couldn't take more than a hit of anything. So I was making sure that hit he took was weed. He'd take a hit, and then he'd get hungry. And even though he fucking had so much pain, the weed was stopping the pain for him just a short time. And he'd ask for some pudding or some fucking canned fruit, and he'd eat that shit. So now he was eating, drinking, and fucking acting more like himself, all because of cannabis. And so we started giving him cannabis like that. He quit drinking. And even though we gave him access to anything he wanted to drink, he just wanted to have it. So he'd take the Jack Daniels, he'd put it on the desk or the table, and he'd pour a shot and leave it there. He'd never drink it. He'd open up a can of beer and sit it there, never drink it. Take a hit off a cigarette and just sit there and ask for something to eat and then go to sleep. And he did that for like 5 years till he finally, on the other side of this wall, died. And what had happened was we got busted. We put in a pool in my backyard. And the guy that put the fence up called the cops as soon as the check cleared, because we had 12 plants going on my back deck for my grandpa who's dying from cancer, right? So they take my mom to jail. And when she's in jail, my grandfather dies from cancer because we had no longer have access to cannabis. They took all the weed, took all our hash, took all my seeds. And now they're watching us because it's my mom's second bust. I already know this because the way they're flying over my house. My mom's in jail, so we're just fucked. They're talking about fucking taking everything from us, our house and everything. Lucky my mom gets diversion because the first bus was so long before that she was able to go on diversion, and we luckily saved our house and everything. Because of that, my mom turned it to fucking being a cannabis advocate. Like, instead of hiding, she's like, weed's legal. It's going to be legal. Even if she didn't, it wasn't, that was her thinking. Like, I don't give a fuck. No one else is going to have what happened to me happen to them. So then she started being not like super loud. She just wasn't quiet about weed no more. So in my family, that was being loud because my mom, like every day or every year before school started, don't fucking talk about weed. If you fucking get in trouble for weed, I'm going to kill you. My mom fucking had that shit. You fucking don't do anything that links cannabis back to us at school, you fuck. And I knew that shit. Like, that's just how it was. You're not getting to, because the first time we got busted, they tried to take us from her over 12 plants. And we, lucky because of the medical side, we got to stay with my mom. But for fucking like 2 weeks, I was in a fucking foster home, all because of cannabis. And it's because of other people's view of it. My mom wasn't a bad parent. She just wasn't home when the cops came. Right? Nothing bad was happening. The cop shows up and you're going down, dude. All because somebody turned it on.
That's how it goes.
And that only stays that way because we're quiet and no one talks about when it's legal. You don't have to be loud, but if you're a company and you're trying to shut up and cover your face, why do we trust you, dude? Right? I understand a home grower that don't want to get in trouble, but if someone out there making fucking money off of you selling seeds and clones and stories, and they can't show you about you, fuck them. And if you can prove that they're fucking hustling you or been a fucking rat in the system or straight up lying, fuck them. There's too much reality and good people in here that deserve to be supported than the ones that are getting the support because hype sells. Like, fuck all that other bullshit, man. And the fact that other people are fighting for their homes, it's because No one will talk about that shit happening. You got to say it happens so it stops, or it just keeps happening. You know,
Yep,
just
they'll continue doing it.
and they'll do
It
as much as they can for as long as they can until you say, fuck you, I'm not taking it no more. I'm not going to deal with that shit. It's a plan. You can't have my kid. You can't have my home. You can't have my reality because I don't fit in yours. That's not what freedom's about, dog. I live in a country that says your freedom's as important as mine. If mine ain't important, neither is yours. We don't need to go down that road, dog. You need to be like, fucking, my neighbor wants to smoke weed. Fuck it. Let him. I like fucking running my dogs outside at midnight. Fuck it. Let them. As long as it don't hurt each other, it's called being free. Like, once your shit starts fucking with the next person, now they can talk. And my weed's not fucking with you. I've told so many stories, and it's repeatable by so many people how weed can save someone's life, and you can't show me two of them where it fucked someone's life up other than the person themselves already would have made a bad decision. It wasn't the weed. It was the bad decision made by a human, not just the herb itself. You didn't take a puff of weed and die. It's even your kid. The kid gets your fucking joint, and he's not going to die from the weed. And if he did, it's your fault, not the weed. You fucking let some drug in your child's possession.
You leave it in the yeah, exactly. You leave it where they can get it, of course, yeah.
Just be responsible and open. They ain't gonna want it anyway. And if you're hiding your weed, they want to know what it is. If you're just smoking a joint when your knee hurts, they eventually never give a fuck. They just know something.
They just like smoking a cigarette. Nobody, the kids never question you why you smoking a cigarette.
My nephew didn't know my mom was smoking weed until fucking he was like 12 years old. And she's been smoking weed since that dude was born. He was probably smoking in the parking lot when he was getting born. Like, he just thought she was smoking flat cigarettes, is all he called them. Because his parents smoked cigarettes. So one day he told me that. He's like, how come Nana's flat cigarettes smell different? I'm like, wait, what? Flat cigarettes. And that's because she's out there squeezing the fucking roach with her fucking arthritis fingers to the point that the fucker flattens out. But he just thought she had flat cigarettes and shit. So I just let him keep thinking that. I don't know, man. Maybe she smokes a different brand of cigarettes. I don't know.
Yeah, that's funny, bro. That's
because I didn't smoke in front of him. I wouldn't let him see me smoking because then I just thought he was, because he did anything I didn't. If I ate something, he ate it. If I fucking got on a bike, he got on a bike.
It's so impressive. I mean, impression. You can put so much on impression into them at that age.
And he spent every fucking day with me and my mom. So he's at the skate park with my mom, and then he'd come home here and want me to show him how to skateboard and do everything else. So like literally everything he did was following me, dude. So I'm like, I'm not going to let him see me smoke a joint because he's going to question me over and over. And I can't lie to him. Like, I'm not going to come up with some crazy story of what it is. And at fucking, like, he started showing up here at 4 years old. That's when we taught him how to skate. So at 4, he don't need to know what a joint is. Isn't a man singing about you? What is it? Isn't a man singing about you? Oh no, but people don't like to talk because hiding. You could lose your kids. You could lose your fucking contact with other family members. You could lose a job. There's a lot of shit that can happen in a red state. So I understand, Chris, but like, it's not being a sissy. You can't look at someone that would rather have their kids than a joint as a sissy. You know, you just got to look at a system that would look at a person that has to choose as a fucking shitty system. I shouldn't have to pick having a kid or being able to smoke weed just because I live in, say, Kentucky or some shit because it's a red state.
Hey, that's fucking ridiculous, bro. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah. It was like that here, man. I live in a county that's still probably, if not the worst, it's in the top 3 worst cannabis counties in California. They don't want you doing shit with weed here, period. They do have 3 clubs, but they don't want you homegrown. Where I live, I can't grow at home where I'm at based on fucking county regulations and shit. They want me to go somewhere and buy my weed from them so they can get tax money for it. But at one point, they shut all of us down. We had 17 clubs here. They shut everyone down, told us we were drug dealers. We wouldn't pay taxes. It was all drug money, like, for real.
That is fucking. You see, like government need to stay their fucking ass out of certain things, bro.
Until we started paying taxes, that's how my county looked at it. We were just all selling drugs, fucking being criminals because cannabis was illegal. And everyone treated us that way. It was fucking rough in this area. Here, this area specifically was real fucking bad. And then, which was odd because it was only coming from the real old generation because fuck, everyone my age is, grows and smokes weed. I learned that in the club. Fucking 80% of this county is fucking high as fuck all the time. Period. Everyone smokes cannabis, man. It's just because there's a stigma of use, people can use that against you, so they do. That's why you got to be fucking open with using it and not being fucked up. So that way people can't use that against you. Like literally at one point, someone would say you were fucking with weed and get your kids took from you. That's what happened to my mom.
Yep. They kick your door in and tell you, hey.
I fucking, they pounded on my door and I had fucking 11 dudes with 9mm pointed at me for fucking 12 plants. They brought a gun for every plant. What the fuck is going on, dude? Are you guys tripping? They're like, I'm in here listening to Everybody Must Get Stoned one day, smoking a joint. I'm 16 years old, and fucking, I get a pound on my door, and I'm like, what the fuck? This pound on my, I live in the middle of nowhere, dude. You pound on a door out here, you get shot. I walk up to the door, I'm like, what the fuck? And it's fucking all these cops pointing at me. Get on the ground. I'm like, what the fuck? I got on the ground. And then the fucking dude asked me for an ID. I gave him my ID, and he looks at it. I was 18 at that one. That was the last time we got busted. He's like, you're a minor. Sit down. I'm like, all right. I sat my ass down and shut the fuck up. And they kicked all my doors in, started jacking shit, told me to tell my mom when she gets home to turn herself in, and they left. And I called my mom and told her what happened. And 48 hours, she was in jail. All over fucking weed. It's crazy. They were coming back. That's why she fucking went.
You do it. Yeah, you do. Yeah,
she got 72 hours to turn her ass in, and we're going to come looking for her. She went down there with the lawyer in 48 hours, turned herself in. But because she did all that, like basically the judge listened to her. And that's how we ended up with medical cannabis on there. And she got light sentencing. And they fucking ended up giving her diversion. Because at that time, people were getting their houses took and everything. There was no one for my mom to turn in because she wasn't selling weed. They didn't find no baggies, no fucking scales. All they found was drawers like this full of roaches over here behind me. And fucking that's all they found. They're like, what the fuck's that? My mom's like, those are roaches. You smoke them when you ain't got no weed. So they took all that and weighed the weed, all that shit. So she got busted for roaches. But they couldn't bust her for sales for anything. So she got diversion. I said my grandpa died 10 days after she got out of jail. All from cancer. It's rough. And that's why you can't be the loudest person with weed, but you can't be the quietest and expect to have any kind of rights with it. You got to say something. 3 times, Jeff? That's fuck, dude.
Yeah, I was about to say he been popped 3 times. In possession.
Well, you don't need to be loud. Someone else needs to be loud for you, Jeff. Once that kind of shit's happened, because you can't be on your last fucking step of fucking freedom trying to make it free for the next person. Someone else got to do that, brother. Hopefully,
I think he's in Australia, if I'm not mistaken, and they've been fighting for a minute. I've had when their goods had me PTS kicked in bad.
I don't doubt it, dude. I don't doubt it. It ain't fun to have a bunch of fucking weapons pulled on you and shit, dude, over fucking anything, let alone weed, dude. Fuck that shit. It's crazy that they get that popped up over some cannabis and shit that they got to pull out a gun, dude. Like, just fucking.
It's not, 5 or 6 hours, you act like the like the weed is so violent that it's gonna reach out and stab their ass or something.
Oh shit, dude. Like if they did any investigation, they know they ain't got to show up with no weapons at them. Especially here, dude. You got fucking 2 ladies and fucking 2 kids. Let's show up with fucking as many guns as we can carry and start kicking doors in. Like, what the fuck, dude? Just ask where the weed is. We'll tell you. We ain't trying to get fucked up. It's right there in that drawer, dude.
Like the army and shit.
Well, we got like fucking 4 pounds of weed, dude. We're not selling it. It's fucking sitting there. It's all bagged up in one big old bag, dude. Like, go for it, dog. You don't got to kick in the kids' room. Kid ain't got no weed. Kicked in every door in the house. over 12 plants, dude. Crazy.
Ripping open fucking drawers and shit, dumping
Oh, they
shit on.
stole fucking native artifacts that my other mother had here because she was 100% native. They stole some native giant fucking shields that we had. They stole some fucking Indian jewelry, native jewelry. There was a diamond in a jar over here, like 3-carat diamond. They stole that shit.
It's crazy.
We had a big ass fucking brick of fucking blonde Lebanese hash. They took that shit and it never showed up on the fucking list of items. Dude, they took everything from this motherfucker, dude. The only thing that showed up on there was the 12 plants, and that was it. They took my mom's weapons and never wrote those down. They kept them. It's crazy. They weren't even in the evidence report that the guns were there. They just gone.
You don't want to say that you have those in there anyways.
No, you can't say nothing. There's nothing you can do about it. You're gonna say you got guns and fucking weed. That's a fucking stacked felony. What they were trying to do was get my mom on fucking we had a bunch of bald eagle feathers here because my mom's native, and she was doing artwork with them. And like natives are the only folks that can legally have bald eagle feathers, right? So they start trying to fucking prosecute her on that instead of fucking the weed, and fucked up because she was 100% native and had proof of that. They couldn't prosecute her, so they fucked everything up doing that shit because they basically gave up on all the weed shit and let it out and tried to just get her for that shit because they thought they could get the house off of that. So they were trying to get the house based on felonies charges from fucking all that other shit, and they weren't able to do it. So that's why we got lucky and saved our house and shit. My real mom, like my birth mother, she went, I'll go do the time. So she went to jail. And she only did 90 days at that time. And then they fucking gave her diversion through the lawyer fucking talking to the DA. And she got out of jail. And that's the only reason she got out. She gets out and she got 10 days with my grandpa. And then she went to a store to get something, and they ended up taking her back to jail for probation violation just for driving to a store. She went to go buy a corsage for someone my brother was taking to a dance or some shit. She ended up back in jail for another 90 days. And then fucking when she got out, that's when she was like, fuck that. This people going to jail for weed is bullshit. Like, I'm not hiding it no more. My dad's fucking dead. Fuck them. Fuck cops. Fuck everybody that thinks weed's illegal. I'm doing what the fuck I want to do, and I'm going to do it publicly. So she got out and started growing again. She told me to start growing. She's like, I need fucking weed. So find fucking some weed and grow it inside. And that's when I started growing. I think it was 96. I started growing weed inside just to fucking help my mom. And she was tired of paying for it. We were having to pay $1,200 a quarter pound for weed because we got busted. And she's smoking way too much fucking weed.
$300.
Yeah, she's fucking just because dude, we weren't getting almost any breaks on herb, dude. We were getting shit from the homie that had the grape wreck and this Canadian weed from another guy that was bringing it in from Canada in duffel bags and shit until they got busted. But fuck it, it just got too expensive. So she's like, grow me some fucking weed. So I started growing some fucking weed. That's what led to me really going public. Because other than that, we were hiding everything. And once she's like, fuck hiding it. Let's do this shit. We started fucking making edibles. I started breeding. And we just turned into cannabis all the way. And then when it got legal here, because we'd been doing that so long, it was easy to take over in this area because fucking nobody was doing it as cleanly as me and my mom were doing it at that time. Just in my area, not everywhere. California had all kinds of producers, but I live in such a small little town. Like, it was just basically everybody making fucking dirty ass weed butter, making the same fucking weird edible, this little fucking wheat muffin. Fucking something my baby shit out, dude. It was so nasty, dude. As soon as they tasted my cookies, they're like, dude, we don't want none of that dude shit again.
Yeah.
Like, this shit would sit on there for 4 months before they sold one of them. And by that time, I'd already sold like 3,000 cookies in their shop. And they're sitting there going, so do we make $5 in 3 months or do we make fucking $3,000 in 3 months?
I'd rather make $1,000 a month off of some cookies.
I was paying everyone's fucking rent and fucking electricity just with my cookies. That's what every shop I took them to told me. They're like, we don't got to sell no weed. You keep us open. We just sell cookies and fucking that, and we could stay here all day and don't even got to sell the weed. Is all we do. But like, I don't have to worry about fucking buying a pound of weed and moving some of that. I can fucking just pick up 50 cookies off you and make fucking $100 every day. By the end of the month, I made fucking $3,000, and that covered the rent, electricity, and payroll just off your cookie. That's what I said. Well, that's all you got to do, homie. And then some shops figured it out, and some shops started to get stingy, and they're like, "Well, we're gonna make our own cookies." And then the person making the cookies wants to go do shit on the weekends, and fucking their wife wants them to fucking clean the gutters, and like they don't got time. I don't got no kids, and my mom fucking loved helping me doing it. So, like, you're never gonna call me and be like, "Oh, I'll have next week." I'll be like, "I'll be there tomorrow," every fucking time. And that's how you make a business. You got to be repeatable. You got to be on point, and you got to stand behind your product. So, like I said, if anything went bad, I replaced it. It never went bad because no one fucking had anything sitting, so I never had to worry about that. But I still offered it. It was the cheapest edible in the area. They bought them for $1. They sold it for $2.
Yeah, you were
So
talking about that.
people could afford that shit, dude. You could come in and buy fucking a cookie. It's fucking $2. You could not get 40 milligrams for $2 any other way.
Anywhere. I know it would be like $5.
Not in a joint, not if I gave you shake, nothing. $2. Unless you came in and got the free joint from us in the club, that was the only way you would get more fucking cannabis in your system.
For a
Getting a
cheap
free
price.
joint. Otherwise, you buy my cookie. Or you'd come in and buy an eighth or more, and you could have a package of edibles for free. So you come in and buy fucking 1/8 of weed and leave with 2 cookies. So now you got 80 milligrams of fucking shit in the fucking cookies, and you got your weed.
Be high in a bit. Be high as fuck. You off of cookies. Not just smoking first. Damn, I'm high as fuck, like I am now.
Yeah.
And then go ahead and go back and go smoke and be even more high. Yeah, I'm fucking lit. I'm gonna go eat dinner.
I know, man.
It's a
Appreciate
pleasure,
it.
brother. Thank you so much. Shout out to y'all in the chat. I'm gonna go ahead and go eat. Thank you again. Yeah, I catch up with you on personal time.
Right on, man. I appreciate everybody.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you too, man. The community always appreciate your work, man. Until the next one, y'all. Peace.